Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to their elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations in the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the 28th report of the Petitions Committee for the 47th Parliament, together with 34 petitions and 19 ministerial responses to petitions previously presented. Some topics covered in today's petitions include a request for endometriosis to be recognised by the National Disability Insurance Scheme, a request to maintain the live animal export industry, and a request relating to documentation for amateur radio operators. Deputy Speaker, with the upcoming break in parliamentary sittings, it'll be several weeks before another report of the Petitions Committee will be presented. With that in mind, I'd like to use this opportunity to explain the key stages of the petitions process. All of the petitions presented today are electronic petitions that were first seen by the committee at our meeting on the 29th of May. After the committee certified the e-petitions as being in order, they were loaded onto the petitions page on the Parliament's website, where they were open for signatures for 4 weeks. Now that those weeks have passed, the petitions are being presented to the House. Paper petitions are treated a bit differently because they've already been signed before they come to the committee. So once the committee certifies a paper petition as being in order, it can be presented to the House at the next opportunity. After petitions are presented to the House, those petitions that have received 50 or more signatures may be referred to the relevant minister for a response. Ministers are expected to respond to a referred petition within 90 days of presentation. Petitioners are reminded that a response from the minister is addressed back to the Petitions Committee. After the committee has noted the response, it's included in the committee's next report to the House. The ministerial responses included in today's presentation are those that the committee received at our meeting last week. In turn, responses that we receive at our committee meeting this week will be presented to the House at the next opportunity, which is scheduled for Monday, the 12th of August. After a ministerial response has been presented, it's uploaded to the Parliament's website alongside the relevant petition. The House Hansard also records petitions and responses presented to the House. Finally, I also note that the principal petitioner is notified as their petition progresses through each of the key steps in the petitioning process. I trust this information assists those engaging with the House petitioning system, and I look forward to presenting more petitions and ministerial responses during the next sitting period. I thank the House.
Thanks. And I give the call to the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Interactive Gambling Amendment, Ban on Gambling Advertisements Bill 2024.
Thank you. Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Ban on Gambling Advertisements Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
And Clerk? Do I need to come back to you? But just thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Interactive Gambling Act 2001 and for related purposes.
Member for Mayo.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, gambling. Bit of fun with mates, fleeting enjoyment, inducements, free bets, hidden addiction, guilt and shame, financial distress, poor mental and physical health, drug and alcohol abuse, relationship breakdown, mortgage debt, homelessness, childhood poverty, family violence, elder abuse, criminal activity, suicide. These are the products of the gambling industry. This is what they are selling, and many Australians are buying. The big sporting codes are complicit and dependent on the cut they get from every bet laid, their sponsorships from gambling companies and additional benefits linked to the amounts gambled. The broadcasting and advertising companies are bringing in the cash. The government accepts political donations, as does the opposition, and the regulation is patently inadequate to manage the risks. It's been a year. It was on June 28th, 2023, the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs handed down its You Win Some, You Lose More report into online gambling and its impacts on the experience of gambling harm. The committee, chaired by the courageous, the late Peter Murphy MP, recognised the harm being done by online gambling and gambling advertising to our children and our young people and those experiencing gambling addiction. In that report, it said Australians demand an end to saturation advertising of gambling products. And that is absolutely true. They recommended the phasing out over 3 years of a comprehensive ban, which leaves no room for circumvention, to halt what they call the inescapable torrent of gambling advertising on all media. I had hoped, against hope, for a strong and decisive government that would take this report and action the recommendations. So do presumably 7 out of 10 Australians who want to see better regulation and support and a ban on gambling advertising. They are rightly concerned the industry is grooming children and young people through partnerships with sport in particular. But in the intervening 12 months, there has been very little conversation and very, very little action. Consulting the vested interest is like consulting the fox regarding its access to the henhouse, and we cannot pretend that they are at arm's length. Gambling companies have funnelled hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to the major parties at federal levels over the past decade or so of regulatory neglect. And this situation is growing worse, and that's what deeply concerns me. Roy Morgan research conducted in the last 12 months to March this year, reported by the Alliance for Gambling Reform, shows the number of people betting on sports has more than doubled in the last 5 years. Worryingly, almost 1 million Australians, to be accurate 881,000, who sports bet are now considering problem or moderate risk gamblers. And that's according to the Problem Gambling Severity Index. I do have a problem with the term problem gamblers or problem gambling. The problem here is the harmful product, not the person, and this is a public health issue. More than 1/3 of all spending on sports betting is coming from people experiencing gambling harm, even though so-called problem gamblers represent only 10% of the player base. For some sports betting companies, people experiencing gambling harm make up almost 20% of their entire customer base. These companies are literally playing them to extinction. And this is why I am reintroducing my private member's bill to ban all advertising on online gambling. This has gone too far. The situation is dire, regulations are lax, and yet the government is really doing very, very little to police this industry. The government has allowed, during their time in government, to allow this industry to continue to flourish. The minister's lack of action, I think, is embarrassing. Work on BetStop commenced under the former government. The ban on the use of credit cards and online wagering was a proposal I first brought into this House as a private member's bill, and we have seen one insipid set of messaging replaced with another. And we are harming our young people by our lack of action in this place. This is the tobacco advertising equivalent of our generation. Now, previous generation of members of parliament had the courage and foresight to ban cigarette advertising, and we must and should do the same with gambling advertising. We just need a spine, and we need to stand up to the big money. The time for action on gambling advertising is now. It is today, and I urge members in this House to bring this debate. Let us take the moral high ground for once in this place. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, Australians spend more than anyone else in the world on legal forms of gambling, and almost half of Australian adults who do gamble are at risk of or are already experiencing gambling harm, according to research conducted by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. In other words, financial hardship and psychological distress, relationship breakdown, sometimes resort to crime and even suicide. That we allow gambling companies to actively encourage gambling addiction is, quite simply, unconscionable. Speaker, the link between gambling advertising and risky gambling behaviour is no secret. These advertisements seek to normalise gambling and to foster a culture among Australians, particularly younger Australians, of continuous betting. Indeed, the Australian Institute of Family Studies found the link between gambling advertising is not only strong, but strongest amongst our young people. Moreover, 1 in 5 young women and 1 in 7 young men began gambling because of an advertisement. Worse still, Deputy Speaker, 40% of those already at risk of gambling-related harm gamble impulsively after seeing or hearing promotional material. No wonder recent research shows that gambling addicts make up 20% of some sports betting companies' entire customer base. Surely this is unacceptable. Surely it must end. Speaker, I am constantly told by constituents that they are sick to death of the incessant gambling advertising campaigns, especially in recent years when there has been a surge of exposure to gambling, marketing, advertising and sponsorships. Indeed, the Australian Communications and Media Authority reports more than 1 million ads bombarding Australians between 2022 and 2023 alone, which genuinely is an onslaught of harmful messaging that can no longer be ignored. And Speaker, behind these statistics are real people, like Mark Kempster, a constituent and recovering gambling addict who has lost around $100,000. Despite repeatedly pleading with gambling companies not to contact him and being on an exclusion list, Mark still found himself receiving emails offering him bonuses to open new accounts. In other words, in the words of Mark himself, these types of unsolicited advances can ruin people's lives, and he's right. They did their best to try and ruin his. And then there's Gavin Fineff, the former financial advisor who gambled and lost $8 million of his clients' money with the willing assistance of Tabcorp, Ladbrokes and BetEasy. Yes, Gavin understands he did the wrong thing and is now in jail, but he's not the only one to blame, because the predatory practices of the gambling companies clearly facilitated and encouraged Gavin's gambling addiction, offering him VIP status, bonus bets and even tickets to big sporting events. Speaker, the government cannot allow this madness to continue. Indeed, when the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, chaired by the late Peter Murphy, published their report on online gambling harm last year, they made 31 recommendations, including banning gambling advertising. So it's entirely unacceptable that an entire year has passed, almost to the day, and the government still hasn't responded to the report or enacted any meaningful reforms to combat gambling advertising. But I suppose that's not inconsistent with the report released by the Centre for Public Integrity last year, which shows that $24 million in donations have flowed to Labor and the Coalition from the gambling industry over the past 2 decades. And let's not forget the $19,000 or so that Sportsbet donated to the then Shadow Communications Minister, now the Communications Minister, in the lead-up to the 2022 election. Speaker, it's way beyond time the government stopped kowtowing to the gambling industry, as well as the big media companies and sporting codes, and instead focus on protecting Australians from such predatory industries. Deputy Speaker, the voice of the community is loud and clear on this issue, and the government needs to start listening. There is simply no place for gambling advertising in the Australian media, and it's way beyond time it was banned. The member for Mayo's bill would do just that, and I'm delighted to support and second it for the second time, I think, Deputy Speaker, due to the continuing inaction of governments.
So the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and the time a lot of this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. But I'm giving the call to the member for Cowper on indulgence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I'd like to thank the member for Mayo for bringing this motion forward. I was the Deputy Chair on the Social Policy Legal Affairs with the former member for Dunkley. It was a bipartisan committee. We all came to the same conclusion that gambling advertising should be banned on live TV and on social media, and I urge the government to respond to our recommendations. It has been a year. It's time to do something about it. Thank you again, Member for Mayo.
Member for... I'll call the clerk first, sorry. Yes.
A private member's business, notice number 2 relating to tax cuts.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to tax cuts in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, today is the day, 1st of July 2024. Today, the Albanese Labor government's cost of living tax cuts come into effect, providing tangible cost of living relief to every single Australian taxpayer. And let's look at the facts. All 13.6 million taxpayers will receive a tax cut. 2.9 million more taxpayers will receive a tax cut compared to the Coalition's failed plan. 84% of taxpayers, 11.5 million people, will now receive a bigger tax cut under this government than what they would have received previously. 5.8 million women, 90% of women taxpayers, will now receive a bigger tax cut compared to the plan proposed by the Coalition. Labor's tax cuts deliver essential cost of living relief for middle Australia, alleviating some of the pressures that currently impact household budgets. And importantly, Treasury has advised these tax cuts will not add inflationary pressure. In our communities in McEwen, these tax cuts will make a huge impact. Every single one of the 76,000 taxpayers in McEwen will receive a tax cut. Every single one. On average, throughout our communities, each person will get $1,583 back in their pockets. That is in addition to the $300 energy rebate that every single household will receive. Another $300 back into the family budget. It adds to the work of taking off more pressure in the cost of living crisis and supporting all Australians. Additionally, the Albanese Labor government is working tirelessly to tackle the cost of living in groceries. We are strengthening the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct, accepting all the recommendations from the recent independent review. This is part of our wide-ranging cost of living crackdown on anti-competitive behaviour in the grocery sector, and is firmly aimed at getting a fair go for Australians and a fair go for farmers. It's all part of the plan to have Australians keeping more of their hard-earned money and not splashing cash, which would lead to higher inflation. This is not the cash splash that we have seen under previous government. Those opposite wouldn't know what effective cost of living relief is or competent economic management if it hit them in the face. Apart from a harebrained scheme, the most expensive form of energy in the world, what has the opposition offered up in response to cost of living? The word is nothing or no. Cheaper energy bills? No. Cheaper medicines? No. Affordable housing? No. Wage increases? No. Tax cuts for all hard-working Australians? No. We all recall the Deputy Leader of the Opposition grandstanding saying that they will roll back these tax cuts. Make no mistake, the Coalition want to put your taxes up unless you're in the highest income bracket. And that is unfair on all Australian workers. They want to take the money that Labor is put back into the pockets of hardworking Australians for no other reason than an ideological reason. When it comes to the cost of living, the Liberals always say no. Their nasty negativity is no substance for good economic policy credibility. Remember, the failed Liberals and Nationals left a legacy of economic mismanagement. The prolific spending and debt and deficit left this country on its knees. This Labor government has been laying the foundations for a successful economy while dealing with the current cost of living crisis. The cornerstone of our cost of living relief package comes into effect today. If you're a nurse, the government has given you a tax cut. If you're a teacher, the government has given you a tax cut. If you're a truckie, this government has given you a tax cut. More than 95% of the hardworking Australians in those industries will be getting a bigger and better tax cut than they would have received under the coalition. Under our plan, Labor's plan, more Australians would get a tax cut and a bigger tax cut. These tax cuts that come into effect today partnered with our election promises of cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare, affordable housing are all aimed at cost of living. We said we would get wages moving again in responsible ways, and we are. We supported this decision because we know our low-paid workers, particularly those that are exposed to the impacts of high inflation. Given real wages were going backwards deliberately under a decade of the coalition, and all the pressures low-paid workers are under at the moment, we think it's entirely appropriate that they get the support they need. And we've seen around 800,000 jobs created since we came to government, a record for any government in its first term. I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government. We actually stand up for working families and provide practical support and opportunities, which the coalition failed to do so in its 10 years in government.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, Labor has given a tax cut to help with a cost of living crisis that they have created, with a reckless approach to spending that's fuelled inflation. Across the last three budgets, Labor has committed an additional $315 billion in inflationary spending, an extra $315 billion. This accounts for almost $30,000 per household. And I'd ask the average Australian household out there, do they feel $30,000 better off thanks to Labor's spending? Last week, core inflation has risen to 4.4% and has increased for 4 months in a row. And when inflation's rising, one thing can be sure. Interest rates are not going down, and Australian households are getting heaped and heaped and heaped with more weight to where they're almost about to collapse. Since the election, real disposable income is down 7.8%. We've locked in bad workplace laws that are driving up the cost of doing business, and this is being passed on to the consumer as the cost of living increases. Families are now being slugged with higher tax. Labor is banking $60 billion of bracket creep and increasing personal income tax by 20% since the election. Now, BetaShares chief economist described the latest consumer price report as a shocker, saying it places huge pressure on the Reserve Bank to raise interest rates in August. So what we have here is a reckless Labor government with their budget increasing the probability that Australian households, Australian families will be slugged with higher interest rates and more pain. Now, families are hurting because the price of basic necessities are going up. Food is up 11.4%, housing 14%, rents 14%, electricity 21%, gas 22%. But what do these numbers mean? That means every time you pay a gas bill, it'll double every 3 years. That's what 22% per annum means. Every 3 years, your gas bill is doubling. Every 3 years, your electricity bill is doubling. And Australian families have had enough and they can't take it. And it is not just a global phenomenon. You see, core inflation in Australia is high and rising. It's higher than Sweden, it's higher than the UK, it's higher than Norway, it's higher than Canada, it's higher than our neighbours in New Zealand, it's higher than the rest of the euro area, it's higher than the US, and it's higher than Switzerland. In stark contrast to Australia, all of those countries I just mentioned, inflation is now falling. So this Labor government has put the Reserve Bank between a rock and a hard place. Australian families are breaking, they're under pressure. Everywhere else in the world, inflation is falling, yet they're left with the impossible task of trying to get this narrow landing without crashing the economy because of this irresponsible Labor government and spending. Now, this government for the last 2 years has been completely distracted with the wrong priorities. They could have started from day one with a focus on cost of living. Instead, they were focused on divisive social policies. Now, no matter how much money the government tries to spend or to spin this, from the data, this is a homegrown inflation crisis. Now is time for the government to rein in its irresponsible spending, to adjust their budget and deal with the problem so Australians aren't burdened further by their mismanagement of the economy and the country. Tight monetary policy is being undermined by Labor's loose fiscal policy. If interest rates rise between now and the end of this year, it'll be on the government's head. Dr Chalmers needs to stand before the Australian public and admit this Labor government is the reason inflation is out of control. Now, in stark contrast to this irresponsible Labor government approach, the opposition and the Leader of the opposition have stated how they will rein in inflationary spending and take pressure off Australians, take pressure off Australian households and take pressure off interest rates and their mortgages. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Today is a very special day. It's the start of the new financial year. And you know what that means? Every Australian taxpayer will be getting a tax cut. It's Christmas in July for every taxpayer in Australia, and the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have been working hard at delivering for everyone who pays tax. While they may not have a sled, and I may be slightly too tall to be called an elf, what they do have is a hard-working team of Labor MPs behind them and a commitment to delivering for the hard-working people of this country. There's a lot to be excited about, Speaker, with all these tax cuts, so let me just crunch a few figures for you. All 13.6 million taxpayers will receive a tax cut. 2.9 million more taxpayers will receive a tax cut compared to the previous government's plan. 11.5 million people, that's 84% of taxpayers, will now receive a bigger tax cut compared to the previous plan. 5.8 million women, which is 90% of the women taxpayers, will now receive a bigger tax cut compared to what was previously proposed. Time and time again, we hear at election time that Labor is the party of higher taxes. It was never true, but now those opposite can't possibly use that line without making their lie crystal clear. In fact, we have heard the Deputy Leader of the Opposition say that they absolutely will roll back our tax cuts. Looks like taxes will be higher under a coalition government. Our outlook is clear and simple. We want more Australians to keep more of what they earn. I grew up in a hard-working family and I've worked hard to provide for my own family as well. I know that every cent saved helps. I know that when the cost of living makes family budgets tight, times can be hard. I also know that any relief is welcome relief, and that's why these tax cuts are going to have such a big impact for so many people in the Hunter electorate and right across Australia. But it's not just tax cuts that help. Our whole budget had a big focus on cost of living relief across the board. We've announced new energy bill relief for every household and 1 million small businesses. We've increased Commonwealth rental assistance by a further 15%, taking the total increase to 25%. Making it the first back-to-back increase in Commonwealth rent assistance in 3 decades. We've wiped almost $3 billion in student debt, helping more than 3 million young Australians, with the average worker saving around $1,200. And we've provided up to $3 billion to make medicines cheaper, freezing the maximum cost of the PBS prescriptions for everyone. We've also put the poor economic managers line that those opposite used to use to bed. We've provided all this at the same time as we're expecting to deliver a back-to-back surplus for the first time in almost 2 decades, Deputy Speaker, seeing wages grow the fastest in 15 years and getting real wage growth sooner than expected. Speaker, we're a government that is setting records. We have had around 800,000 jobs created since we came to government, and that's more than any other first-term government. It could not be clearer. We are getting on with rolling out billions of dollars of cost of living relief that's carefully designed to take some of the edge off some of the pressures that people are under right now. Deputy Speaker, you hear those opposite bang on about cost of living, saying over and over that something needs to be done. But if you pay close attention, you'll see them vote against every single one of these measures that will make a real difference to the people's lives of Australia. They're all talk, no action, and if they really cared, they'd support this relief, but they won't. Speaker, the cost of living is hitting many of us very hard. We understand this and we are acting to do something about it, which is more than the coalition can say. We gave every Australian taxpayer a tax cut, which is more than the coalition can say. And we did it because we really care about every single Australian, which is more than the coalition can say. Under Labor, wages are growing, jobs are being created, Aussies are being supported, and today everyone will be rewarded with a tax cut. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. I have received a message from His Excellency the Governor-General notifying the assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have received messages from the Senate returning bills without amendment or requests. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I call the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I declare that Federation Chamber Orders of the Day number 3, Government Business Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024 and number 2, Government Business Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024 are returned to the House for further consideration.
The matters will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. And I call the Clerk. I have to report that the Creative Australia Amendment Implementation of Revive Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes,
Yes.
Leader of the House, sorry.
I seek leave to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Creative Australia Act 2023 and for related purposes. Government business, next order of the day, Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to speak on this bill, which will transform for the better the relationship between the Parliament and Australia's defence establishment. And I mean that very seriously and very genuinely. It will see the establishment of a standalone joint statutory committee on defence with real responsibilities and powers. As chair of the Defence Subcommittee, I crafted the report on armed conflict that recommended the establishment of the committee in this new form. It's been a long time coming. Various similar proposals were recommended under the former government. Ironically, one of those inquiries was led by Senator Reynolds when she was chair of the subcommittee, recommending a similar thing. Then when she became Minister for Defence, she was not allowed to implement her own recommendations. But I want to touch on the need for the bill, Deputy Speaker. Context is the starting point. As I said, this bill flows from an inquiry into how Australia decides to enter armed conflict situations. This included consideration of what role the Parliament has in such decisions and, importantly, in oversighting conflicts in executive government once a decision is made. Our inquiry concluded that decisions regarding armed conflict or the gravest decision of going to war are and must remain the prerogative of executive government, and there is no graver responsibility that any government bears. But alongside that reality, there is a clear and urgent need to significantly improve the transparency and accountability of governments for these decisions and the conduct of military operations, and the role and the ability of the Parliament to hold governments to account. This need necessitates formal arrangements which should be put in place now, including via an appropriately empowered and resourced joint committee with the ability to handle classified national security material appropriately. In making that recommendation, we also identified the need for broader responsibilities and a revamp of the entire relationship between Parliament and the defence enterprise. By that I mean in the broadest sense, Deputy Speaker, the Department of Defence, the Australian Defence Force, portfolio agencies and entities, defence industry, the Inspector General of the ADF and so on. This need flows particularly from the very challenging and complex strategic circumstances that Australia finds itself in. We've been saying around this Parliament, under the former government, under this government, the vast majority of members of both houses, that our country faces the worst strategic circumstances we've faced since the Second World War. They're not words that can just roll off the tongue lightly. One of the things that we need to do in response to that the Parliament urgently needs to do, is to devote more time, resources and firepower to scrutinising and working with defence. And it's not all about secret stuff either. A more coherent and coordinated scrutiny of public issues and well-informed public discussion of defence and strategic policy matters is critical. Nothing in this bill would mean less transparency or accountability, but it would mean that the Parliament can get into areas that we have never been able to get into before. It's also true, Deputy Speaker, that the vast bulk of critical topics and questions that must be explored and understood by Parliament are currently off limits due to a lack of power or classification issues. This is unacceptable, and it's also harmful for Defence and the ADF in this environment. Now, I've been a member of the Defence Subcommittee for 5 years, and I've served as the chair for the last 2 years. It is frankly ridiculous that elected members of Parliament with a serious interest in strategic issues have little to no ability to engage meaningfully with the most fundamental issues that go to the security of our country and our responsibilities. Things like what's really behind white papers and defence strategies? What contingencies are we actually planning for as a country, and are we prepared for? What are our major gaps that require extra attention? They may require policy or legislative action or new investments. What about long-term, multi-decade investments that outlast successive, multiple changes of government? We need to understand, in a classified forum, a detailed forum, the rationale, the progress, the expenditure on key capabilities, as well as sustainment activities. Frankly, 1/3 of the defence portfolio budget is largely off limits to scrutiny from the Parliament because it involves sustainment. And the minute you do that in public, you may trigger vulnerabilities to potential adversaries, highlighting where stuff's not fit for service. It's ridiculous. This stuff consumes hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer funds. What is our planning for industry mobilisation in the event of contingencies? What about specific issues such as fuel security, or the operations, resources and performance of the Inspector General of the ADF, matters relating to defence personnel and veterans, and I see the Minister here at the table. I spent 2 hours here last Friday afternoon with senior ADF officers, 3 stars, 2 deputy secretaries, reviewing matters relating to the Defence Strategic Review and the National Defence Strategy with the subcommittee. It was a serious and thought-provoking discussion, but also frustrating and at times farcical. Throughout the discussion, we constantly and repeatedly hit brick walls where senior officials said, with equal frustration, "We wish we could brief you on that and explain what we're doing. We wish we could explain to you our thinking and the importance of that capability or this thing. We wish we could talk with you about that question because we're grappling with it also and it's difficult. There are things that are at the intersection of the professional military, of our senior public servants and the Parliament, but we can't talk about them. The current situation is patently ridiculous and it needs to change, and urgently so. Frankly, this bill should pass both houses this week so we can get on with work. It's not just about the Parliament, to be clear either. The new committee would be beneficial for defence and also the Australian public. Parliamentary scrutiny is important in ensuring the best decision-making, the most efficient and prudent use of taxpayer funds, along with a more informed Parliament and, by extension, therefore, the Australian public. With respect to this committee and the defence proposal, I draw a parallel with the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security, committee that I sit on, that the Shadow Minister sits on, Deputy Speaker, that you sat on, where we bonded. In the 1980s, the Second Hope Royal Commission into Australia's intelligence agencies explicitly recommended against establishing a parliamentary committee on ASIO. Prime Minister Bob Hawke in the 1980s considered that recommendation and very wisely rejected it. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on ASIO went on over the coming decades to become today's Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security, and it was a wise decision by Prime Minister Hawke, just as this is a wise decision by Prime Minister Albanese. This committee will be good for scrutiny and oversight, just as the PJCIS was. It was good for fostering greater bipartisanship on national security matters, good for our entire system of government. As senior shadow ministers, like the Shadow Minister for Defence there, are then already engaged and briefed in when there is a change of government. They come into the portfolio, knowing where they're at, and good for intelligence agencies themselves. It's built greater knowledge, literacy and awareness amongst MPs of the work our security agencies do that can't be talked about in public. It has enabled them to be held to account for failings in an appropriate way, drawing on insights from the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security, and we do that. And it's improved, I believe, their social licence with the Australian people, who know that the agencies are subject to proper democratic oversight, even if it can't all be done in public. This stuff is really difficult in a liberal democracy. It's the inherent tension between collective security of the Australian people and individual liberty. And it's absolutely right. The democratically elected parliamentarians are the arbiters of that tension. And as a member of the PJCIS this term, the committee is hardworking, diligent, robust when needed and does operate in a collaborative spirit. And the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, if ever we can get this bill passed, will have the same benefits for democracy and defence as the PJCIS has had for the national intelligence community. Now, to support the establishment of the committee, the government's provided $17.5 million over the decade in this budget. The appropriation, actually, it's July the 1st, is there ready to go. All we need to do is actually pass the bill. And as I said, it's a long time coming. The inquiry I led was to deliver a commitment in the Labor Party's national platform when we came to government. Previous inquiries also recommended the establishment of a statutory committee on defence. But when the former government responded in 2019 to a recommendation of their own government-controlled committee, though they disagreed, they said, I quote, "There are already substantial parliamentary oversight measures in place for the Department of Defence. Australia has enjoyed a long period of broad bipartisan agreement on defence policy, operations and force structure, and additional measures to enhance bipartisanship are not necessary at this time." Basically, that is complete waffle. Didn't address the issues in the report, doesn't address the real issues in front of the Parliament or the country, and doesn't go to the reality of the issues that we face. Now, I'll make some gentle remarks about the opposition's current position. It's a little peculiar. More than that, I'd say it's bizarre, it's disappointing, it's irresponsible, it's frankly embarrassing for them. Senior members of the opposition, indeed literally every single opposition member I've spoken to over many months, a couple of years really, acknowledges the need for this to happen. They've been publicly calling for it. Indeed, they've written to us asking for this bill to be accelerated. And I quote the Shadow Minister, wise words, Shadow Minister, you've been on the record publicly since 2020 calling for this. You said parliamentary scrutiny of defence is broken and needs fixing. You go on to say, I agree, there is no independent Joint Defence Committee where tough questions can be asked in a classified, protected space. Parliamentary scrutiny these days is surface level, ... This is an area of urgent reform. If we are serious about increased accountability and transparency, then we need proper parliamentary scrutiny of the Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force. Without it, our parliament can't exercise proper civilian oversight of our military. I agree. We should all agree. So it beggars belief that now they say they won't support it unless we fiddle the membership rules to lock out their political enemies. Now, the government's position on this has been clear from the beginning. The committee report, which everyone signed up to, recommended that it be modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security, which has long enjoyed bipartisan support. And actually, if you look at the bill we're debating and look at the PJCIS legislation, they're the same. It's cut and paste. This was a unanimous recommendation of the committee, save for the Greens political party's dissenting report. But now it seems, despite the manifest urgency and the benefits to be gained from this, for the country, for the parliament, for the Australian people, for defence itself, we're at a crossroads. The Liberal Party is trying to blackmail the government into agreeing to an undemocratic amendment that would stop Parliament ever appointing members of the crossbench to the committee. And on the other hand, the Greens political party say in their dissenting report they'd support the committee only if members of the crossbench are appointed. The government is committed to having this bill passed. In realpolitik, though, let's just call it out, in plain English, the impasse is bizarre. The Liberal Party is incentivising the government to do a deal with the crossbench which they claim to oppose. The crossbench are doing the reverse. Both fringes of politics are acting in self-interest, not the national interest. I really encourage all of my colleagues to stop the silly game of parliamentary chicken and grow up, to pass the bill as it's drafted, modelled exactly on the long-standing PJCIS legislation. And I'll just make one final point. I'm not speculating in years or months, hopefully, years or decades to come, what this Prime Minister or future Prime Ministers would do with that important power to appoint members to this committee. Exactly the same as the Prime Minister of the day's power to appoint members of the Intelligence and Security Committee. But I do make the point, uncomfortable as it is for many of us, the reality is right now about a quarter of Australians are not voting for either major party. I think that's a problem. I do not believe in the cult of the independent, this narcissistic individualism. Governments are collective endeavours. It's great to sit and howl at the moon in the Senate, as the Greens political party do, but governments are collective endeavours, and you change the country for the better through government. I believe Labor governments. Others have a different view. Fair enough. But just imagine a circumstance, given disinformation and foreign interference and misinformation, just imagine a circumstance where our country was faced with a military threat, where the government of the day, whoever they were, had to exercise that grave responsibility and put our troops in harm's way. There may be a time when it would be downright sensible, if not necessary, to have one of the more sensible members of the crossbench in the tent, being briefed and able to talk to that significant proportion of the Australian population who might trust them, not us, or not mainstream parties. I don't agree, to be very clear, but I do think it's fundamentally undemocratic to write in legislation a provision that prevents the parliament appointing any member of parliament to a committee. And so I'll conclude with the previous comments on the need for this committee in March this year, again by the Shadow Minister. You can have the last word again, Shadow Minister. So I've read your stuff. I agree with you on this. Quote, I think that it would be a really important development for a lot of parliamentarians who care about our troops and want to see the best for them. Well put. Pass the bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Riverina.
Here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased that I'm joined in the chamber by no less than the Veterans Affairs Minister, and I thank him for the work that he is doing on behalf of our veterans, and also the Shadow Defence Minister, and I thank him for also the work he's doing in the defence space, and thank him for his service with the SAS because he kept our nation safe. He, like others, were sent to conflicts to do what they were asked by the Parliament and by the people. And it's a brave undertaking. And the fact that he is now continuing to serve our nation and our people in this important role is tremendous, and I do wish him all the very best when he is one day the Defence Minister, because I think we'd be very well served if he were in that portfolio position in the not-too-distant future. This Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024, is an important bill. It establishes the new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence through amendments to the Defence Act, which dates back to 1903. Indeed, my hometown of Wagga Wagga is the only inland regional centre with all three arms of the defence. Every Army recruit does their soldiering training at Kapuka, Blamey Barracks, home of the soldier, and they do that basic training at 1st Recruit Training Battalion, and we have an Air Force base at Forest Hill, RAF Wagga, where air power begins. It says so on the hangar, and if you spend any given time in the Royal Australian Air Force, you will probably end up at Wagga Wagga at Forest Hill. And with those brave Air Force men and women at Forest Hill, the Navy base. We have a Navy base there where anywhere up to 80 officers serve. Who would have thought? I know the Murrumbidgee is a big river. That's what it means in Wiradjuri, deep water as well, but indeed to have a Navy base, it's a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, Deputy Speaker, and we're very proud. We do have a beach, so thank you, Veterans Affairs Minister. It was rated the 9th best beach in Australia not that long ago. But indeed, the Navy forms a very important part of our tri-military service in Wagga Wagga, capital of the Riverina. And I say all this in the context of this bill because this new Joint Committee on Defence will often look into defence infrastructure and funding and spending, and that is important that is one of its key components, core roles. And at the moment, the Riverina Redevelopment Program, there is $1.408.78 billion. That's $1,000 million being spent at the two Wagga Wagga defence bases, Kapuka and Forest Hill. And I thank the government for continuing to build on the record funding committed by the former coalition government. It's too important not to. RAF and Kapuka go back, RAF Wagga and Kapuka go back to the Second World War, and they play a very integral role in the training of our men and women who wear the uniforms of this nation. At Blamey Barracks, at Kapuka, the approved budget, $846.864 million. The works include new recruit accommodation, new medical training facility, new recruit physical training facility, new recruit welfare facilities, a multifunction centre, new facilities for the Australian Army Band Kapuka. So important. The community thinks they own the band, but the band are there to play the music and the tunes as on the regular Friday march-outs. That is their main role, but they become so enmeshed with the community that the community thinks they own them. New headquarters building, new clothing and queue store, new weapons range, and other upgraded new infrastructure works, electrics, water, sewage, etc. Now that's at Kapuka. Now at RAF Base Wagga, where we were joined on the 13th of June by the member for Moreton in his capacity as chair of the Public Works Committee and his deputy, the member for Hinkler, we heard and we toured and we listened to the officials, to the Defence authorities about the upgrades to RAF Base Wagga. And I say this again in the context of this bill because it is very relevant, because this is the sort of work which will be also undertaken by this committee, by this new Parliamentary Joint Committee. And the works at RAF Wagga, the approved budget is $561.929 million. They include new recruit and trainee accommodation. Let me tell the Parliament, if that weren't the case, if this wasn't going to be funded, then indeed there would be every opportunity for a future government to look at RAF and think, why do we need to continue to be operating out of Wagga Wagga? Because the accommodation was 1950s, 1960s, certainly not fit for purpose for the modern era. A new combined mess, new gymnasium and pool, new weapons training simulation system, They're very expensive, those things, but so very necessary. New fire tanks and pump house, new education facilities, a new retail facility. And these are going to be important components that are going to secure not only the future of those two bases, but the future of training in a regional setting. And it's vital that that be the case. All training for defence doesn't need to be in metropolitan areas. Indeed, it probably ought not be in metropolitan areas. I know the work that goes on up at Capricornia and elsewhere right across the nation. If defence does one thing well, it is spreads its training, spreads its works right across this broad nation. This is important legislation, and it is also, as the Shadow Minister for Defence has quite correctly pointed out, deeply concerning that there could be some in the House of Representatives, in the Parliament indeed, who do not share the same vision for training, for our defence commitments, for our defence spending, as those of the major parties do. And in that, and by that, I mean the Greens, and let's call it what it is. And I have great concerns about the Greens' attitude towards the security of this nation. I do. And I think that is shared across the Parliament, across the aisles. And the Greens, rest assured, they are not an environmental party. They stopped being an environmental party decades ago. They are about destroying the very fabric that made this country great. They are about societal change which does not enhance this country, which does not place us amongst the great nations of the world. And I know when I went to Camp Baird, I've been there on a number of occasions, but my very first visit to Camp Baird 10 or so years ago on a multi-party parliamentary visit, I can remember being told there by the Americans how proud they were to serve alongside Australians, how proud they were of our commitment, and the fact that when things got a little bit tough in various conflicts, that Australia did not cut and run. The Greens wouldn't have had us there in the first place. They wouldn't have had too many people, if any, wearing a uniform. Certainly making sure that our combat equipment was modernised, was the latest and greatest. They wouldn't be party to that either, because, and I hear shame, and that is so true, because it is shameful, the fact that they have this view. And, none of us like war. None of us like conflict. What is going on in the Middle East and Ukraine at the moment is so desperate and so unnecessary, and so many innocent, particularly civilian lives, are being lost. But the price of peace is eternal vigilance, and to ensure that we have a nation at the ready, we need to invest. We need to spend money. We need to make sure that when our fellow like-minded nations are in peril and are in trouble, that we are there for them, such as Ukraine, such as the peace deployments that we spend a lot of time and money and effort into making sure they are what they need to be. The Greens plan, according to its own platform, states that this party will cancel defence contracts and cut defence spending, renegotiate the US alliance to secure a new relationship focused on making us a better global citizen, reduce military spending to 1.5% of GDP, and close all military bases that foreign militaries have set up in this country. So goodbye to all the Marines who land in the top end, who land at Darwin, who land in the Northern Territory. Goodbye to all of that. Goodbye indeed to our US alliance. And rest assured, if ever there is a friend that we need in times of crisis, it will be the United States of America. It doesn't matter whether a Democrat or a Republican is in the White House. We have a long-standing and close relationship with the United States of America, and it's good for us, and rest assured it's good for them too. But you get a power-sharing arrangement with the Greens. You get those manic, desperate, anti-Australian politicians who have any say in government policy any say in defence spending, any say in defence full stop, then we are in trouble as a nation.
Say goodbye to AUKUS and Pine Gap.
Say goodbye to AUKUS, say goodbye to Pine Gap. Indeed, all of that. That is going to be the first things that are going to be cut. And I do hope that whatever the result is of the next election, that the Greens are nowhere near the Treasury benches. Nowhere near the Treasury benches. I would rather see a Labor Party in a majority government than a Labor Party sharing government with that mob. Absolutely, and I think that would be shared by everyone around this, by most sane, sensible people across this nation. And those people who are in those inner city electorates who even think of putting the Greens somewhere on their ballot paper apart from last, they need to think again. They need to think again. And I think what really also needs to happen is that Labor members really ought to think carefully about where their preferences go. Now, in a federal election, you have to number every box, but number that very carefully. Give it very solid and serious consideration, and that is going to be so important. So, it's no secret that the Greens are opposed to AUKUS, and I know that former Prime Minister Morrison was criticised for some of the things that he did. I will defend him until my dying breath because I know the work and the effort that he put in during COVID-19. I know because I was right beside him in all of those meetings where we were told that tens of thousands of Australians could potentially die within weeks if we didn't do something. And I respect the leadership that he showed and the tremendous effort that he went to put the nation first, and that is why the John Hopkins Centre rated us second in the world for our COVID-19 response. We kept Australians alive, we kept the doors of business open, and we kept Australians in work, and that is the legacy of Scott Morrison. Now, I also know the work that he went to behind the scenes to forge a deal with the United States and with the United Kingdom on our defence initiatives, on the things that we have in common with those two great nations. And rest assured, AUKUS is such a good policy. It was adopted by those opposite when they got into power. If it wasn't, they would have shelved it, trust me. But they knew that it was the right thing to do. They knew that it was the right investment. They knew that it was the right time and place in which to do it. And that relationship with Washington and with London is so important for Canberra. It is so important because it is going to underpin our defence, our security in the future. And national security and protection of Australian people is first and foremost, or should be, of any government. Won't be if the Greens have anything to do with a power sharing arrangement after the next election or any election any time in the future. But this defence amendment, the Joint Committee on Defence Bill, is legislation that is important. It's legislation that I know the Shadow Minister has foreshadowed amendments to. I respect those amendments. I agree with those amendments because it's too important to muck this up. It's too important to get this wrong. It's too important to let any power sharing arrangements tamper with or have any ill effect on our national security and on our defence.
I thank the member for Riverina, and the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024. The defence of Australia, its people and its interests are the government's most important responsibility. Australians should be assured that their parliament has an important role in debating such matters of national importance, including Australia's involvement in international armed conflict. This bill increases the transparency and accountability by government regarding decisions and policies relating to the defence of our country. In a Westminster-style democracy such as ours, the Parliament plays a crucial role in providing this by scrutinising and debating the decisions of executive government in implementation of them by departments and agencies. This scrutiny is important in ensuring the best decision-making, the most efficient and effective use of taxpayers' funds, along with a more informed parliament and, by extension, a better informed public. The Senate estimates process has provided useful and necessary scrutiny of defence, particularly major capability projects over the years. It will continue to do so following the establishment of a parliamentary joint committee on defence. But in the challenging and complex strategic circumstances we find ourselves in, it is necessary to ensure the Parliament can also examine these projects and Australia's defence strategy in greater detail and depth, and in a more classified setting, with the appropriate safeguards in place. This bill addresses that gap, injecting greater parliamentary transparency, accountability and oversight of the defence portfolio by establishing a Parliamentary Joint Statutory Committee on Defence, or PJCD. The establishment of a PJCD implements a recommendation from an inquiry by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, which I chair, into international armed conflict decision-making following a referral from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence in December 2022. The inquiry, in turn, was initiated to deliver a commitment made by the Australian Labor Party through our national platform. This inquiry was very ably chaired by my colleague, the member for Bruce, who's spoken earlier in this debate, and completed its examination on how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into an armed conflict situation in March last year. The investigations took into account such things as the approach of similar Westminster system democracies, parliamentary processes and practices, and security implementation and implications of different decision-making models that could compromise ADF safety, operational security and intelligence, or have other unintended consequences. The power to declare war and send military personnel into conflict is arguably the most significant and serious institutional power and the gravest decision a government can make. So through our inquiry, the committee carefully and seriously considered fundamental questions regarding decision-making in relation to international armed conflict and parliamentary oversight, both preceding and during the commitment of the Australian Defence Force. We found existing parliamentary oversight and accountability mechanisms for defence and specified portfolio agencies to be inadequate in balancing accountability and transparency and national security considerations, including the risk of exposing information in the public domain that could be advantageous to potential adversaries. To that extent, we concluded there was a clear need to improve transparency and accountability of government decision-making in relation to armed conflict. We found Australia's system of parliamentary democracy to be likely to be kept healthy, effective and well adapted by making sensible changes that respect well-established institutions and conventions, accompanying recommended changes to the Cabinet Handbook, new standing resolutions of both Houses of Parliament. We suggested the government had an historic opportunity to exercise leadership and establish what we called a Joint Statutory Committee on Defence to enhance Australia's national security while providing increased parliamentary scrutiny of defence. This new Joint Statutory Committee would supersede and enhance defence-related functions of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. We recommended the new committee be modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, or the PJCIS, ensuring it can request and receive classified information and briefings to improve parliamentary scrutiny of defence strategy, policy capability, development, acquisition and sustainment, contingency planning and major operations. As we said in the report, it's worth remembering that in 1988, former Prime Minister Bob Hawke, then Prime Minister, created the Parliamentary Joint Committee on ASIO, rejecting advice of the Hope Royal Commission not to enhance parliamentary oversight of the intelligence agencies. History has proved Bob Hawke to be correct on this point. We encourage the government to emulate Prime Minister Hawke's example and to act to strengthen national security and enhance accountability of defence to Parliament. We know that the Albanese Labor government is committed to transparency and accountability in this area. That's why the legislation is before the Parliament today. So it's pleasing to see the government's response to the international armed conflict decision-making recommendations to agree in principle or broadly agree with the report's recommendations. The government welcomed the principle finding that decision-making regarding armed conflict was fundamentally a prerogative of the executive. The government reaffirmed its commitment to improve openness and accountability and ensure Parliament has effective mechanisms to examine and debate such decisions. In recognition of this and balancing transparency with timely decision-making, the government agreed to codify practices relating to informing the Parliament about these decisions. In particular, the government agreed to the establishment of a new Joint Statutory Committee on Defence, the PJCD. Hence, the bill before us today gives effect to this, inserting a new part, Roman numerals AB, in the Defence Act to create the committee, consistent with the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee. It's worth noting that previous inquiries have recommended the establishment of a Statutory Committee on Defence. For example, in 2018, the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee recommended establishing a similar Joint Statutory Committee. However, the government responded in 2019. They disagreed with the recommendation of the former coalition government, saying there was already a substantial parliamentary oversight measures in place for defence and additional measures to enhance bipartisanship was not necessary. So where the former government, was unwilling to take this up, the Albanese Labor government is willing to act. In terms of how the PJCD will operate, the committee will replicate the PJCIS rules that stipulate a total membership of 13 with at least 2 government and 2 non-government members per chamber, with members to be appointed by the Prime Minister in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. That's really important. So we envisage the committee membership would reflect the Parliament consistent with the PJCIS rules. The PJCD will be responsible for reviewing, monitoring and reporting on the administration operation of all Australian defence agencies, including the Australian Defence Force, the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Defence Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation and the Australian Signals Director will remain subject to oversight by the PJCIS. This bill establishes a broad range of functions that act as standing terms of reference for the PJCD, which provide for greater oversight, transparency and accountability. The PJCD will also have the ability to inquire into other matters on a referral by a minister or either Houses of Parliament, as well as on its own initiative in the forms of its own motion power. In recognition of the significance of establishing a Royal Commission, the committee will be responsible for monitoring and reviewing on an ongoing basis the Australian Government's response to the finding of any Royal Commission inquiries relating to defence. This will be very important with the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide reporting. It will be critical to monitor the implementation of the recommendations coming out of that, and the PJCD will play a useful role here. Like the PJCIS, the bill allows the committee to receive classified information and briefings in the course of performing its oversight. This requires the committee to operate in private in some circumstances for limits to be applied to information that might be provided to the committee, and disclosure of information received by the committee to protect Australia's national security and tactical advantage as is appropriate. The provisions of this bill relate to administrative operations of the committee. Pleasingly, the government has supported this particular new statutory committee with funding of $17.5 million over the decade from 2024-25 and $1.8 million per year ongoing. The costs were met from the existing defence resourcing and transferred to the relevant parliamentary department. The Deputy Speaker, I have much respect for the Shadow Minister for Defence, the previous Speaker, the member for Riverina, and the subsequent Speaker, the member for Fisher, who has done a great work as Deputy Chair of that subcommittee. But the position taken by the opposition on this bill is not just disappointing but frankly irresponsible. Given the current strategic circumstances we face, it's critical for a need for a committee such as the PJCD, which can provide effective parliamentary scrutiny. That the opposition should stand in the way and the establishment of the committee just so they can make a political point is indeed reckless and anti-democratic. Now, I don't want to go to particularly name too many people in the crossbenches, but I will say that I do not think it is appropriate for a situation where you've got a political party which has a spokesperson for peace and nuclear disarmament, but no spokesperson for defence to be on such a committee. I am proud of the fact that I represent the men and women from the RAF base Amberley in my electorate and have done so for the last 17 years. I'm proud for the contribution they made to Australia's defence and the contribution they make to Ipswich and surrounds. I believe our country has been served by two great political traditions: the Labor Social Democratic tradition, to which I subscribe and have devoted my entire life, and the Liberal Conservative tradition, which those opposite believe in, I respect but don't agree with. Government and opposition have been formed by Labor and coalition. This is really critical. There may be a circumstance when a crossbench suitable and appropriate could be on this committee, and it is fundamentally anti-democratic to preclude them by way of statutory change. The government's position has been clear from the beginning. The committee recommended it be modelled on the PJCIS, and that's enjoyed long bipartisan support, as did the report, which formed the basis for this particular bill to come before the chamber. And it's disappointing, in view of the previous comments made by the Shadow Minister, Member for Canning, which the Member for Bruce has outlined on a number of occasions earlier today. He has said, the Member for Canning, that parliamentary scrutiny of defence is broken and need fixing. This is an opportunity to take up this today and in the Senate to make sure that we have a new joint defence committee. Indeed, I've travelled to a number of countries over the years in parliamentary delegations and met with defence committees in other countries that don't have the additional responsibility that we have in the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Now, those particular committees can get access to the kind of classified materials that the PJCIS has and which this new statutory committee for defence should have. This is simply the right thing to do, and it provides greater accountability and transparency, and there are other countries in the world that do this, world's best practice. We should do this, and frankly, the opposition should support this legislation. This lack of bipartisanship is very disappointing. I do not in any way say that to depreciate and undermine my confidence and my respect for the member for Fisher, the Shadow Minister, nor the member for Riverina, for whom I know have a long commitment to bipartisanship in this space and have a strong commitment to defence of our country. But this legislation should be supported by the opposition. This bill and the establishment of this particular committee is an important step forward in parliamentary accountability and transparency in defence. It will strengthen parliamentary scrutiny of major acquisitions, such as frigates and submarines. It will allow members to question senior defence officials on important strategic settings. It's welcome and timely during the current international circumstances. I'm confident it will improve the long-term relationship and collaboration between Defence and Parliament. I want to acknowledge the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence for supporting the committee's recommendations and bringing forward this critical reform. I want to pay tribute to the members of the Defence Subcommittee, of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and particularly to the member for Bruce, who has done so much work in this space, and the member for Fisher, who has also done a lot of work in this space. I want to pay tribute to both of them. I thank the stakeholders and those people who submitted it. We should be supporting this bill, and I hope the opposition will change their perspective.
I thank the member for Blair, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Blair to start off with for his generous comments. I don't doubt the member for Blair's intent or his genuine concern in relation to this issue, and he has been the chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee since the government came in, and I've spent a lot of time with him over the years. But on this point, I will disagree with him respectfully. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last 5 years, I've had the privilege of serving this parliament as either the chair or the deputy chair of the Defence Subcommittee for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, with the exception of when I was the glory days when I was the Speaker. And in those times, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government of the day, when we were in government, we brought a number of we sought to bring a number of changes to the subcommittee, whether it was under the late Senator Jim Molan or under the current Shadow Defence Minister or other members of the committee. The opposition, when we were in government, we saw that the existing Defence Subcommittee was not working as it should. And the member for Paterson would know that because she was my deputy chair for some time when I was the chair. I wish I had $1 for every time a member of the Defence Force, a senior member of the Defence Force or Defence itself said, "Sorry, Mr Wallace, we can't answer that question. We're not in the appropriate room and you don't have the appropriate clearances." Now, how we could have civilian parliamentary oversight over our Defence Force and the Department of Defence in those circumstances is beyond me. It is absolutely beyond me. The Defence Subcommittee in its current makeup is fundamentally flawed. It is broken. And when we enter into what I think most people in this chamber and I think most Australians would recognise is the most dangerous geopolitical period since 1945, it is utterly inadequate to be in a situation where civilian oversight, civilian parliamentary oversight of our defence forces is inadequate. We are on a ship and we are heading towards the rocks. And that's why, in a recent inquiry, both Labor members and Coalition members agreed that it was a recommendation in the War Powers Inquiry report that this committee be established. Now, I want to congratulate the government on picking up that recommendation. It's a sensible recommendation. And I support it wholeheartedly. We must have greater parliamentary civilian oversight of our defence forces and the Department of Defence. That is a no-brainer. With the advent of AUKUS and the amount of money that this country is going to be spending in the defence of this nation, we have to have appropriate civilian oversight. So I'm on board with the bill, but, and it comes with a but, and this is not a matter of partisan politics. The government want to enable non-parties or people of non-parties of government, namely the crossbench and the Greens, to be able to serve on this committee. And that troubles me deeply. It troubles me deeply, just as it troubled me deeply when the government introduced a similar amendment to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, of which I am the Deputy Chair. Now, I agree with the member for Blair in this regard, that these sorts of committees who hear classified information at a top secret level for both PJCIS and, if this committee ever gets up, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, it is vital that they are able to hear evidence to a top secret level, that we are able to question senior members of Defence, the Defence Department and ADF members. We can't be just blown off, as has happened to me so many times in this place. But the importance of this committee, in my view, has to be constrained to members in this House who are members of parties of government. You see, when you pull apart the provisions of the Intelligence Services Act in relation to the PJCIS, the establishment of the PJCIS and who sits on it, the PJCD, this new Defence Committee, these provisions mirror that of the PJCIS. So how do you get to be on this committee? Well, effectively you are handpicked by the Prime Minister of the day, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. So it's very clear, and I think there's some more work to be done on all of this, but to serve on this committee, you actually don't need a security classification. You don't need to be vetted by our security agencies in the same way that the Minister of Defence or any other Minister of the Crown is not vetted. This is a flaw in our existing system. Because there is no vetting, we rely upon the Prime Minister of the day and his judgment, and that of the opposition leader and his or her judgment, to confer and say, well, who's an appropriate person to be on this committee? Who do we know that will receive classified information at a top secret level and is not going to walk out of here and leak it to the media, or worse, leak it to foreign foes, or worse, use it as political leverage? Now, there are provisions in the Intelligence Services Act and the Defence Act that would provide for serious terms of imprisonment for anyone who broke those laws. But what really, really concerns me is that the government is going to use the opportunity to appoint the crossbench, to appoint Greens, to appoint independents in the event of perhaps a hung parliament at the next election. That really worries me. You support me, you give me your number, you guarantee supply, and I'll give you a job on the PJCIS or the PJCD. No, could never happen, Member for Paterson. Could never happen. Well, you know what? It is exactly the reason why this government is allowing for the appointment of crossbenchers to this committee. There is no justification. The Greens will never form government in their own right. They'll only do that with the Labor Party. Independents will never form government in their own right. It is only the members of parties of government who should sit on this vitally important committee that will oversee the AUKUS arrangement, the largest defence procurement project ever undertaken by this government, at a time of the most geopolitical instability, the greatest instability since 1945, a time when government and opposition of either flavour need to work together to defend this nation. And without that ability to be able to... The PJCIS that I've served on as the Deputy Chair has never leaked. in its 30-odd years of being in existence. Not once. No member has leaked because they know that if they leaked, guess what? They go to jail. If they go to jail, that destroys their political career. You know what? I can't say the same about the Greens. The Greens, it is their political manifesto that they want to abolish the ANZUS Treaty. They want to do crazy things like remove joint military bases with the United States. That means no more rotational marine force in Darwin. It means no rotational submarine forces in the West with either the UK or the United States. It means no more Pine Gap. It means no more North West Cape. If you look at the importance of these military bases, not just to the United States, but the defence of this country, the importance of these arrangements have been in place for decades across as a bipartisan arrangement. That has secured the defence of this nation for decades. And the government's willingness to water down the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is of great concern. It will impact upon our very alliances with the United States and the United Kingdom at a time when we are at our most dangerous, at a time when we need to gather together our friends and allies. The government, through this bill, through wanting to allow crossbenchers to sit on this committee, fundamentally weakens our position and makes us vulnerable. The bill itself is common sense. It is a good development. It should be encouraged. I want to encourage those members opposite in the government. When the member for Canning, the Shadow Defence Minister, moves his motion to restrict members of the Committee of the Defence Committee to just parties of government, I want to encourage those members opposite to accept that they got it wrong. Accept that national security should not be politicised. Accept that the defence of this country is so important that it should not be traded as a political bargaining tool with the Greens to garner support for a minority Labor government, because that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. The willingness of the government to water this bill down, to water the Defence Committee down by including the crossbench, will do nothing other than make this country more vulnerable, subject to risk than what it already is. Our foes, and yes, we have foes, are watching this very, very closely. We cannot weaken on this point. I want to encourage those opposite to rethink their position on this. It's a common sense approach. Don't weaken it for the sake of political expediency.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I came on to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Joint Standing Committee in August of 2018, and it was one of the highlights of my parliamentary career, being afforded the honour of going on to that committee. And speaking of honours, I had the honour of serving on that committee with the late Senator Jim Molan. And whilst we were clearly from very opposing political sides, I learnt a lot from Jim on that committee. In fact, he somewhat took me under his wing, and I went on to become the deputy chair from opposition of not only the Defence subcommittee, but then the main committee, the Joint Standing Committee for Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. One of the inquiries that we undertook as the Defence subcommittee in 2018 was looking at this very topic, looking at making the Defence Committee a standalone statutory committee of the Parliament, for the very reason that a number of members have pointed out in this debate today, that we live in a world of increasing complexities within the defence and security arena, and that in order to have adequate civilian parliamentary oversight of defence, it was considered necessary for the members of a future committee to be able to hear confidential information and secret information. And when you look at the arc of history in relation to this committee was first expanded to include defence and foreign affairs by Gough Whitlam in 1973. And it was done so because we needed increased scrutiny of defence. And the former Prime Minister in 1973 said as much when he expanded the then committee. And I do think it is so important that we reflect on a little of this history. Since 1973, defence has been subject to scrutiny by the committee. The then Prime Minister, the Honourable Gough Whitlam MP, told the House that expanding the role of the former Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs to cover the defence portfolio indicated his government's desire to give Parliament its proper role in the study of two important areas of national interest and concern. Now, in the 51 years since 1973, the Whitlam government had the intention of providing oversight and scrutiny through a committee. The world has changed markedly since then. But what hasn't changed is the need for that oversight and scrutiny. And I've had the great pleasure over the last few weeks of being present with the Deputy Speaker in the chair at the moment, undertaking the National Security College course, looking at, through the Australian National University, looking at these very issues, looking at secrecy versus oversight, transparency in a modern world. How do we balance the need for secrecy in protection of our country, and we know we need it, with transparency? And one of the examples that was given this morning actually by a member was looking at the Iraq War and how, was the Prime Minister of the day misled? How did it come that, we went into that war based on what we now know to be factual inaccuracies? So if we ever doubt that we need parliamentary oversight and scrutiny, we should never doubt that, because in a modern democracy, it is this oversight by elected representatives that provides the foundation and the underpinning. And one of the other observations that has been made to me that I think is so interesting is that the PJCIS, which does very good work in the intelligence space, is a committee that works largely in a bipartisan way. And that is because the members of that committee are privy to information that normally members of Parliament wouldn't be privy to. And therein is the important message. There is detail, there is nuance, that when it is explained to members of that committee, they are very deftly and accurately able to put forward legislation that will really progress the security of our intelligence and ensure that Australia has an adequately resourced and an appropriate underpinning of legislation for our intelligence community. And that is so important in the security of our nation. And that is the model that is being proposed by this legislation. So I do get really quite agitated when I hear members of the opposition saying that the government is trying to water down this legislation, it's trying to honeycomb this model. As we've heard, the PJCIS has worked very successfully. People have maintained the confidence of that committee, and that is exactly how this new Defence Committee will operate. So the legislation will provide criminal penalties for leaking. So the government is in no way trying to water down this new committee. It will be as robust as the PJCIS, and it will be reflective of our parliament, which I think too is an important thing. But I just want to share some thoughts from that seminal report that we did back in 2018 from Jim Molan, nonetheless. And I wish that members that are in the coalition would take some advice from one of their own. And as I read these words, I can't help but think of Jim, wherever he may be, flailing against the decision of his counterparts. He fought tooth and nail to stand up a committee like the one that this government wants to deliver for the parliament. And I again say to those members opposite, please, if you won't listen to us on the government side, then listen to the words of Jim Molan when he says, I now take responsibility for the report and the forward. Through its committees, the Parliament discusses and debates complex areas of policy and can reach agreement on solutions that transcend party lines to advance the interests of all Australians. As part of this process, the Defence Subcommittee is expected to exercise, on behalf of the Parliament, appropriate oversight of the entire defence functions across Australia. This inquiry seeks to move towards bipartisanship on defence policy and so provide greater long-term stability for defence and its industry partners in the midst of the most significant upgrade of Australia's defences in peacetime. Our recommendation is that the admirable level of bipartisanship achieved within the PJCIS should be the objective of a revamped Defence Subcommittee that would in fact sit, as Jim explained it to me, within the model that we are proposing with this legislation. And I'll go on quoting Jim. This inquiry on bipartisanship arose from the Defence Subcommittee's 2017 review on the annual report 2015-2016 from Defence. That review highlighted the challenges this subcommittee faces in seeking to oversight Defence's implementation of internal reforms arising from the First Principles Review and the progress of the $200 billion investment in new defence capability, outlined in the then 2016 White Paper. We found that greater engagement between the Parliament and Defence would support the implementation of these vitally important reforms. Now, fast forward 8 years, we've had a Defence Strategic Review and we have had, again, another raft of changes in defence. We are putting more of Australia's hard-earned tax dollars into defence than ever before, 2% of GDP. It is absolutely vital that there is transparency, that there is parliamentary oversight. Australians place their trust in us as elected representatives to come here and do our best for them. But I remember Jim saying to me, you can't do that with one hand tied behind your back, and he was meaning you can't do that without access to information. And as the member for Fisher pointed out, he was the chair of the Defence Subcommittee when I sat as his deputy. And again, I'm sitting on the Defence Subcommittee and within the main committee, and I cannot tell you the number of times Defence has said to us, in fact as recently as last Friday in an update on the fleet, saying to us, look, we'd really like to share more of this with you, but we just simply can't. Now, that has to change. How can we possibly have reasonable oversight and scrutiny of our incredible Defence Force? And I absolutely apportion no criticism to Defence whatsoever, but we do need to work with them, and we do need to have all of the information so that Defence can continue not only to defend our great nation, but also work with our industry partners. And that was one of the things that came up again all those years ago in 2018 when we did this review. We had a number of people from industry saying to us, the only way to really have a well-functioning and integrated Defence Force with industry and correct and appropriate parliamentary oversight is with the committee being fully briefed up. Raytheon Australia highlighted the importance of increasing transparency to improve political debate. The best way to encourage a shared political position on defence capability is to ensure that transparency in the capability plan is maintained. One of the reasons why parliamentary committee deliberations get bogged down on these issues is that the level of understanding on the part of committee members of defence capability is often low. Maximum possible transparency would lead to more mature political discussion on capability and generate a more informed level of debate. Raytheon Australia from that inquiry that we did back in 2018. And this is also about defence literacy. It is about parliamentarians. We don't all come to this place with defence qualifications or defence experience, and I want to recognise those members that sit amongst us who either have worked for us in the defence capacity or worked in defence industry. They have provided great service to our nation. But those of us who come, like me, who represent places like Williamtown, RAF base Williamtown is not only the preeminent F-35 base in Australia, but it also supports around 5,000 people who call RAF base Williamtown their place of employment in my seat. So I made it my business when I came here to improve my defence literacy, and I've done that over the last 8 years, working closely not only with people from RAF base Williamtown, and I'll always thank them for their patience and instruction for me in learning those things, but also I've worked with colleagues, I've worked with other defence personnel across the nation, and I have learnt that you don't know what you don't know, and you need to seek and you need to be briefed. And that is why I am speaking so wholeheartedly on behalf of this bill. I know if people like Richard Marles is calling for it, our Defence Minister currently, and former people who wore the uniform, like the late Senator Jim Molan, calling for it. Well, if there is an alignment in the thinking of those two people, then surely the current leadership regime of the coalition would take that into account and understand that we're actually at a seminal point, we're at a pivotal point in Australia's defence trajectory. We know the world is changing under our feet, it is moving. We need to have appropriate oversight. We do need to have scrutiny. It must come from democratically elected people. We must hold up the tenets of democracy. But the only way to do that successfully and genuinely in a bipartisan way is to have a statutory committee like the one proposed in this bill, where members are fully briefed and they do face criminal penalties if they leak from that committee.
Order.
It is absolutely essential.
Thank the member for Patterson. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Fisher and other members of the Coalition have argued that leaving an opening for a member of the crossbench on this committee would weaken it. I'll take the opportunity in this speech to argue the reverse, that in the current iteration of this parliament and with the current community sentiment around independence, that leaving an opening for a member of the crossbench on this committee will strengthen it. Peter Varghese has had a long and distinguished career serving governments, both Coalition and Labor. He was John Howard's Foreign Policy Advisor, Director General of the Office of National Assessments under both Mr Howard and Kevin Rudd, then appointed by Julia Gillard to be the head of DFAT, and remained in that high office when the Coalition came to power in 2013. Mr Varghese has been prepared to give the political leaders he served frank, fearless and objective advice, regardless of which party they came from, respected in short by all he served and rewarded for his intellect, insights and advice. Here's what he had to say about AUKUS in the Australian Financial Review, and it's worth quoting. "The real test of sovereignty is whether you can defend yourself and credibly deter an attack on your territory. Is that what the nuclear submarines deliver, or would it be smarter to design a defence capability including the best conventional subs, which may give us less to offer in a war in Northeast Asia, but which may be more affordable and more effective in the defence of continental Australia? I do not pretend to know the answers to these questions, but I would have thought that before we took decisions as momentous as the AUKUS submarines, there would be a proper and forensic public discussion about other options and their underlying rationale. It may be odd to argue that a decision to acquire a capability which will not be fully delivered for 3 decades, if all goes to plan, has been made with unseemly haste. No one on the inside would think so. They have no doubt crunched the numbers and the policy options. But decisions of this magnitude, Deputy Speaker, can easily emerge in an echo chamber. And the biggest threat to good policy is a failure forensically to test assumptions and weigh options. Much of that can and should be done outside classified discussions. Unseemly haste, echo chamber. This is not the Greens talking. This is one of the most senior and esteemed public servants Australia has produced. Our defence budget is currently going through its most significant transformation since the 1980s, when we formally abandoned the doctrine of forward defence and replaced it with the principle of defence of Australia. It was an assertion of sovereignty, an assertion that we should be as self-reliant as possible. Now, almost overnight, with no debate at all, the previous government, with the acquiescence of the Labor Party, agreed to an entirely new approach which, as Varghese points out, reduces our sovereignty and ties us even closer to the United States. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying AUKUS is necessarily the wrong prescription, but very real and important questions remain. Not least the question of whether it's right to put all our eggs in one basket for the next half-century, with a price tag of no less than $360 billion. These questions need rigorous analysis. As Varghese says, what defence capabilities are we not getting because we've set aside some $360 billion for nuclear submarines? We, the people, were never let in on this discussion, let alone debate. And it's not surprising then that the public should be ambivalent at best about AUKUS. A recent poll conducted by the US Studies Centre at the University of Sydney found that 42% of those polled thought the AUKUS submarines are not worth the cost. At the same time, 46% think AUKUS is good for creating jobs. A poll conducted by the Lowy Institute got a different result, but still found 32% of respondents, a significant number, opposed to the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. What I've outlined goes directly to the importance of bringing the public into our confidence, especially when it comes to defence and national security. And it goes directly to the importance of setting up a committee and getting it right. More than 30% of voters in this country no longer support a major party, and there is no sign of that trend ending. much as the major parties would like to wish it away. Even polling today further indicates the entrenchment of this trend. That makes it even more important that this committee, which I regard as an excellent idea, reflects the way the nation votes and the composition of this parliament. And therefore I would argue that the government has done a good thing by leaving the way open for a crossbencher to be a member of the committee. This is as it should be. I noticed that the Shadow Minister, in his second reading speech, dismissed the idea that it was legitimate for a member of the crossbench to be a member of the committee, and I note that the member for Fisher, who spoke earlier, did the same. Deputy Speaker, I'm a member of the Joint Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. I've reported on conflict, civil unrest, displacement and national security across the world, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and indeed on geopolitical matters in the United States for decades. Why should I or other crossbench members, reasoned, considered, professional people, be denied the possibility of being a member of this committee when major party members get an automatic slot? My colleague, the member for Clark, was a member of the Joint Statutory Intelligence and Security Committee from 2010 to 2013 and behaved by all accounts impeccably. Nothing leaked. The only question that has emerged in recent history has come from the coalition benches when questions were raised about information received on an official committee trip to the United States and then raised under privilege in this House. Whether the information was in the public interest is not in question. The question is whether the material should have been used in this way. And it also raises the innate question of a double standard in this debate. Defence is a common theme among my constituents, Deputy Speaker. Many of them raise the issue of AUKUS with me, and they would like a full public airing of the way our defence budget is spent. From that point of view, my strong view is that this committee should accurately reflect the makeup of this parliament. It's also important to note that the legislation does not specifically allocate a position on this committee to the member of the crossbench. All it does is to not prevent the Prime Minister from choosing to allocate a position on the committee to a member of the crossbench. Again, my strong view is that to allow that is to strengthen, not weaken, the committee. I would also like to go to the member for Fisher's point, suggesting that a position on this committee could be used as a form of transactional politics in the event of a hung parliament after the next election. With respect to the member, Deputy Speaker, I think that's a pretty outrageous suggestion. To consider that a member of the crossbench would somehow trade away their independence in order to get a seat on that particular parliamentary committee. And unfortunately, I think that the very suggestion goes to a culture of politics in this place that perhaps doesn't exist on the crossbenches, and perhaps it does in other parts of this House. For a member's mind to even go to that says a lot about the mentality in this place, the ethics of members and the kinds of considerations that they might make when making decisions. I would also make the point, Deputy Speaker, that if there was one key issue during the campaign in the lead-up to the 2022 election in my electorate of Goldstein, it was fragmentation of public trust in political leaders. And I think that the key reason that members of the crossbench were elected at the 2022 election, and indeed before in the member for Indi and also the member for Warringah was that people wanted direct representation from their members and a degree of politics done differently. So for the Coalition to be suggesting that members of the crossbench are in some way less trusted, less trustworthy, more likely to leak information from a committee as it relates to national security is downright offensive, and I think would be seen as downright offensive from members of our communities who have elected members of the crossbench as independents to represent them directly. And the reason that it is critical, I think, to have a member of the crossbench on a committee like this is so that the bipartisan groupthink on defence that currently exists between the major parties is not allowed to progress unfettered. As a former journalist, my strong view, apart from not leaking, is that questions need to be asked. This is critically important in a committee like this, and the Coalition's suggestion that it is more trusted than members of the crossbench is a bit of a joke, quite frankly. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Goldstein. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, between the 28th and 30th of June, Volunteer Marine Rescue Bundaberg had their family fishing classic, and it was an absolute cracker again, now in its 17th year. It's gone from 400 participants to more than 1,000. It is their biggest fundraising event, and VMR Bundaberg actually celebrated their 50th anniversary in 2022. So it's incredibly important they continue to find that support in an area that's renowned for its access to the ocean, to great fishing, to great ocean sports. And of course, the Classic started in 2006, initially to raise funds for a new vessel, but now they're giving boats away, Madam Deputy Speaker. So congratulations to Kevin Charteris. He won one of the prizes, won a big boat. Good luck to Kevin. And I saw a photo of a group who caught a group of big reds. And we're not talking about members of the Communist Party, we're talking about red emperors, Madam Deputy Speaker, the best table fish in the world. They are cracking eating, absolutely fabulous. And if you have a look at the live scoreboard, you can see progress. Junior, senior, live or dead. We're not talking about the participants, but the fish that they bring in. It can be bream, whiting, flathead or trumpeter. The list of tuna, parrot, snapper, red emperor, sweetlip and coral trout in the open section, of course, very strongly contested. And congratulations to the sponsors like Takeo, 7 News, Tackle World, Bundaberg, Bank of Queensland, Bundaberg, boats galore. There's many more, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't get through them all, but thanks for your support of VMR Bundaberg, incredibly important volunteer group.
Member for Holt.
Namaskaram and hello. Recently, the Malayali Association of Victoria held its Golden Jubilee celebrating its 50-year anniversary. Holt is home to the largest Malayali community in Australia, and that is why I am thrilled to join them in celebrations. Since being established 50 years ago, MAV has celebrated large festivals, running sports competitions and raising money for charitable endeavours. As a migrant, I know too well the impact that cultural organisations have had in keeping me connected to my culture, and MAV has done a fantastic job in providing this for thousands of members of the Australian Malayali community. My first time attending a MAV event was the 2022 Onam at Springvale Town Hall, where I was impressed by the scale and intricacy of the festivities. Thank you to President Mothernan for inviting me along. The success of MAV and celebration of Onam outside of Kerala shows how far Australia has come in becoming a multicultural society, a society where everyone brings a little piece of themselves to build this great nation of ours. Happy 50-year anniversary.
Member for Durack.
I'd like to take this opportunity to bid farewell to one of my invaluable team members, Sally Short.
For 6 years as an electorate officer, Sally has been an indispensable part of my team. Prior to working in my office, Sally spent 12 years in state electorate offices. I think we would all agree that 18 years in this game is a pretty big effort. Sally's emphatic and caring nature has made her a pillar of support for so many of my Durack constituents, and her ability to listen and to genuinely understand the concerns of our constituents is frankly admirable. Proficient at managing difficult portfolios and addressing complex issues, Sally has always approached her work with grace and determination. Sally's dedication to public service, well, that's runs in the family, with her mother also having served as an electorate officer. Overcoming many challenges in her life, Sally has always handled them with a calm and thoughtful demeanour. Her deep love for animals is testament to her caring nature. As Sally moves down south to her newly built home, we will deeply miss her presence in Geraldton. However, we are very excited for her new journey and know that she will bring the same passion and dedication to her new community. They will be very lucky to have her. Sally, thank you for being such a great team member and a fantastic teammate, and for the service to Durack. We wish you all the very best in this next chapter of your life. Go forth and be the hippie that you are destined to be.
Member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Albanese Labor government told Australians that if we were elected, we would legislate a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. And we have. We have delivered on our election commitment to enhance integrity, honesty and accountability. As a former police officer, I have always taken crime and justice seriously, and I have always valued integrity. When I speak to the people of Tangney, they have often talked to me about the importance of integrity and accountability. It is clear there was a desire for an anti-corruption agency and for the integrity reform, and we have worked hard to ensure this commitment was delivered. Today, we can say that the National Anti-Corruption Commission has been working hard for a full year, 1 full year. I was always advocate for trust, honesty, and integrity. I'm honoured to have served on the Committee for National Anti-Corruption Commission legislation and proud to mark this day. We will continue to deliver our commitments, and we will continue to prioritise integrity in our government. Thank you.
Member for Injai.
Des Moylan was a person of humble courage, boundless generosity and gentle grace. He knew his North Star and he followed it. Des volunteered for countless community organisations and stayed the course with all of them. He was a founding member of the Benalla branch of the Rural Australians for Refugees. While being wheeled into the operating theatre to undergo surgery for a brain tumour last year, his compassion for refugees shone through, saying to his son, "We showed them, Matty, we got them out. It took 15 years, but we got them out." Alex McKenna, CEO of Cowinda Aged Care, said this: "I would hate to think of the personal sacrifices that Des's kind nature has accrued over 17 years. Des always put others first." When Benalla Centrelink office closed, Des organised petitions, FOIs, and through my office wrote letters to the Minister to try and get the office reopened. The last time I saw Des, just a few weeks ago, his last words to me were, "Don't give up on Centrelink, Helen." Des was an active member of the Benalla Social Dance Group and was always happy to guide those who were less confident and have a laugh together when things got muddled. Des was the greatest role model you could possibly find. Des Moylan died in Benalla on the 25th of June 2024, aged 71 years. He was the love father and father-in-law of Matthew and Sherwin, Emma and Tyler, Rose and Mosen, Sophie and Daniel, and treasured Grandpa Des of Doris, Ruby, Harper and Luna. Vale Des Moylan.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Get ready to pedal into some fun. The Social Women's Intercultural Friendship Tricycling and Bicycling Club, also known as the Swift Club, celebrated their first anniversary over the weekend. The club was founded last year by cancer survivor Nyan Thit Tu after the great success of the 2022 UCI World Championships in Wollongong. With the support of the Illawarra Cycle Club, the Illawarra Yacht Club, Port Kembla Sailing Club, iBug, Cycling Without Age, Jules Cycling, the Disability Trust, Fornix Wheels and all levels of government, THIT's vision has been able to come to life. The club first started to aid the recovery of cancer survivors, but has grown to include a very diverse range of people from many multicultural backgrounds. The chairperson for SWIFT, Dr Farhana Ali, has plans to further the inclusion by running an event in conjunction with the Coomadici Aboriginal group for a trike and yarn circle. SWIFT has given women a safe, supportive and welcoming environment to meet new people and remain active. The club has a fleet of tricycles for people who have never ridden a bike before or who have lost the ability to ride due to illness or lack of confidence. Swift Club meets every Saturday for a ride, and after the ride, members enjoy a coffee and a chat together. A big congratulations to Thit and Farhana and all of the team at the Swift Club for reaching this milestone. I can't wait to see what you achieve next year.
Member for Warringah.
Deputy Speaker, on 7 July, NAIDOC Week begins across Australia, celebrating and recognising the history, culture and achievements of our First Nations peoples. I would like to start by acknowledging and paying my respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri elders of the Canberra region, where Parliament gathers, and traditional elders all around Australia. The theme for this year's NAIDOC Week is Keep the Fire Burning, black, loud and proud. Fire is a symbol of connection to country, to each other and to the traditions and cultures that define our First Nations people. To celebrate NAIDOC Week in Warringah, there will be First Nations music, dance, art and storytelling workshops, as well as film screenings run by local councils. Whilst last year's result in the constitutional recognition was disappointing, we cannot further our national journey of reconciliation if we do not listen, engage and reflect. And I know that Warringah takes this issue to heart, as our community overwhelmingly voted in support for that constitutional recognition. My office continues to progress reconciliation by implementing a reconciliation action plan, and it will focus on 4 core pillars to provide tangible benefits to our First Nations people in the electorate of Warringah: relationships, respect, opportunities and governance. And I encourage all businesses and other parliamentarians and organisations in Warringah to do the same and enact a reconciliation action plan.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to recognise the Burke Road store in my hometown of Yamina, who just celebrated their 70th year anniversary. On Saturday, June 22, current owners Michelle and Matthew Overton put on a great party to celebrate this fantastic milestone. There was music performed by Jason Hicks, treats provided by local Lena, and even a special appearance from 94-year-old Betty, the daughter of the original owners who first opened the store in 1954. I love to get out in my electorate and support local businesses, especially one that has been operating for so long. I have very happy memories, Deputy Speaker, of visiting this store with my family when I was a kid. The Burke Road store has a long history, originally built as a house by the Adams family in 1920. It was named Plymouth after Mrs. Adams' hometown. The Adams family slowly turned their home into a shopfront and into a grocery store. The store has now been operated by the same family for the past 27 years, and current owners Matthew and Michelle have transformed it into the boutique store locals love today. Independent local stores are an integral part of our community and not only provide locals with a place to shop, but also a space to come together for a cup of coffee or a catch-up. Congratulations, Burke Road. I wish you well for the next 70 years and beyond. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As many would know, I'm the co-chair of the Parliamentary Enemies of Diabetes. I'm joined by my parliamentary co-chair, the member for Moreton. Today I'm here to inform the House that I've just put on a constant glucose monitor around about 2 hours ago, and 30 minutes ago my blood sugar content was 4.2 millimoles per milligram. Millilitre, I'll get that right. I've since had a ham, tomato and lettuce sandwich, and I'm now back up to 4.8 and holding steady. But it isn't to make fun of this. It is the point that these devices, the constant glucose monitors, have changed the lives of diabetics around Australia, type 1 diabetes. At the moment, there is lobbying going on for type 2 insulin-dependent diabetics to get the same access to the monitors, and it's something that this parliament should consider. But the point of me taking it is to give it some publicity and to try and understand what people with diabetes go through on a daily basis. Now I don't have to prick my finger all those times a day. I've just got to wear this fantastic little monitor on my sleeve. So congratulations to those that developed the technology, for governments to delivering it to type 1 diabetics, and it's time to sit down now and talk about those type 2 insulin-dependent diabetics, and I thank so much the member for Moreton for joining me for that.
Member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor's tax cuts begin today. No matter who you are or where you work, under Labor you will pay less tax from today. We know how hard it is for Australians to pay for essentials: rent, mortgages, food and bills. We know some people are having to choose between paying their rent, seeing their GP or paying for essential medicines. That's why the Albanese Labor government is ensuring working and middle-class Australians don't miss out on tax benefits. There will be a tax cut for every taxpayer. In my electorate of Wills, 78,000 people will receive a tax cut, and 85% will receive a bigger tax cut under Labor's tax cuts. Every working Australian will pay less tax on the first $45,000 they earn. That means that part-time workers earning $40,000, such as waiters and waitresses, retail workers, cashiers in grocery stores, will get a tax cut of $654. Under the Morrison Coalition plan, these people would have received absolutely nothing. But, Deputy Speaker, we're also providing Australians with a $300 energy bill rebate, cheaper medicines, increasing bulk billed appointments, wiping around $3 billion in student debt, ensuring more fee-free TAFE, higher income support payments, a better deal for parents by paying super on paid parental leave, and delivering the largest increase to rent assistance in 30 years. Tackling the cost of living is my priority, number one priority, and it's this government's number one priority.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to see the Burnside Council moving into what I think will be the final stages of consultation for the upgrade of the club rooms for the Kensington Cricket Club and Burnside Rugby Club at the Kensington Gardens Reserve, of course, in my electorate of Sturt. I was very pleased to secure $3.6 million of Commonwealth contribution towards this upgrade. Two great clubs that have been working very hard to get a much-needed upgrade to their facilities, which are decades and decades old, and in particular to facilitate the great growth of female participation in both of those clubs. Now, the Kensington Cricket Club, if it's not well known to all those here, is famous in particular for being the club of the great late Sir Donald Bradman, who lived just within walking distance of the Kensington Gardens Reserve. He's one of the many famous members and contributors of that great cricket club, and the Burnside Rugby Club too has a great and proud tradition in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide. They deserve this upgrade. We're now moving into what I think will be the final stages to actually see the bulldozer go through the old building and the shovels go in to dig the foundations and to build what will be a great new recreational community asset for members of both those clubs and for the broader Burnside Council community. I commend all those who have been a part of achieving what we have so far, and I look forward to seeing this project being delivered.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Speaker. What's the best cure for the winter blues? To the list of sunshine, exercise, good food, we can add money. From July 1 today, every Aussie will be getting a tax cut. A nurse on $76,000 will be getting a tax cut of just over $1,500. A teacher on $87,000 will be getting a tax cut of just over $1,800. A sparky on $93,000 will be getting a tax cut of just over $2,000. Pay down your debt, pay your bills, save up for a holiday or buy an air fryer, whatever tickles your fancy. New parents get an extra 2 weeks of paid parental leave, taking it up to 22 weeks. More time with bub, more time with each other, and more money. What can be better than that? Every household will be getting $300 off their energy bills. Aussies work hard. They want to upskill and reskill. So they're flocking to our free TAFE courses. They're going to uni. We are acknowledging their efforts with a tax cut and a HEX credit for 3 million students. That's what rewarding aspiration looks like. 2.6 million workers will be getting a pay rise. This will be their third consecutive one, adding an extra $143 per week to their pay. For the quiet heroes of the pandemic, what's better than thanking them is actually giving them a pay rise, and we are. Guess who opposed all of this? That's right, under the Libs, Aussies worked harder for longer with their pay flatlining. Labor wants Aussies to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
And for Deakin.
Well, we've got a new financial year and more failures from the Labor Party on housing. We've got a government that's got no idea about housing, and that's why it's never been more difficult to rent, it's never been more difficult to save for a home. And you'd ever hear from this government anything about first home buyers. But today is the first day that Labor's very lofty aspiration of 1.2 million homes starts. It will require 240,000 homes this year. What did we see last year in approvals? We saw 160,000 had dropped to the lowest levels we had seen in over a decade. And what do Labor want you to believe? That they're going to have a stunning form reversal, and that all of a sudden dropping housing approvals and fewer homes being built is just overnight going to lead to record levels of home building to 1.2 million. This so-called promise is already over. It's been trashed. It's yet another promise from this government that is not worth the media release it was written on. A typical family in this country with an average mortgage is $35,000 a year worse off. It has never been more difficult to buy a home. And if you want to find a rental in our major capital cities, you go and join a long queue to try and get into a rental, because under this government they have no idea about housing, and sadly it's going to get worse this year.
Member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, happy 1st of July to the residents of Fraser and indeed all Australian households. This 1st of July is particularly important as all taxpayers in Fraser will be receiving a significant tax cut. We understand that people are doing it tough. Our refined Stage 3 tax cuts will ensure that taxpayers who need relief the most will get it, as opposed to the plan supported by those opposite, which would have seen benefits largely going to high-income earners. If you earn $45,000, you'll receive an annual tax cut of over $800 from today. That's compared to absolutely nothing if the plan of those opposite had gone ahead. If you earn $70,000, you'll receive an annual tax cut of over $1,400 compared to just $625 according to the plan of those opposite. 87% of taxpayers in Fraser will receive bigger tax cuts under this government than they would have under the opposition's plan. In addition, from today, every household will receive $300 in energy bill relief and $325 for small businesses. We know that high global energy prices are still being felt right around the country. And also on this important 1st of July, wages for those on minimum and award wages will be increased by 3.75%, a responsible and much-needed increase. With the tax cuts, wage rises and other measures, this government will help households earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Albanese Labor government is failing hard-working Australian families. Deputy Speaker, as we end the new financial year, we hear lots of those opposite promising life will be easier in the future, and of course that's the same promise they made 2 years ago, as I am reminded. But hard-working Australian families and small businesses, they know the truth, Deputy Speaker. Australians can't afford this ongoing cost-of-living crisis, and Labor's cost-of-living con job is hurting Australian families. Now, Australians are poorer since Labor came to power. Under Labor, prices have gone up by nearly 10%. Australians are paying 20% more personal income tax. Employee real wages have collapsed by nearly 9%. Living standards have collapsed by nearly 8%. Household savings have collapsed by nearly 10 percentage points. And homeowners with a typical mortgage of $750,000 are nearly $35,000 worse off under this government. They've had 3 failed budgets. Deputy Speaker, 3 failed budgets. This inflation is homegrown. This is Labor's inflation. This is Jimflation, Deputy Speaker. Australians have had 5 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. It keeps going, Deputy Speaker. We're the only G10 country which has seen inflation go up since December. This is an absolute indictment on this Labor government.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. To all the Northern Territorians watching or listening, and to the Territorians up in the gallery, I would just want to say Happy Territory Day. The 1st of July is Territory Day. In 1978, we gained self-government, and that's been a fantastic journey for us. There's still work to do, a bit more political representation in this place to be nice, but the Territory is so full of potential and opportunity. I just encourage everyone to get up there. Now, on this day, up in the Territory, everyone will be letting off fireworks and having heaps of fun. So do so safely, please. I know you will. But in the gallery, we've got a couple of councillors from the City of Darwin. We've got Jimmy Bahoris and Ed Smelt. I want to give them a shout out. But also, importantly, we've got the future. Annie Nankerville has been working in my office. She's about to leave our office soon because she's a nurse. She's going on to start her career in nursing. It's been a delight, Annie, to have you in the office. Thanks very much for all your great work. But also, Territorians have got a couple other great things coming today, and that is tax cuts. Tax cuts from everyone, and for lower income workers, a pay rise. Increased paid parental leave as well. There's a lot to be excited about with the Albanese Federal Labor Government. Thanks, Speaker.
The member's time has concluded. Give the call to a member for Herbert.
Reef HQ is the largest living aquarium in the world, and this Labor government has failed the people of Townsville. This project that had $80 million delivered by the Coalition for refurbishment was ready to go. The new government has taken over and they said, we want to do this project differently. We're going to knock it down and rebuild it. That costs more, and not a dollar was invested then, and not a dollar was invested now. Now, the Minister for the Environment's office came out and said that the former government didn't fund this project correctly. Well, Senate estimates revealed that that was a lie. The people of Townsville are angry, and rightly so. There's been a couple of petitions that have been circulated with more than 10,000 signatures, and I seek leave today to table one of those petitions. Yeah.
The normal process is to advise the government of tabling, but in this case that hasn't occurred. Is the leave granted?
While the member has failed to go through a process that he knows very well, which obviously doesn't extend respect to a range of people in this parliament, on this occasion, leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
It shouldn't take a petition of thousands of people to get this government to do their job. Townsville wants the Reef HQ to be fully built and operational. It needs to happen now.
Has concluded. Give the call to a member for Bennelong.
Well, Speaker, it's the 1st of July. It's a day where every single taxpayer will get a tax cut. It's a day where the minimum wage rises for 2.6 million hardworking Aussies. And it's a day where $300 in energy relief starts to flow to every household in the country. And for the people of Bennelong and Northern Sydney, Speaker, there's one other cost of living relief measure to highlight. Today, the urgent care clinic at Top Ryde becomes a Medicare urgent care clinic, one of 89 federally funded urgent care clinics across the country. And that change is really important, Speaker. A Medicare urgent care clinic at Top Ryde means 7-day-a-week extended hours presentations. It means people can walk in, and it means shorter waiting times, and it will be completely bulk billed. Last year, almost half of the presentations at Ryde Hospital Emergency were for semi-urgent or non-urgent matters. At a time where we need to reduce pressure on emergency departments, particularly as the Ryde Hospital ED is under reconstruction, this investment by the government is vital. So if locals or their loved ones have sprains, burns, cuts, infections or a minor break, head to the Top Ryde Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. It'll save you time and it'll save you money. Speaker, be it cheaper medicines, higher wages, energy relief, help with household electrification, tax cuts and increases to rental assistance, on this side of the House we want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Member for Wannon has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. And I rise today to ask the government what has happened to the Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024. Where has it gone? Has it disappeared? Remember, this was the bill that was absolutely urgent, needed to go through the parliament in 24 hours. It was going to force detainees to cooperate with their removal, and it was going to list countries who wouldn't take their detainees back. And it was so important, because it will keep Australians safe, the government said, and it will fill a big gap. Well, what's happened? Aren't you going to still try and keep Australians safe? Aren't you going to try and fill that big gap? Prime Minister, what has happened to this bill? Is it hiding under a wet lettuce leaf? We don't know what has happened to this bill. It seems to have just disappeared. All the urgency that was required, all those ministers, what has happened to this bill? Are you afraid now of keeping Australians safe? Don't you want to return detainees to the countries they've come from? Where is this bill? Can anyone answer or ask someone? Step forward and tell us where it is. This was urgent. You wanted it through the parliament in 24 hours, and yet it has disappeared. Can you tell us, Prime Minister, where has it gone? Are you still determined to keep Australians safe or not? Bring the bill back on.
The member for Corangamite has the call.
Mr Speaker, from today, every single Australian taxpayer will get a tax cut thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Every single household will get $300 in energy bill relief, and in my electorate of Corangamite alone, 70,000 taxpayers, every single taxpayer will get a tax cut. So, for a nurse in Drysdale on $75,000, this means a tax cut of $1,554. For a hospitality worker in Torquay on $30,000 a year, this means a tax cut of $354. And for an apprentice tradie on $55,000 a year, this means a tax cut of $1,054. And that's not all, Mr Speaker. 2.6 million workers on award of minimum wages will get a pay rise from today, and their 6 months paid parental leave. We're also holding supermarkets to account with hefty penalties and price monitoring, so you get the best deal and so do our farmers. And we're working hard to increase housing supply, helping renters and first-home buyers. We have an ambitious national target to build 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade to improve the lives of our most vulnerable and provide more cost-of-living relief for you, because we want you to earn more and keep more of what you earn.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded, and I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Skills and Training will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for this week, just today, and the Minister for Employment Workplace Relations will answer questions on his behalf.
Before we move to question time, I'm pleased to inform the House that today and every day this week we are lucky to be joined by representatives from local councils, including hard-working councillors and mayors from across Australia who are gathering in Canberra this week for the annual National General Assembly of the Australian Local Government Association. I don't propose to acknowledge every single mayor and councillor that is visiting, but each day I shall be recognising collectively all of the hard-working mayors and councillors. Welcome to you all. We move to questions without notice, and I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how many Australian families are currently on electricity hardship plans?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Every single household will get $300 of energy bill relief. From today, Mr Speaker. They won't just get that, but every single Australian who is a taxpayer will get income tax relief, tax cuts that they oppose.
Order. Order. Prime Minister will pause, and I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, on relevance, to be fair to the Prime Minister, it's not every Australian, but it is 127,000 families who are facing hardship at the moment.
The member will return. Order. The Leader of the Opposition will just resume his seat. The Prime Minister has been asked a question. The Leader of the Opposition took the point of order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Speaker, well, every single person that the Leader of the Opposition just named will get energy price relief. Energy relief that they voted against. Like they voted against the relief last year that we introduced in partnership with every state and territory government. Those opposite have opposed every bit of support that we have provided in cost of living relief. They oppose cheaper medicines. They oppose energy price relief. They oppose wage increases. They oppose our income tax cuts for every taxpayer. Whatever the issue is, they say no to. And then they have the hide to come in here and say they care about cost of living. They don't care about cost of living. If they did, they would vote for cost of living support. But they have opposed every single measure. We expect that that's the case because while we are supporting Australians, they're cheering against them.
Give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
The question is to the Prime Minister. What cost of living relief can Australians expect from today and how will it make a difference? Have there been attempts to undermine the Albanese Labor government's measures?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Gilmore for her question, and indeed from today there will be a tax cut for every taxpayer, all 13.6 million of them. And we remember full well those opposite saying they'd opposed it before they knew what it was, then saying they would roll it back, then saying there should be an election on the basis of it, before they then voted for it, and then prior to last week at the CEDA conference said that they'd had their own tax relief plan. But of course it took a question in Q&A at CEDA here, the conference last Thursday, before the Leader of the Opposition rolled that back as well. And a bit like his energy plan, said, oh, well, it might be just too hard from opposition to have a policy that's costing. It might be just too hard. That's what he had to say. So not just a tax cut for every taxpayer, but a pay rise for 2.6 million workers on award wages today. Because we want Australians to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. That is our commitment. In addition to that, we have our energy price relief, $300 for every household. We have the freezing of PBS medicines. Remember the 60-day dispensing that they said would lead to pharmacies being shut right around the country. In addition to that, we have an extra 2 weeks of paid parental leave, something that those opposite would never have provided support for. And of course, in addition to that as well, in addition to workers earning more and getting to keep more, they also get a top-up in their superannuation from today as well. But over the weekend I was in Melbourne, in Gellibrand, in Holt and in Deakin, talking to people like the people I dropped in at Captain's Choice Fish and Chips. I had a coffee at Culinaria Cafe. I spoke with the workers at this and that community centre. I met the owners.
Will cease ejecting.
Good Italian Australians in Pierre's free-range meats. I had a banh mi at Ms Banh Mi. Had a sausage roll from Paul's Pies, and I got my glasses fixed at Eyewear Architects Optometrists, and I thanked them for it. And I spoke to the pharmacists at the Chemist Warehouse about cheaper medicines.
The member for
and
Deakin
all of those people, in amongst all the discussions that were held, all of them appreciated the tax cut that they are receiving from today. All of them appreciated the support because they know that from their local member had their way, they would have got nothing whatsoever.
Order. The member for Deakin will cease interjecting. So I'd like to hear from the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised Australians a $275 reduction in household power bills every single year. And yet, starting today, households in New South Wales will pay up to $1,000 more than promised. Queensland up to $948, South Australia up to $958 and in Victoria up to $657 more than promised. Will the Prime Minister come...
The member will pause. Members on my right have been continually interjecting. The member for McEwen and others know that it is highly disorderly, particularly when I'm trying to hear the question. So we'll start the question again. The member for Fairfax has the call and the clock will be reset.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister promised Australians a $275 reduction in household power bills every single year, and yet starting today, households in New South Wales will pay up to $1,000 more than promised. Queensland up to $948, South Australia up to $958 and in Victoria up to $657 more. Will the Prime Minister come clean and concede his promise will never be met?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And implicit in that question from the member for Fairfax is that if we just have a nuclear reactor in every state, in every electorate, sometime in the 2040s, it'll all be fixed. It'll all be fixed. It'll all be fixed.
Order.
I hope the member for Fairfax has told his constituents in his electorate that the member for Hume deliberately changed the law to conceal from them ahead of the last election a 20% increase, a 20% rise in their electricity bill. I hope that he's apologised to constituents for voting against the energy bill relief that has provided support at a time where we've seen global energy prices increase. But I hope he's told them as well that he was against the cap on coal and gas prices and the rebates for households and businesses. I hope that he's told his constituents as well that his policy is to invest billions, who knows how much, because we haven't seen anything, of taxpayer dollars in the most expensive form of new energy. And I hope that as well that he has tried to find a single business leader from the energy sector who has said that his plan stacks up at all. Because this is what the Chief Executive of Alinta Energy, Jeff Dimery, has had to say. We don't...
The member for Fisher, the member for Fairfax is seeking the call on a point of order, and I'd like to hear his point of order. The member for Fairfax on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it is in regards to relevance, because the question had asked the Prime Minister if he will come clean and concede that his promise of a $275 reduction in household power bills will...
Resume your seat. The Prime Minister was asked a question about the manager of opposition business trying to deal with the point of order. So if you could assist me, I can assist you. The question was about reduction in power, mentioned the price of power, and in particularly regarding certain states, and the issue of people paying more in the question. And then there was a question about the Prime Minister's commitment and about his promises. So the Prime Minister needs to make sure he's being directly relevant to the question and making sure his answer complies with the standing orders. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I certainly am. But they don't like these days the modern Liberal Party's against business having voices in their room. It's quite interesting, quite perceptive. This is what Jeff Dimery had to say. We don't have time to get distracted by fringe voices anymore or to get lost in the gunners. We have to work with what we have today.
The member for Fairfax.
Nuclear is kind of like looking for unicorns in the garden. Unicorns in the garden. Energy Australia have had to say they're committed to Australia's clean energy transformation, reducing emissions as quickly and affordably as possible while maintaining system reliability. Origin, our primary focus is adding more supply from mature low-emissions technologies. AGL, nuclear energy is not part of these plans. AGL's ambition to add 12 gigawatts of new renewable and firming generation by 2035 does not include nuclear energy. Mr Speaker, no one's serious no one serious
Order.
takes their plans seriously, because it's done on the back of a beer coaster without
Prime
any
Minister's
costing,
time
without any
has
detail and without any
concluded.
substance.
The member for Fisher and the member for Fairfax were continually interjecting during that answer. I asked and request them to cease. Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What cost of living relief kicks in from today? How will the Albanese Labor government's measures help ease pressure on Australians, and what approaches were rejected?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Spence, not just for the question but for being an absolute champion for the working people and families and pensioners in his local community. Speaker, today is a really important day because from today there'll be a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer. From today there'll be energy bill relief for every household. There will be a pay rise for millions of workers on awards. There will be cheaper medicines and there will be an extra 2 weeks of paid parental leave. This is how you deliver cost of living relief, not with expensive nuclear reactors in 15 years' time. The cost of living relief which rolls out today is substantial, it is meaningful and it is responsible. It is the cost of living relief that people need and deserve. It's how we ensure that people earn more and keep more of what they earn, because we know people are under pressure, and because we know people are under pressure, more help is on the way today. Now, Mr Speaker, we are especially proud of the changes we made to tax to make sure that every Australian taxpayer gets a tax cut and not just some Australians get a tax cut. This is genuine tax reform that lifts thresholds and cuts rates and gets average tax rates down and returns bracket creep at the same time. It means that the average tax cut is $36 a week, Mr Speaker. An average family or an average household with kids, $63 a week. If you're on 120 grand, you get $52 a week. 100 grand, $42 a week. 80 grand, $32 a week. And people on low incomes get a tax cut that those opposite tried to deny them. And here's the difference, Mr Speaker. If they had their way, some taxpayers would be missing out on a tax cut today. And when we changed it to say, no, we don't want just some people already on good incomes to get a tax cut, we want every Australian taxpayer to get a tax cut, the Leader of the Opposition was so filthy about that he called for an election. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition said that she would absolutely roll them back in government. Now, the Shadow Treasurer said that he'd be taking to the election a policy which is consistent with the old Stage 3. Until last week, as the PM said, the Leader of the Opposition was asked about this and said, yeah, nah, Mr Speaker. Now, if they had their way, energy bill relief wouldn't be flowing. They voted against it last time. If they had their way, there'd be bigger deficits and higher inflation and less help for people who are doing it tough. Now, this side of the House takes a different approach, Mr Speaker. We are rolling out cost of living help. We are fighting inflation. We are turning big Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses, and we're doing that without smashing the economy, Mr Speaker. And that cost of living help that arrives today is substantial, it's meaningful and it's responsible, and it means that we don't just acknowledge that people are under pressure, we're doing something about it.
Before we move to the next question, I'd just like to do some acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that in the gallery today is Mrs Mawara Abdi Bashir Haji, a sitting member of the Federal Parliament of Somalia. Also welcoming Lachlan Miller, the State Member for Gregory in the Queensland Legislative Assembly. And in the Speaker's Visitors Gallery today, I'm pleased to acknowledge two great Queenslanders, Ms Sally-Ann Atkinson, the former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, and Ms Janine Walker AM, Chair of the Metro South Hospital and Health Board. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the Honourable Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a question for the Prime Minister. On Friday, it was a year since the Parliamentary Committee tabled 31 recommendations to reform online gambling, unanimously supported across the political spectrum. These recommendations included phasing out online gambling ads. My community is done with gambling ads, and the experts say partial bans don't work. The government has not yet taken any action. When will the government listen to communities and ban ads for online gambling?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin for her question. And indeed, some 88,000 people in the member for Curtin's electorate will get a tax cut today, because every single taxpayer will get one. And the member for Curtin knows I was in her electorate a couple of weeks ago and talking with people whilst I was there about the economic challenges, but also the opportunities that are there for WA to continue to be such an important part of our growing economy. The member for Curtin, however, is wrong when she says we haven't done anything, because we have. We've been stepping out support when it comes to things like banning credit cards to gamble online to make a difference and save lives. We have done more in 2 years to tackle gambling harm than those opposite did in their almost decade in office. Now, the Minister for Communications is working through all 31 recommendations that are in the report, making sure that relevant consultations occur with stakeholders, including harm reduction advocates and industry, and we will continue to work through each of the recommendations which are there. But we have already done, in establishing BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, some 24,000 Australians over the last 9 months have registered. 80% of those people participating are under the age of 40. We have changed the new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content. We have introduced new evidence-based taglines to replace the old gamble responsibly lines which were there, and we've introduced nationally consistent staff training. We've forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses. We've introduced a new voluntary industry funding model which will allow 30,000 additional people to receive support every year, and we've provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling. We'll continue to work on these issues, to work them through, and I'm happy to continue to work with the member for Curtin in a constructive way. The member for Curtin always contributes to the policy debate that takes place in this country, and I know that my door and the door of the Minister for Communications, as it is with people across the parliament, is always open, because we recognise that what we need to do is to do more in this area, but we want to make sure that we get it right.
Order. The member for O'Connor is continually interjecting, so he's going to cease interjecting. Give the call to the honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What cost of living relief, including to assist with energy bills, is the Albanese Labor government delivering? How is this different from other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. I'm very pleased to tell her that today 2.7 million households right across Victoria will begin receiving the $300 energy bill relief, as every household across Australia will do, Mr Speaker. And also today, as well as the tax cuts being delivered, today is also the day that the default market offer and the Victorian market offer come into effect. And when you combine the government's rebates and the Victorian market offer, that leads on average to a 23% reduction in energy bills for Victorian households, Mr Speaker, today. 23% reduction. Now, of course, Mr Speaker, this default market offer that applies from today, it applies on the 1st of July every year, so today is the second anniversary of the 18% increase that the member for Hume hid from the Australian people by changing the law before the last election. The second anniversary of that, which is a policy we reject. And talking of policies we reject, Mr Speaker, we've had the little thought bubble of expensive nuclear energy from those opposite. All we've seen is the 7 sites released, no costings, no modelling. But to be fair, always try to give credit where it's due. We saw a little more policy from the Leader of the Opposition and the member for Fairfax.
No. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will just pause. Order. Members on my right, the member for McNamara will cease interjecting. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I'm trying to deal just with order in the House. If she could assist me, I'd appreciate it. Member for Fairfax does not need to yell during this answer or any answer. So, Just going to ask the member for Fairfax for the remainder of question time not to interject anymore. He's had a good go. If he interjects once more time, he'll leave the chamber. Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I was just saying that, to be fair to the member for Fairfax, he put out a little more policy on the weekend. We already knew that they were going to have a government-owned instrumentality. They're going to call it the Independent Nuclear Authority. But he also released on the weekend details that there's going to be a second agency, a government business enterprise, to own these nuclear power plants. Now, how would you convince the Australian people that introducing the most expensive form of energy was going to lead to lower bills? He announced the name. It's going to be called Affordable Energy Australia, Mr Speaker. In keeping with the previous government's approach, they had the National Energy Guarantee, which didn't guarantee anything. They had the Climate Solutions Fund, which didn't fund any solutions. They had the Underwriting New Generation Investment, which didn't deliver a dollar or an electron or anything, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the fact of the matter is that no amount of spin, no amount of utopia-style naming an agency about affordable energy when you're going to introduce the most expensive form of energy will lead to lower bills. We know that experts differ on whether they will increase bills by $200 or $1,000. That's what the experts say, between $200 and $1,000 worth of increases from their expensive nuclear energy policy, Mr Speaker. This sort of spin won't reduce energy prices. What reduces energy prices is real relief today, and that's what the Albanese government is delivering, Mr Speaker. What reduces energy prices is concrete, detailed plans like what we saw from AEMO last week, Mr Speaker. That's what reduces energy prices, not expensive reactors in 20 years' time, not spin, not fake government organisations, but real energy bill relief.
Call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor, prices have gone up by nearly 10%. Employee real wages have collapsed by almost 9%. Living standards have collapsed by 8%. A typical mortgage holder is around $35,000 a year worse off, and mortgage arrears are at an 8-time high, according to rating agencies Fitch. There is nothing on offer from the government that will reverse this damage. Prime Minister, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Call to the Treasurer.
Speaker, even by the extremely low standards of the Shadow Treasurer, to say on the 1st of July, the day...
Order. The Treasurer calls. Order. Members on my... No, members on my right. Members are entitled to take a point of order. I'm going to hear from the manager.
The Treasurer is a serial offender. You are rightly committed to lifting the standards in this place, and that is not consistent with it.
Order. Whoever is interjecting on my right won't be here if they continue that behaviour. The Leader of the House on the point of order.
Mr Speaker, I appreciate what your previous rulings about personal reflections, but to not be able to argue whether someone has brought high or low standards to a question or to debate would be effectively to say you can't have debate. Of all the moments in question time to object, what the Manager Opposition Business has just objected to is just really odd. You can't have normal debate if you can't say whether or not someone's asked something reasonable or whether the standards are reasonable or not.
Look, the Manager of Opposition does raise a good point about undignified personal attacks, which we've been dealing with in question time, but the Treasurer simply talking about low standards doesn't fill that category. But I'm going to be making sure that if we stray into territory, which the Treasurer knows more than anyone else, we will deal with that. So thank the Manager for raising the point, and we're just going to get the Treasurer back to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm happy to explain to the Shadow Treasurer the contents of his own question. His question was about the last couple of years and what we are doing to turn it around. And I'm happy to tell the House, and I'm happy to explain to the Shadow Treasurer once again what we're doing to help people who are under the pump. And I'll remind the House once again that when this government came to office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and now quarterly inflation has a 3 in front of it. When we came to office, there was huge deficits as far as the eye can see, and we turned 2 of those big Liberal deficits into Labor surpluses. I remind the House that when we came to office, It was at the end of a decade of deliberate wage stagnation and wage suppression, because low wages growth was a deliberate design feature of their economic policy, Mr Speaker. When we came to office, real wages were falling by 3.4%. They're now growing again, Mr Speaker, and they're not growing again by accident. They're growing again because this is a government which recognises that one of the most effective ways to help people with cost of living is to make it easier for them to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And absolutely central to that, Mr Speaker, and absolutely central to the question that the Shadow Treasurer asked, is the tax cuts that come in from today. And that's why it is unsurprisingly unusual that the Shadow Treasurer has asked a question about living standards on a day where we are easing cost of living pressures at least 5 different ways, Mr Speaker, at least 5 different ways. Now, we all remember, and I think the Australian people remember too, that when the Prime Minister and I and his cabinet and his government went into bat for Middle Australia and for people on low and middle incomes, and we changed the tax cuts, and we took a political risk in doing that. We changed those tax cuts because we wanted to see a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer at the same time as we wanted to see wages growing in our economy. And a combination of that means that Australians are better off than they would have been under those opposite. Because, Mr Speaker, those opposite ran up $1 trillion in Liberal debt with almost nothing to show for it. They presided over wage stagnation and wage suppression. They skewed the tax cuts to people who were already on high incomes. And we've spent a couple of years trying to clean up the mess that they left us. And I think where that matters very significantly is the fact that real wages were falling when we came to office. They're growing again, and they're a big determinant of living standards in our economy at the same time as we provide this relief. Now, Mr Speaker, I know they're unhappy today because if they had their way, inflation would be even higher and people wouldn't be helping. People wouldn't be getting this cost of living help that they need and deserve. We're proud to be rolling out this cost of living relief, and it starts to roll out from today.
The call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government making medicines cheaper for Australians? How is this helping to ease cost of living pressures after a decade of cuts and neglect to healthcare?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Lingiari. She knows this is an important day because every taxpayer in her electorate gets a tax cut today, like a registered nurse working at the Alice Springs Hospital who gets a tax cut of almost $1,600, or about twice what they would have received under the former government's plan, or a hospital orderly at Alice Springs who will get a tax cut of almost $1,200, or more than 3 times what they would have received under the former government, Mr Speaker. But the member for Lingiari also knows that we need to do more. That's why she promised her electorate at the last election that we would make medicines cheaper. And we've been busy over the last 2 years delivering on that promise, Mr Speaker. In just our first 3 months, we slashed the maximum amount that millions of pensioners would pay for their medicines each year by 25%. In our first 12 months, we delivered the biggest cut to the price of medicines in the 75-year history of the PBS. In our first 18 months, we finally allowed doctors to prescribe common medicines for chronic conditions for 60 days' supply, not just 30, saving patients time and saving them even more money. And today, Mr Speaker, we're freezing the price of PBS medicines for up to 5 years to deliver even more help with the cost of living. Now, already, Mr Speaker, our cheaper medicines policies have saved patients well over $400 million at the chemist, and those savings will grow every single month. But the price freeze alone, Mr Speaker, will save patients almost $500 million more. We've also made more than 200 new and expanded listings to the PBS, Mr Speaker, making sure that Australian patients have access to the best available medicines at affordable prices. And today, Mr Speaker, I'm delighted to announce that we're extending the cancer drug listing Lynparza to early breast cancer patients with a germline BRCA mutation, Mr Speaker. Sarah Powell, who's CEO of Pink Hope, a well-known breast cancer charity, she welcomed this listing and she said this, Mr Speaker: "There has long been a need for a targeted medicine to treat BRCA-mutated early breast cancer patients. These patients are usually young and in the prime of their life, contributing to the community, active members of the workforce, and often raising young children and caring for ageing patients too, Mr Speaker. I'm advised that about 300 patients will benefit from this listing, and without the listing they'd be paying an extraordinary $69,000 for this wonderful medicine, life-saving medicine, Mr Speaker. This listing, one of 200 we've made over the past 2 years, proves again, Mr Speaker, that cheaper medicines isn't just good for helping with the cost of living, it also saves lives.
Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. In 3 failed budgets, the Prime Minister has failed to tackle inflation with bad decisions and the wrong priorities. Leading economist Phil O'Donoghue says Australia is the only G10 country where underlying inflation has increased since December. Prime Minister, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Order. The Treasurer will cease interjecting. Order. Order. The Treasurer is going to cease interjecting because the Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the Deputy Leader for her question that contained a fair bit of imputation, let me say, in that question. Well, what we have done is take inflation to almost halve it from what it was that we inherited. We have, instead of low wage design being a policy feature of our economic architecture as it was for those opposite, we support workers earning more, and that's why we have supported 3 wage increases in the minimum wage in our submission to the Fair Work Commission in a row, and we're pleased that from today that will make a substantial difference. But those workers will also get to keep more of what they earn because of what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said was worthy of not just opposition in the Parliament, where the Deputy Leader said that she would oppose it regardless of, to quote, in one of her best, she said this: "We will fight this legislation in the Parliament. We don't even know what it will look like." Like, you can't make it up, Mr Speaker. When this legislation hits the Parliament, we will fight it. We will fight it all the way. I'm digging in, along with my colleagues and our leader, Peter Dutton, to fight this fight really, really hard. That was before she voted for it. That was just before she voted for it, Mr Speaker. But what they have opposite, they've got a tax policy designed to roll back tax cuts. They've got an IR policy designed to reduce wages. They've got a fiscal strategy designed to rack up debt. They've got a housing policy designed to wreck super. They've got a health policy designed to destroy Medicare. And they've got a nuclear reactor plan designed to jack up power prices. That's the alternative. The difference in our approaches is very clear. Earn more and keep more of what you earn under this side, or work longer for less over there. Pushing wages up on this side or holding them down over there. Building more homes all over Australia or wrecking the superannuation system over there. And cheaper, cleaner energy, which is what we want, or more expensive nuclear reactors sometime in the 2040s, which is what they want.
Call to the honourable member for Robertson.
Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting families who have recently welcomed a new baby? And what cost of living relief is being rolled out to Australian families from today, and are there any risks to this support?
Give a call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Robertson for that question. And he knows, as we all do, that the arrival of a new baby is a very special time for a family. It's a time when parents require support to step back from paid work so they can focus on caring for their newborn. And we also know it's a time that can place extra pressure on the family budget. And that's why Labor's investment in paid parental leave is so critical. It provides families with extra support so they can focus on what's important to them. Now, from today, families are eligible for 2 extra weeks of paid parental leave as the government scheme increases from 20 to 22 weeks. This means over the course of their leave, families will now receive $20,150 to help them take time off work and cover some of the costs that come with a new baby. And of course, Mr Speaker, we're not stopping there. We are further expanding the scheme to 26 weeks, and we will legislate superannuation on top of this. Now, our changes have been widely welcomed by families and, of course, by advocates. The Parenthood, a leading parent advocacy group, said significant improvement after no meaningful change to the policy after a decade is welcome. And, of course, Playgroups Australia said it's such a relief to see this policy finally come to fruition in Australia. Now, also from today, around 1.3 million low to middle income families will receive some extra relief with a boost to their rate of family tax benefit. And in addition, every household will see their power bill cut by $300, and every Australian will benefit from a freeze on their cost of PBS medicines. Now, Mr Speaker, this is how you deliver cost of living relief, not by pushing up power prices with expensive nuclear reactors. Now, those opposite do pose a risk to Australian families, not only through their expensive, risky nuclear folly, but also their track record of course, cutting family payments through imposing year-on-year indexation freezes when they were last in government. And of course they tried to deny families to be able to take both their government and paid parental leave, calling them double dippers. Well, it's only this side of politics that has a plan to deliver responsible and meaningful cost of living relief now, including, of course, tax cuts to every single Australian taxpayer starting from today. And of course, this will make a real difference to the 13.6 million taxpayers we're giving them relief right now. This is good news for Australian families, and this is good news for Australian taxpayers.
Give the call to the Honourable, the Manager of Opposition Business.
Just ask the Minister to table the document she was reading from.
Order. Order. The Minister for Home Affairs is now warned. Completely inappropriate statement. Was the Minister reading from confidential documents? Order. Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Deputy Leader of the Opposition. That's disrespectful as well. Give the call to the Honourable, the Member for New England.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In light of the disgraceful desecration of the Australian War Memorial, and then in the last couple of nights, the Vietnam Memorial and the Korean Memorial, what actions are you taking to condemn this, and what actions are you taking to ensure that this does not happen again?
The call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and I certainly condemn the criminal acts that have occurred at the Australian War Memorial and also on the Vietnam War Memorial, the Korean War Memorial and other war memorials as well that have occurred in places like Sydney. I don't know what goes through someone's head in thinking that a cause, any cause, is advanced by the desecration of what are sacred sites here in Australia. Our veterans and men and women who wear our uniform deserve our respect. And the reason why we have those memorials is to enable Australians of different generations to learn from it, to go and to show respect and to honour those who've sacrificed their lives on behalf of us for our freedom, our democratic values and our way of life. The Governor-General, in her speech earlier today in the Members' Hall, spoke about the fact that from the Prime Minister's office, when the doors are open with the design of this building, you see right through the Members' Hall, through the Great Hall, through the entrance of Parliament House, past Parliament House to the Australian War Memorial. That is not by accident. That is because the decisions which people make in high office, in particular governments make, to send our men and women into danger, we must always think about the impact that that has on those who undertake their duty on our behalf. So I just say that of all, and there have been a range of, frankly, idiotic criminal actions while the Middle East conflict has been going on. It is one thing, and there should be full prosecution about the denigration of officers and the denigration of other public buildings, but nothing is as bad as the desecration of those memorials, and I thank the member for his question, and I hope sincerely that these people who are responsible are found, they get the full force of the law, and they get the book thrown at them. And they get exposed publicly as well for who they are. We know what they are. They're unworthy of having any respect and any leniency as a result of their own actions.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, I join with the Prime Minister in the condemnation of these senseless acts. I thank the member for New England for the question and understand and acknowledge the very real concern he has, like every decent Australian has, about the scenes and what we've seen playing out, not just at the War Memorial sites, but also outside Members of Parliament's offices, including the Prime Minister's office, what we've seen outside Jewish schools, what we've seen on university campuses and across society where these acts of anti-Semitism have taken place. The river to the sea, as the Prime Minister has noted before in this chamber, is an abomination, and that comment is all about the elimination of a race of people, and what the Jewish community is going through in our country at the moment is completely and utterly unacceptable. And they rightly stand condemned, the people who have committed these offences, and as the Prime Minister rightly points out, unfortunately, there hasn't been arrests that have taken place so far, and I hope that the police can double down on their efforts to identify these people and to allow a very clear message to be sent to those of a similar mind that these acts are not to be condoned in our society. Those men and women, the 103,000 who have lost their lives serving our nation, have done so for our lifestyle to be maintained and for our life in this country to continue as it is today. And we don't do their memory any service by what we've seen at the War Memorial, whether it's the Australian War Memorial, whether it is any commemoration of the life and sacrifice of the men and women of the Australian Defence Force, and they rightly stand condemned for these actions, and we hope that they shall not be repeated.
The call, General Member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australia's 2.5 million small businesses, and what risky alternatives could undermine this support?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Small Business.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank our terrific member for Bennelong for that important question, because he understands that small businesses are important to our nation's economy. Indeed, they're at the heart of the nation's economy and now contribute over $500 billion to the nation's economy each and every year. they're also at the heart of the government's decision-making. And that's why, from today, July 1, we are providing relief for small businesses, Mr Speaker. As of today, we've abolished 457 nuisance tariffs, cutting compliance costs, reducing red tape, boosting productivity and making it easier for businesses to do business. We're extending the $20,000 instant asset write-off, making it easier for small businesses to invest and grow, Mr Speaker. This is an extension of the support that passed the Parliament last week for the last financial year, Mr Speaker, and of course those opposite delayed this important support for small businesses. They dragged it out to the last minute and caused uncertainty for small businesses, Mr Speaker. After months of delay, I certainly hope that they're quicker with this $20,000 instant asset write-off extension, Mr Speaker. It's the certainty, of course, that Labor is providing with our $640 million support for small businesses as part of the budget. Practical and targeted support, Mr Speaker, all laid out in our small business budget statement. And of course, as part of that is energy bill relief, Mr Speaker. We know, of course, that energy bill relief is being rolled out to households, but it's also being rolled out to small businesses, as it was last year, of course, up to $650 for each small business, which, of course, those opposite voted against, Mr Speaker. They voted against higher energy prices for small business last year, and this year we're providing $325 for around 1 million small businesses around the country in energy bill relief. Providing energy bill relief and a renewable energy future made in Australia is, of course, how you deliver real cost of living relief for small businesses, not by pushing up energy prices with nuclear reactors, Mr Speaker. Those opposite voted against the energy bill relief, as I said, and now, of course, they want to push up small businesses' power prices with nuclear reactors. They want to actually make the energy bills of small businesses go nuclear, Mr Speaker. But small businesses are smart. They're innovative, but they do understand about nuclear power, Mr Speaker. They understand that it's too expensive, that it will take too long, and of course our government will continue to support small businesses, and we're doing that with the energy bill relief, we're doing it with the instant asset write-off, and importantly we're also providing an extension of mental health and financial counselling support, around $10 million for small businesses, and we of course are legislating payment times that hopefully will be supported in the Senate this week, improving payment times of big businesses to small business.
Give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the government one-off $300 rebate that you claim would help all Australians with their energy bills starts today. CPI is still around 4% according to the ABS. We know the rebate and tax cuts your government announced will not be enough to pay for the increase in food, energy, petrol price, rents and housing needs, which many families in Fowler are facing. Will you guarantee that struggling families in Western Sydney won't go backwards with the cost of living from today with your government's announcements?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Fowler for her question. I'm sure that she would welcome the support for the 62,000 taxpayers in her electorate who'll get a tax cut today. Now, I'm asked, will that make them go forward or back? That's extra cash in their pockets, 62,000. And for an electorate like Fowler, which has far less than than my electorate, for example, on the top tax rate, and far more who earn less than $45,000 a year.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition does not need to interject with those sorts of comments. The Prime Minister is being directly relevant in mentioning the member's electorate. The Deputy Leader is warned, and the Prime Minister will continue.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The decision that we made to change the tax cuts and their direction from Liberals' tax cuts that would have seen people miss out to Labor's tax cuts would directly impact in a positive way members of her electorate. Directly. Just as those who every single household will benefit from the $300 reduction. Every small business in her electorate will benefit from $325 reduction. just like anyone who has a child on the way will benefit from the additional 2 weeks paid parental leave, just like all those people, particularly the elderly people in her electorate who rely upon PBS medicines, will benefit directly from what we're doing of the 1-year freeze for everyone, but a 5-year freeze for people on pensions and on those fixed incomes. They will all benefit from that. In addition to that, every single worker will benefit from the increase in superannuation. All of that, higher wages, lower taxes, will benefit people in her electorate, and all of them are opposed by those opposite. So I'm sure the member for Fowler as well, I'm sure she would support the other changes that we have in mind as well, such as that are stuck in the Senate, like the additional money for housing that remains there, like the plan that we have, so that which will only impact those people who have $3 million in super. I don't think there's huge numbers of the electorate of Fowler. They're much more likely to be in my electorate or the electorate of Wentworth or others to be impacted there. So I'm sure that the member for Fowler will support the government's initiatives because they are delivering for her electorate.
Time has concluded. The call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief to regional Australians? What has been the response?
The call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Hunter very much for that question, and particularly acknowledge the great work that he does as the member for Hunter, but also championing those of us who live in regions right the way across this parliament. Because, of course, as members of regional Australia, we know that our #1 priority is delivering cost of living relief for every Australian, particularly those who are living in our regions. We do understand that people in our communities are under pressure, and we do understand that some of them are doing it really tough. We're working hard to deliver that cost of living relief to ensure Australians, particularly in the regions, can earn more and keep more of what they earn. That is why, from today, every single taxpayer across regional Australia is receiving a tax cut. A truckie in the Pilbara earning $77,000 is getting a tax cut of $1,604. A construction worker in the Hunter earning $110,000 is getting a tax cut of $2,429, and an apprentice in Gippsland earning $53,000 is receiving a tax cut of $1,000. Tax cuts that help regional Australians keep more of what they earn. And of course, also from today, 2.6 million Australians on award wages are getting another pay rise backed in by this side of the House. From today, we are freezing the cost of medicines on the pharmaceutical benefit schemes, and we all know that many people, many older people, rely significantly on medicines, and that is a significant cost of living relief for them. And of course, from today, our energy bill relief begins. $300 on power bill relief for every regional household and $325 for regional small businesses. And of course, when it comes to infrastructure and regional investment, we've increased funding across the country, and in particular, when I acknowledge the local government members that are here, we are increasing roads to recovery funding from $500 million to $1 billion, which means that every single local council across Australia, not just some, will have more money to spend on our local roads, and that reduces pressure on ratepayers, something that those opposite didn't do, and something that those opposite frankly put more pressure on councils through their freezing of financial assistance grants. We know that there is more to do, which is why we are working every single day to make life better for regional Australia. That is how you deliver cost of living relief, not by pushing up power prices with expensive nuclear reactors. The opposition have nothing positive to offer. They are standing continuously in the way of cost of living relief for Australians. They want to build nothing, help no one and take our country nowhere.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's statements in this place last week concerning Senator Payman. When will the Prime Minister expel Senator Payman from the Labor caucus for her disgraceful conduct and her endorsement of the anti-Semitic chant "From the river to the sea"?
Order. Order. There is the Minister for Infrastructure. I need to hear the Deputy Leader of the House on the point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Practice at page 553 makes it very clear there's been a long-standing convention that the Prime Minister and ministers cannot be asked questions about the party room.
So I'm just going to ask the manager to rephrase that question to make sure it's within standing orders regarding the Prime Minister's responsibilities.
Well, Mr Speaker, the question referred directly to the Prime Minister's comments he made in this House last week about Senator Payman, and as the Leader of the House himself argued on the 2nd of February 2021, it should be open to the opposition to interrogate comments made by the Prime Minister.
Yep. As long as the question is order, as long as the members on my right, as long as the question contains a statement that the Prime Minister has made, it is within. Restate the question again, Manager, so the House can assist, so I can assist in directing the question. And as long as it's within the standing orders regarding a statement the Prime Minister has made, either through the media or through the House, the question will be in order.
My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the Prime Minister's statements in this place last week concerning Senator Payman. When will the Prime Minister expel Senator Payman from the Labor caucus for her disgraceful conduct and her endorsement of the anti-Semitic chant "From the river to the sea"? A very clear, simple question.
I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, page 553 of practice makes clear that you can't ask, and the whole question has previously been ruled out as what practice says, when the question is itself about party matters. The question, there's a reference to a statement where we hear nothing other than the statement being there, but the entire question itself is about membership of a party, and therefore it is squarely ruled out under practice, squarely.
Yeah. We're trying to deal with this to get the question within the standing orders. So, questions like this have been approved before and have been allowed before. Would assist to make sure it's with precedent, to make sure that perhaps a reference to the statement, because the Prime Minister made obviously a lot of statements last week. So normally when a question is about, I refer to the article where the Prime Minister said, or on the date or the time. So obviously the Prime Minister is able to be correct in his answer. So I'll give you another shot, but I'm just telling you, in light of what I've said, don't read the same question out again, because it'll be ruled out and we will go straight to the next question.
Mr.
Yeah, the member for Kennedy on this point of order. We're just going to keep things moving, but we'll.
The House is right in what he said, but this concerns where you sit in this parliament. That's a lot different than party membership, and I think the question is proper.
I thank the member for Kennedy for his intervention and thoughts. Just going to make sure that you refer to the statement the Prime Minister made, because otherwise it would not be reasonable for a minister to know every single statement that they said regarding the matter. Okay.
My question is to the Prime Minister, who last week said in this House, I met with Senator Payman earlier today. She will not be attending the Labor caucus for the rest of this session. Since that time, she has again reiterated her support for the anti-Semitic chant "From the river to the sea." What action will the Prime Minister take consistent with the courage shown by previous Labor Prime Ministers, or will he continue to be weak?
Order. No. Order. No. We're going to deal with this just as we've been consistent with reflections on members and dignity of the House, as the manager himself has raised. in May, but I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, you've previously given instructions to the House at the request of the Manager of Opposition Business that if reflections like that were made, you would be ruling out questions.
Yeah. And given that we had a point of order about something the Treasurer had said in his answer, we're going... Order. To get the question through, Leader of the Opposition, I'm going to ask the Manager to withdraw the last part and... Order. The Manager's going to withdraw the last part and then the Prime Minister's going to get the call.
I withdraw the last part, Mr Speaker.
I thank the Manager. The Prime Minister now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll make a few points. One is that from the river to the sea is a statement that has been used by both supporters of Israel and supporters of Palestine who support a single state. A single state.
Order. Members
It's
on
just
my
a
left
fact.
will cease. The Leader of the,
It's in the Likud
Leader of the Opposition will... The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. Order. We're going to handle this with decorum and respect. Members on my right will cease interject. The Prime Minister is going to be heard in silence, just as the Manager was given silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. That's the first point I'd make. The second point I'd make in terms of social harmony is that it is important that we take temperature down in this debate, not seek to inflame it. We just had a question earlier on about some of the activity that I condemn. I condemn unequivocally the use of the phrase "from the river to the sea" because it speaks about a single state. A single state. The fact is that the government's position is very clear. We support a two-state solution, and last week in the Senate we moved an amendment which said this: the need for the Senate to recognise the state of Palestine as a part of a peace process in support of a two-state solution and a just and enduring peace. Our position is clear. We support the proposal by President Biden and the United States for a peaceful resolution. We support hostages being released. We support civilians being protected. We continue to call for increased humanitarian aid. We continue to argue that every single innocent life matters, whether Israeli or Palestinian. By her own actions, Senator Payman has placed herself outside the privilege that comes with participating in the Federal Parliamentary Labor Party caucus, and I informed her of that yesterday.
Order. The member for Bowman is now warned. We'll hear from the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support early childhood educators and to support families in using early childhood education and care, and what obstacles have been overcome?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the fantastic member for Fremantle, for his question. Today, every Aussie taxpayer gets a tax cut. Teachers, nurses, truckies, tradies, and that also includes childcare workers. A childcare worker on, say, $40,000 a year today gets a tax cut of $654. Under the Liberals, if they'd won the last election, that same childcare worker would have got nothing. Zero. And it's just one example of the difference between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. Under us, every childcare worker who pays tax gets a tax cut. Under the Liberals, some of those childcare workers would have got nothing. And it's a similar story when it comes to pay rises. 2.5 million Aussies on awards today get a pay rise, including childcare workers. For a childcare worker on the award wage, they'll get a pay rise of about $2,000 a year. That's on top of pay rises this time last year and the year before that. Pay rises we support, Pay rises the Liberal Party oppose. Pay rises, you might remember, the Liberal Party described as reckless. And today is another reason to celebrate. Today is 1 year since our cheaper childcare laws came into effect. Remember, this is the policy that the Liberal Party described, quote unquote, as a disgrace. Now, this is the policy that has cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families. The Liberal Party described that as a disgrace. If you're a family on a combined income of, say, 120 grand, you've got one child in care 3 days a week, this has cut the cost of your childcare, reduced the cost that you would have to otherwise pay by about $2,000 because of our cheaper childcare laws. $2,000 less in the last year than you would otherwise have to pay. And the Liberal Party think that's a disgrace. And that same family gets a tax cut today of about $2,000. That's real cost of living relief. The biggest childcare provider in the country, Good Start, recently released a report that shows out-of-pocket costs have gone down, and the people that have benefited the most from this are families on low and middle incomes. That's how you deliver real cost of living relief, not by jacking up electricity prices with expensive nuclear reactors. Tax cuts, pay rises and cheaper childcare. Under the Liberal Party, none of these things would have happened. Under the Liberal Party, Australians would have earned less and would pay more tax. Under the Albanese Labor government, Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn.
Give the call to the honourable member for Griffith.
Question to the Prime Minister. New analysis by the Parliamentary Budget Office shows that over the next decade, the federal government will hand over $165 billion in tax handouts to property investors in the form of negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount. 67% of the benefit will go to the top 20% of earners, while only 14% will go to the bottom 50% of earners. Can the Prime Minister explain why Labor believes this is a good thing?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member for the question about tax reform and about housing. I'll tell you what Labor believes. Labor believes that the best way to deal with the issues in the housing market is to build more homes. And that's why, to the great credit of the Housing Minister, we've allocated an extra $32 billion to building more homes in our communities and in our economy, including $6 billion in the most recent budget. Now, Mr Speaker, as I said the other day, as the Minister for Housing said the other day, if the Greens political party really wanted to solve the issues in the housing market, they'd vote to do that. They would vote for more homes. They would vote for us to build more homes. And that shameful vote last week, which made it very difficult to work out where the Liberal Party begins and ends and where the Greens Party begins and ends on housing, really was a demonstration, I think, of the Greens political party's real priorities here. And as I said last week, as I'm happy to say again, the Greens will always put a much higher premium on fighting the Labor Party than fighting for more housing for people to live in.
The Treasurer will pause. The member for Griffith on a point of order.
On relevance, Speaker, we're over a minute into the question. The Treasurer has not mentioned negative gearing or the capital gains tax once. That was the entire point of the question. It was a tight question, and if he's not capable of answering, he should sit down.
Okay. Order. Members on my left, the member for Griffith is entitled to raise a point of order on relevance, just like any other member is entitled. The question at the end was, can he explain why the government believes this is a good thing? So that's by its very nature isn't a tight question. So if it was for a fact or a figure or a policy topic, yes. But when you add a tagline into the question like this, just so all members know, the question is opened up to a broad intention. But the Treasurer has had a time to do some compare and contrast, and he can answer how he sees fit when he thinks, is it a good thing or bad thing, what you've suggested. The Prime Minister, the Treasurer has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The only thing more pathetic than the point of order was to hear the Shadow Treasurer chirping away without a question. The Shadow Treasurer chirping away without a question over there. He can't get a question, but he's prepared to chirp away when the member for Griffith asks his question. Now, the reason why this is relevant, Mr Speaker, The reason why building more homes and building more supply and our $32 billion investment is so important is because the Greens political party had an opportunity in the Senate last week to vote for tax changes which would incentivise more homes in our communities, tens of thousands of homes. And the point that I'm making is if the member for Griffith wants to use the tax system to make the housing sector fairer for young people and homeless people and renters, then he would have voted that way in the Senate, or his colleagues would have voted that way in the Senate. Our priority when it comes to tax reform and housing is to incentivise more rental properties, because for as long as there aren't enough homes in our communities, rents will be too high. Now, Mr Speaker, the other important point about rents is that we have now provided in 2 consecutive budgets 2 increases to Commonwealth rent assistance. And rents are still too high and they're growing too fast. In the most recent monthly indicator, the annual price growth rental growth was 7.4%. It would have been 9.3% without our changes to Commonwealth rent assistance. So we acknowledge that rents are too high. We acknowledge that more homes need to be built. We're providing that Commonwealth rent assistance increase at the same time as we're trying to build more homes. Now, Mr Speaker, last week in the Senate, the Greens voted for fewer homes and higher rents and more homelessness. If they really cared about housing, they would vote with Labor rather than vote with the Conservatives.
When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australian families with the cost of living, including in early childhood education and care?
Great question.
Give a call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for her question and for her ongoing and relentless advocacy for families and children in Boothby. Now, Mr Speaker, even before we took office in 2022, we knew that the cost of early childhood education and care was placing pressure on families, that it was often cited as the reason that women and primary caregivers offer either delayed returning to work or weren't able to take on extra hours of work, weren't able to go back to study if they so wished. And that's why this Prime Minister went to the election with a policy to lower the cost of early childhood education and care for over 1 million Australian families. Now, Mr Speaker, today marks 1 year since our cheaper childcare legislation came into effect, the legislation that we enacted within our first 6 months of being in office. And the ACCC has found that due to those reforms, due to Labor's reforms in decreasing the cost of early childhood education and care, out-of-pocket expenses for centre-based daycare are down by 11%. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean in real terms? And the Minister for Education gave a great example for that, and one that is worth repeating in this place. For a family with an income of $120,000 and 1 child in care for 3 days a week, these reforms mean that they have paid $2,140 less in early learning fees. Now, in addition to that, from today, that family will also get a tax cut of around $2,679 as well. And there's a raft of other measures for assisting with the cost of living that this government has enacted as of today. Energy bill relief, cheaper medicines, more paid parental leave. Mr Speaker, if you want to look at how you deliver real cost of living relief, look at this side of the House. Look at the things that we're doing, putting pressure down on the cost of living whilst not putting pressure to increase inflation. That's what we've been doing here, because that's how you deliver real cost of living relief. You don't do it, you don't deliver real cost of living relief by jacking up power prices with some fantasy of nuclear energy in the never never. Now, Mr Speaker, the reforms that I've spoken about here today on early childhood education and care are a critical first step in achieving our vision of a universal early childhood education and care system, one that's affordable, one that's accessible and one that's inclusive.
Has concluded. Give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Families in my Durack community are at breaking point. Joshua, aged 16, has told ABC News, and I quote, "Sometimes we're really scraping just to pay the bills and afford food for the family. Mum actually quite often misses out on dinner so that there's actually a portion size suitable for the rest of the family the following night." Prime Minister, why are Australian families paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her question, and I hope that she's told Joshua in her electorate that she voted against energy price relief that one assumes that will have occurred. That if Joshua works and is a taxpayer, I hope that she's told him that that she actually supports the old Stage 3 tax cuts, because that's what the Leader of the Opposition said just in February, not that long ago. Do we walk away from the principles of Stage 3? Absolutely not. So I assume that she tells Joshua if he earns under $45,000 that he shouldn't get a tax cut today. I assume that, well, a lot of people, I don't know Josh, but the member does.
Neither does
and I assume, I was working when I was 16, certainly, and so are lots of Australians, and that's part of the point. Part of the point here is that a whole lot of part-time workers will now get a tax cut. And one of the reasons why Treasury estimated that our design of the tax cuts would increase workforce participation is just that. So it's designed to provide that cost of living support at the same time as not putting pressure on inflation. So I certainly wish Josh well. I know that families, many of them are doing it really tough, but they would have done it tougher if the inflation rate was the same as the one that we inherited, which was 6%. So we are increasing wages, having tax cuts, energy bill relief, freeze on medicines, making a substantial difference with all these practical measures, all practical moves opposed by those opposite and voted against by the member for Durack.
Give a call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport. How is the Albanese Labor government working for older Australians and the people who care for them after a decade of neglect?
Give a call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Canberra for her question and how diligently she represents the people of Canberra, particularly the 78,000 taxpayers in her electorate of Canberra who will be receiving a tax cut today. And from day one in government, Labor has been working to deliver our promise to older Australians and the people who care for them. Our promise to put nurses back into nursing homes, our promise to make sure older people have the quality care that they need and that they deserve, our promise to hold providers to account and mandate transparency across the sector, our promise to deliver a hard-earned pay rise to our dedicated aged care workers. And we are delivering on our promises. Today, I can share that Australia has achieved another aged care milestone. Right now, there is a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time across the country in Australia. That's right, 99% of the time across the country, a nurse is on duty in an aged care facility, and older Australians are receiving an additional 3.6 million minutes of care every single day as a result. There has been a reduction in physical restraints. There has been a reduction in the number of falls. There has been a reduction in unplanned weight loss, in antipsychotics and polypharmacy, and in pressure injuries. We are also seeing improvements in our star ratings data with fewer 1 and 2 rated star rated facilities and more 4 and 5 star rated facilities. and workers are being paid more than they ever have before after a 15% increase to award wage minimums. Under the Albanese government, registered nurses are now taking home an additional $196 every single week, or more than $10,000 per year. Personal care workers are taking an additional $141 per week home, or $7,300 every single year. I have heard from aged care workers across the country about the hugely positive changes that these are having, both on the quality of care that they are able to deliver to the aged care residents that they love, and on the cost of living pressures that they are facing in their own households. I've heard from Phoenicia, I've heard from Chinatsu, I've heard from Dawn, I've heard from Sue, from Jocelyn, from Donna and Michelle, just a handful of the 250,000 aged care workers who have benefited from a life-changing increase to their minimum award wages funded by the Albanese government. And the pay rise is just the start of our work to support these valuable workers. Starting today, we are also giving them a tax cut. We're freezing their PBS medicine costs today. We are delivering a $300 power relief today. We are increasing paid parental leave today. That is how you deliver cost of living relief, not by pushing up the power prices by nuclear reactors.
Give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Capital Brewing Co is a local success story, but under the Albanese Labor government it is suffering from skyrocketing costs. Co-founder and Managing Director Lawrence Kane stated, quote, "Our costs have risen almost out of control. Our electricity bill has gone from $4,500 a month to almost $12,000 a month over the last 2 years." He said that yesterday. Prime Minister, why are regional small businesses paying the price for Labor's economic incompetence?
No, it's a good question. Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I assume he's referring to Capital Brewing here in Canberra. So,
order.
Thank you for that clarification, member for Riverina. They produce a very fine product. I give them that, Mr. Speaker. And we know that this is one of the reasons why we're dealing with energy price relief, not just for individuals, but for small businesses, but for those opposite who've opposed the tax cuts for everyone who works at Capital Brewing, who have opposed the other support, including, one would assume, the lower wages. Many of the people at Capital Brewing will be on low wages, award wages. They're likely to benefit from the increase in wages that we see, and that's a positive.
Gray is interjecting, not from his seat. Prime Minister has the call.
And that's a positive thing as well. But I hope that the member for Riverina, if he goes down to the Capital Brewing joint just down the road that he tells me he's familiar with, I hope that he tells them it'll be okay because we'll have a nuclear reactor somewhere in 2040. That'll fix it.
Call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening the superannuation system so that Australians can meet the cost of living needs and retire with dignity?
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Order. Members on my left. I haven't called the Minister yet. Minister for Financial Services and the Assistant Treasurer has the call.
Thanks so much, Speaker. Can I thank the fantastic member for Hasluck for her question, and just note that because of her great advocacy, there are 84,000 taxpayers in her electorate who are going to be better off this week. Speaker, there are 4 things that Parliament needs to know about today. The first thing is that wages are up. The second thing is that super's up. The third thing is that taxes are down. And the fourth thing is that this mob over there opposed every single one of those things. Wages are up, and can I say, Mr. Speaker, this is a good story because of the strong leadership of the Prime Minister, the economic management of the Treasurer, the fantastic guidance of the Industrial Relations Minister,
An Australian worker on minimum wages today will be $33 a week better off, in addition to their tax cut. Bigger tax cut, better wages, every single one of them opposed by that mob opposite. But can I focus on the superannuation, Deputy Speaker, because this week superannuation is going to increase by 0.5%. And I want members to contemplate the situation of a worker who starts work in a grocery store or a supermarket today. That worker need do nothing more but stay in that same job for the remainder of their years until retirement, and they will be $20,000 better off. I'll repeat that. Because of the 0.5% increase in their superannuation this week, that worker will be $20,000 a year better off in retirement. And it's because of the strength of our superannuation system. You know, Deputy Speaker, it's often opposed by those members opposite, but an average Australian is retiring today with $20,000 in their superannuation. $20,000 to retire on, making a monumental and meaningful difference to their retirement. And the secret sauce behind our superannuation system is the preservation of savings, something that mob over there oppose. But every year, every 8 years, a worker's superannuation is doubling. Every 8 years, a worker's superannuation is doubling. Now, I concede that this is powered by compound interest, not nuclear fission, but it is making a real economic difference to our country and to those workers. On top of these initiatives, Mr Speaker, superannuation on paid parental leave. Superannuation on paid parental leave is going to make a monumental difference. $2,400 additional retirement savings for those workers. Every single one of these things opposed by that mob opposite.
Time has concluded. Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Have you got another question, Angus? No.
Order.
On that basis, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper. If you had another one.
Order. We shall move to papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with lists circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next matter before the House. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We'll give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's report number 5 of 2024, Department of Defence, Canberra Defence Precinct, Tranche 1, Australian Defence Force Academy Living in Accommodation Project and other works, and I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Deakin.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Deakin. The member for Moreton has the
I thank the member for Deakin. I didn't have a chance to run down and run that by you. So on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 5th report for 2024. This report considers 6 proposals referred to the committee with a combined value of just over $2.1 billion. The first proposal from the Department of Defence, with a costing of just over $1 billion, is for the demolition and replacement of living in accommodation for trainee officers at the Australian Defence Force Academy. The second proposal from Parks Australia is for essential services for the Mutijulu community at Uluru Katachuda National Park. The third proposal is from the Department of Veterans Affairs for the fit-out of newly leased office premises. The fourth is another fit-out, this time from the Department of Finance for Commonwealth new build for Commonwealth Parliament offices in Perth, Western Australia. And the fifth and sixth proposals are from the Department of Defence for the redevelopments of the Albury-Wodonga military area and RAF base Wagga, respectively. The Canberra Defence Precinct Tranche 1 Australian Defence Force Academy Living in Accommodation project will replace existing living in accommodation facilities and associated infrastructure at the Australian Defence Force Academy, or ADFA, in Canberra. The current facilities are approaching their end of life and do not have sufficient capacity to accommodate the current or forecast numbers of trainee officers. Defence hopes that the replacement of the current ADFA living in accommodation facilities with contemporary, safe and suitable accommodation will support Defence recruitment and retention. Additionally, the existing ADFA accommodation has been the subject of scrutiny over the past decades, with trainee officers reporting experiencing bullying and sexual violence. The new bill will address these concerns, as the structures will offer clear lines of sight throughout the facilities and therefore passive surveillance from staff and other cadets. Private ensuite bathrooms will replace shared facilities. The committee appreciates that the new design may decrease instances of bullying and sexual violence, but also urges Defence to focus on the improvement of workplace culture in order to address any poor behaviour by trainee officers. In this report, the committee notes that this project was referred to the committee at an earlier stage than normal. The proposal has not yet received National Capital Authority approval and is subject to change as a result of that approval process. The committee recommends the Department of Defence refer future projects for public works scrutiny at a design level of 50% or greater to enable fair and transparent community consultation. The committee also recommends that Defence work with the National Capital Authority to adjust the design to include 6-storey accommodation buildings rather than 4, as well as the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, appropriate ones. The committee believes both modifications will help future-proof the ADFA campus. On a similar note, the committee is concerned by the forecast significant increase to ongoing operating costs, despite the inclusion of a number of energy-efficient and sustainable principles incorporated into the design. The committee recommends that Defence consider further design options which reduce the ongoing operation costs. Finally, the committee recommends that Defence advises the committee of the estimated cost of the required power supply upgrades, since this is agreed with Evo Energy. The second proposal is the Parks Australia upgrade and replacement of essential services for the Mutijulu Indigenous community, the recognised traditional owners of Uluru. The project will improve habitability and safety within the community, as well as increase capacity for anticipated growth in the population and infrastructure. The total cost of the proposed project is $91.87 million. The committee recognises the necessity of these works in ensuring access to basic living conditions for the Mutijulu community, and is pleased that the updated services infrastructure will support other facilities desired by the community, such as a health clinic and a new supermarket. Deputy Speaker, the third project in this report is the Department of Veterans Affairs' proposed fit-out of new leased office premises at 18 Marcus Clark Street, Canberra. The project will provide modern office accommodation with enhanced technology that meets Commonwealth density targets, supports organisation agility and flexibility, promotes staff wellbeing and services the veteran community. The total cost of the public works is $29.6 million. The committee supports this public works, noting that the department conducted a thorough consultation process in order to absorb learnings from previous Commonwealth Department fit-outs in the same building. The fourth proposal is the Department of Finance's fit-out of new Commonwealth Parliament offices in Perth, Western Australia. These works will provide fit-for-purpose, safe and secure accommodation for ministers, parliamentarians and their staff, as well as accommodating facility and admin support staff who operate and manage the offices. The total cost of the public works is $38.2 million. The committee supports the project and appreciates that the design of the fit-out is flexible and able to accommodate new suites and accompanying workspaces as necessary in the future. The fifth and sixth proposals are redevelopments by the Department of Defence at the Albury-Wodonga military area and RAF base Wagga. The aim of both projects is to sustain existing personnel throughout and increase the trained permanent workforce of officers and aviators in technical and logistics disciplines and trades. Defence believes site upgrades and replacement of infrastructure, as well as the construction of new living and accommodation, messing and training facilities, will deliver this objective. The total costs of the public works are $395.7 million and $590 million respectively. Deputy Speaker, the committee would like to extend its thanks to all those who have provided written and oral evidence in support of these inquiries, as well as the personnel who facilitated inspections of the various proposed sites right around the country. For each project, the committee recommends that it is expedient that the proposed works be carried out. And Deputy Speaker, I commend the report to the House, and I think we'll hear from the Deputy Speaker.
You're seeking leave, Member for Hinckley, to make...
seek leave as the Deputy Chair of the committee to make a contribution.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Member for Hinckley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And whilst I won't repeat what the Chair has covered, it is a significant investment of over $2 billion that are covered in these projects, and over $1 billion for the Australian Defence Force Academy here in Canberra. I'll be generous, Madam Deputy Speaker. We did see as a committee and hear from witnesses with that generosity some confusion between the National Capital Authority and Defence around the ability or not to build accommodation of different levels, as in 4 stories to 6 stories. That would make a significant difference in an area like Adfa here at Canberra, where the footprint is so valuable and the land is so valuable. We think that we've addressed those issues between those organisations, and I would hope that before any further construction is planned or attempted, that those organisations will get together and determine what is an appropriate height to get the maximum benefit not only for the participants but of course for the taxpayer who are paying for these facilities. Madam Deputy Speaker, RAF-based Wagga, some elements that I thought were of concern to me as the Deputy Chair is what appears to be an all-electric policy for defence. Wagga has a gas reticulation system which is apparently to be either removed or disconnected as part of a significant upgrade at Wagga. To me, that is foolishness in the extreme. It is a very, very cold location. We were there a few weeks ago with the Chair, and just as a brief aside, that the Chair and I did find ourselves at the International Hotel at Wagga, which was also the home for the New South Wales State Nationals Conference, which was a bit uncomfortable, I think, for the Chair on occasions. However, he did take it in good spirit, and I have to say I was unaware that that was the case, but that's where we were. But given the weather conditions, given the thousands of people that will utilise the mess, for example, the renewed accommodation, I think the concept that it can be all electric and avoid gas is one that is actually quite foolish. You should use the resources that are there, that work, that are functional. Whether they are gas or electric, this is actually about providing services for people we want in our armed forces, and we need to provide the best opportunity for them to do what they do, particularly in training. Mutijula was quite an incredible experience, I have to say, and I thank all of those involved, from the Secretariat right through to the participants and those individuals who provided evidence. Clearly, it is a community which has been built in an ad hoc manner over a number of decades. When it comes to infrastructure, it does need a significant upgrade, both for sewerage and electrical distribution. And of course, the local workforce has to be provided that work in a way which is not overwhelming. It is very, very remote work and quite challenging, particularly given the weather conditions and the availability of pretty much anything. Everything has to be brought in. You can't duck down to the local Bunnings. It is a very, very long way from a source of supply. So for those who will be doing that work, I think it's been well managed and well handled by National Parks and others to ensure there is as much participation from local providers as possible, and that of course continues to develop local skills and local opportunities, and I think that's one of the things that we are all in this parliament to help achieve right across the country. So with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank all participants, can I thank Defence. It's a big country, it is a very significant spend, and of course we support those projects going forward and what is a very important period of time for our nation.
Thank you. Give the call to the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Defence Amendment, Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. So the question is that this bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Defence is a primary duty of government. In September 2022, the Albanese Labor government, as one of our first actions, asked the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade to inquire into how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into international armed conflict. We do, of course, have oversight already through parliamentary debate and Senate estimate processes, plus the Foreign Affairs Defence Trade Committee. However, that committee, chaired by my colleague, the member for Bruce, judged that these processes are not sufficient. The committee saw a need for the Parliament to be able to examine defence projects and defence strategy in detail within a classified setting. Recommendation 6 of the 7 recommendations of the committee's report was for the establishment of a new, dedicated statutory committee focused on defence, the Joint Standing Committee on Defence, which is, of course, the subject of this present bill. The coalition members of that committee supported the recommendation. Indeed, this isn't the first time the Foreign Affairs Defence and Trade Committee has made this very recommendation. In 2018, when chaired by Liberal Senator Jim Molan, the same recommendation was made. Senator Molan called it a sensible and a critical important reform and recommended that strategy should be its focus. I agree. And fortunately, the new committee will indeed have a strategy on which to have its focus, because an overarching defence strategic review was commissioned by the Albanese Labor government as one of its first actions when coming to power. The review by His Excellency Professor the Honourable Stephen Smith and former Chief of Defence Force Sir Angus Houston was released in April 2023. The 2024 National Defence Strategy, based on the review, directs that the Australian Defence Force must adapt to meet contemporary threats, to shift from a balanced force to a focused force, to be more capable, more lethal and more integrated. The strategy is one of denial that envisages an ADF fulfilling 5 tasks: for defending Australia and our immediate region, deterrence through denial, protecting our trade connections, investing in our regional relationships and contributing to a rules-based order. But to quote Jim Molan again, defence is not the province of the military alone. It is a whole-of-nation obligation led by the government. With effective oversight, the Parliament and the nation would not have to rely on leaked, potentially sensitive details to the media. Points of contention could be debated while maintaining the appropriate level of secrecy about sensitive programs. And perhaps, most importantly, such a parliamentary committee could assist in bringing the nation to a realisation of the relative importance of defence and security compared with the other demands on the nation's purse and attention." End quote. Deputy Speaker, I turn to the provisions of this bill and the powers of the proposed Joint Standing Committee on Defence. Clause 110A(bb) sets out the functions of the committee. These express functions go further than those held by the current Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Subclause E describes as a function to examine and be appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts. Decisions to go to war will not be made by the Parliament or by the committee. The power to commit our ADF to conflict will remain within the power of the government of the day. This is a constitutional power. Recent examples of commitments of troops other than for peacekeeping operations are Afghanistan in 2001 and the Second Gulf War in 2003. But what this committee does provide is a way for the Parliament to afford appropriate scrutiny of the decisions taken by the government in relation to war and warlike operations. Governments may, of course, decide to engage the committee, moreover, prior to a commitment. Sometimes the commitment of troops is fairly unanimous in the Parliament and in the community, but there have been other occasions when the commitment of troops has been a contested space. The commitment of forces by Prime Minister Howard in 2003 in Iraq is an example of a contested decision. In retrospect, much about that decision can be faulted, and it is hard to draw a line between that war and Australia's national interest. Labor voted against a motion in the House which supported the commitment of troops. Since that time, it has been broadly recognised that greater parliamentary scrutiny of Australia's military actions and preparedness is warranted, both from the point of view of allowing for better accountability in a parliamentary democracy, and also because such greater scrutiny can be expected to create an environment whereby better decisions are made, knowing that greater scrutiny will be applied. The bill provides the proposed committee with a host of other important functions. Examining war under subclause E will be a rare action by the committee. Many members will come and go from the committee without ever having to inquire on that topic. Most of the functions of the Defence Committee relate to defence preparedness. The committee will review defence agencies and their budgets, consider strategy documents and scrutinise capability development and acquisitions. On the subject of acquisitions, the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister stated yesterday in an interview that defence contracting is the space within government where you have the greatest exposure to the private sector. He was speaking with reference to the Tallis matter, which has been referred to the National Anti-Corruption Commission, where there were allegations of kickbacks for a contract. Defence contracts are always serious decisions and often involve huge amounts of money. They are the biggest single spends we see. The Defence Committee under subclauses A and C of the bill will be charged with reviewing expenditure and scrutinising acquisitions. This function will add to the necessary robust processes that the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister stated is essential to provide public confidence. Nor can other committees fully fulfil this function. This month, the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit reported on the defence major projects for 2021 through to 2023, including an examination of the Hunter-class frigate project. The recommendations make it clear that greater scrutiny and timely reporting is needed, but the Public Accounts and Audit Committee managed their work without the special access to classified information that the Defence Committee will have. And having held a security clearance before in a past role, I can attest that anything classified is worth knowing. And being able to scrutinise whether our spending in defence will produce a national capability that can deter conflict and when it's deployed be able to win requires ongoing and consistent consideration and oversight. Around Anzac Day this year, I published an article on the Battle of Rabaul in 1942, something that I've referred to in this place as well. I was driven to write on that battle for a number of reasons. The fact that it was a pivotal but largely forgotten defeat that set the stage for the attack on Darwin. My own interest in having served in the Army Reserves, my father and grandfather's service, and also because my husband grew up there. But over all of this, I felt that the Battle of Rabaul serves to remind us now, at this point in time, and in this global environment, of the need for forward posture, and that our interests extend far beyond our borders and mingle with the interests of our neighbours. Preparedness for conflict in today's world is built in cooperation and a care that extends well north of Australia. The Defence Committee will play a role in ensuring that this is not forgotten or minimised and is reflected in our long-term decision-making. The bill provides the committee with a number of other functions too in relation to both preparedness and personnel. Subclause D covers matters relating to defence personnel and veterans. Our preparedness always depends on our people, and the Defence Committee can be another way in which we ensure that each and every enlisted person has the best support in place to enable them to fulfil their duty and love their career. I'm particularly pleased to see that Veteran Affairs is included, as the interest of our personnel after their service is complete needs to be an integral part of how we think about the ADF as a whole. The committee will also, under Subclause G, examine the reports of any relevant Royal Commission. And Australia has a really proud history of joint exercises with our neighbours and partners. Likewise, we are proud that Australia has been represented in every UN peacekeeping operation since the UN itself was established, and the committee could review these. Members may be surprised to learn that the ADF has over 20 operations and engagements currently deployed around the world. Examples include Operation Aslan, the Australian Defence Force contribution to personnel to the UN mission in South Sudan. Another is Operation Paladin, the ADF support to the UN Truce Supervision Organisation, whose activities are spread across Egypt, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon and the Syrian Arab Republic, and Operation Southern Discovery, which is the ADF contribution to the Australian Antarctic Programme. These operations and activities are essential to the furtherance of peace around the world and part of the way in which we as a country take part as good global citizens. They are also part of the way in which we train and prepare our ADF. The Defence Committee would have a role in reviewing the efficacy of these contributions. Deputy Speaker, this bill should be passed. The coalition members of that committee supported the recommendation to create this new committee, so it was disappointing to hear of their late opposition. I've read the member for Canning's odd justification for their position. The Coalition want to amend the legislation to target and obviate a particular political party and particular independents. How does the member for Kennedy feel about this amendment? The member for Clare, the member for Monash? There is some collective memory in these walls of this place that the Coalition would like to ban the Communist Party as well. Maybe they should add that to their amendment. The member for Canning should not come into this place with amendments he knows are undemocratic and merely political. The safeguards around the operation of this committee are such that it will operate within an environment congruent with that of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The member for Canning knows this. He knows that committee well enough. He's on it, and he's chaired it. He knows full well that the provisions of Section 28 of the Intelligence Services Act are being repeated here for this bill, and he needs to treat this bill with the seriousness it requires and support it. The Coalition spokesperson on Defence, the member for Canning, actually understands the importance of the legislation because he actually has spoken in favour of it many times. In 2020, the member for Canning said parliamentary scrutiny of defence is broken and needs fixing, and further that there was no independent Joint Defence Committee where tough questions can be asked. Of course, the member was a member of a governing party then, which for 9 years could have created this committee. The opposition talk a big game on defence matters, but are apparently a little lukewarm when it comes to actually improving our defence forces and their decisions with better scrutiny. In any event, placing the word opposition in legislation, even if it could be defined as fraught. We know who the opposition parties are today, but we don't know the future. Perhaps after the election next year, there will be a split of the Liberal Party, where we'll have a Conservative Party and a real Liberal Party will emerge. You're smiling at that. You like that, Mr. Wallin. One of which perhaps doesn't even support nuclear power. Perhaps the Nationals and the Liberals won't be in coalition anymore to either. So prescribing which parties or mix of parliamentary members should be represented is undemocratic. The long-standing composition of the Intelligence and Security Committee has stood the test of time and it works, and the Coalition knows this. The same composition is proposed in this bill for the Defence Committee. Dr. Dominique Delapose at ANU stated in 2020 in relation to the composure of the Intelligence and Security Committee that in its formal terms, the IS Act sets up a committee that has the potential to be quite independent of government control. Dr. Delapose recognised that the way membership was constituted meant that the minor parties were not represented, but also recognised the view that such membership meant that the recommendations of the committee to the executive were more likely, in this case, to be bipartisan, and more likely to have the support of the executive. Deputy Speaker, I began my speech with the Defence Strategic Review and the fact that we now need to adapt to meet contemporary threats, which involves shifting from a balanced force to a focused force, more capable, more lethal, and more integrated. Integration is vital, and it also portrays the fact that conflict is a more complex space than it has ever been. Greater scrutiny needs to be part of ensuring we are ready for the world as it is, and also for how it is changing. And this committee, which many members have sought to create for some time, is now needed more than ever. The bill should be passed.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I have a memory as clear as day from when I was in Tarankout, Afghanistan, and I stood in front of the clerk and saw on the screen a debate in this place about the war in Afghanistan. And it was quite a surreal moment because I remember seeing members that I recognised and knew speak about it. And it's not a criticism. Any member and many spoke from the heart, but it felt like there was a disconnect between what we were seeing on the ground there in Afghanistan and some of the speeches given here, which felt like they were more appropriate from just after September 11, but hadn't moved with what had happened on the ground. And I thought about something that's said to me again and again, where people will say, you don't want to hear my opinion on defence or national security, I haven't served. And I totally reject that, because there is no requirement to pass effective judgment on the deployment of men and women in uniform to have done it yourself. There's no requirement. All you need to bring are your ears, your head, and your heart. And many, many members in this place in the Senate do that. And indeed, that is key to civilian control of the military. I'm old enough to have seen the movie Starship Troopers, and maybe even old enough to have read the book, where there was, in that book, a requirement for citizenship to have served. That's not what we have here. There is no ticket to be a citizen in this country. Anyone can. And we can say that fully honouring and acknowledging those who have. But it is the good judgment and good character of the people in this place in the Senate that is required. And I've seen that on many occasions. And so this committee is a key aspect of civilian control of the military. And indeed, again and again, we have often seen that the best decisions in the national interest have been made by civilian members who have then served in this place and in the other place, who have the best interests of the nation at heart. And that is why this is such an important committee. And it's an important committee because we have a lot of work to do to be where we need to be to keep our nation safe. In many respects, the announcement of AUKUS was, as difficult as it was, the easy part. The delivery of AUKUS will be extremely hard. And there will be many ups and downs. There will be many challenges. Governments will change across the three partners, some sooner than others. In fact, we've got elections on this year for 2, maybe 3. And it needs to survive through that. It needs to have a committee that has members and senators who will serve over many terms and see that project, amongst many others, through to its completion. There's no other way for AUKUS to work without that. There's no other way. Because in many projects in defence, we have seen, for want of a better word, middle management kill things. And you don't have to have served in defence to note how middle management can kill a project through delay, through confusion, through extra red tape, and just things being put on the back burner. And in order for AUKUS to be delivered, it needs a bipartisan commitment from this place in the Senate to keep relevant ministers, no matter which political party they are in, relevant military personnel, whether they're in the civilian chain of command in the department or they are in the uniform chain of command, with their feet to the fire to deliver it. And that's going to be a multi-decade endeavour. And indeed, a committee like this will see members and senators form relationships with their peers in the United States and the United Kingdom. And they will have frank and honest discussions about the challenges in the various democracies and how we can do our best to overcome them. And that takes a committee that is full of members and senators who put their priorities in this order: the national interest, and then some other interests, and down the list is your party interest. Your party interest should not walk into that room at all. Shouldn't be a part of that room. As the Prime Minister quite rightly noted today, that when you open up his office through the Members' Hall, through the entrance, it looks down upon our war memorial with 103,000 names. It would be doing them a disservice and a dishonour to ever put party interest above the national interest, ever. It can never happen, and certainly not above self-interest. So, Deputy Speaker, it does concern me when we look at the particular announcements of a particular party, being the Greens political party. And it's important to acknowledge them. The Greens plan on their platform states that they will cancel defence contracts and cut defence spending at a time when we need the exact opposite to happen. Their platform notes that they will renegotiate the United States alliance to secure a new relationship focused on making us a better global citizen. Now, that is a fine statement to make, but doesn't reflect the reality of the world that we actually live in. Their platform says they will reduce military spending to 1.5% of GDP, a grossly inadequate number. And then finally, it says that they will close all military bases that foreign militaries have set up in this country. And that would include facilities like Pine Gap and the Marine Force rotation in Darwin, amongst many others. And great exception has been made to that criticism by the coalition being undemocratic. That somehow noting that is not acknowledging the democratic reality of this place. And indeed, if the Greens were to take many more Labor seats, that might be something we have to revisit. But in all of the parliaments to date, and in the current parliament that we have, that is not the state of our democracy, and it is not the composition that the Australian people have sent to this place. And I have been surprised in a good way in my interactions with members on both sides that on the issue of national security and defence there is goodwill and good intentions, and I can quite honestly say there are patriots across both sides, as you would expect and as you would hope for this place. And this is the parliament that we are in, and this is the composition that the people have sent here. And so the coalition is well within its rights to note that this particular bill that allows for the Greens to be on that committee would undermine its whole purpose. And it would undermine its purpose because being on that committee requires those who are on it to be exposed to not just confidential briefings, but secret and top secret briefings. And for those who have served, whether in an intelligence agency or in uniform, there are two limbs to national security documents. One is whether you have a classification, and for that committee you would presume that those members and senators have been allowed that. Same with the Secretariat. But the second part is the need to know. Do you need to know? And for the Greens political party to make those pronouncements on defence, they don't need to know the ins and outs of the most important agreement, being the AUKUS agreement, when it will face enough hurdles and enough challenges when those who will mix their politics with a form of student activism will be seeking to use that committee to undermine the national interest. To do it in that way would risk making the committee totally ineffective, because we know how the department and those in uniform would react. They would pull back from being full and frank in their actual disclosure to the committee, which would mean that it wouldn't be able to do the work that it needs to do. It wouldn't be able to do the work that it needs to do. Deputy Speaker, it is not a given that AUKUS will be delivered without hard work, goodwill and enormous pressure and dedication from multiple generations of parliamentarians in this place and in the Senate. And this committee is a key requirement for that to happen. And so we welcome the committee. I particularly want to thank those who have recommended this in previous parliaments, including the late Senator Jim Molan. And he advocated for this from a very early stage, including not just for the delivery of a great national project like AUKUS, but also for the consideration of where and how this nation will deploy its men and women in harm's way. And I think back, Deputy Speaker, to that moment in Tarankout where I stopped for a moment, looked up at the TV at this place and pondered about the debate that was happening so far away on the other side of the earth about a place that we were standing in. I would like to think that future men and women in uniform will one day stop to read a digital newspaper or look online to hear that a committee has had their interests at heart, the national interest at heart, and that in particular the parties who have had a tradition of being in government, the Labor Party and the Coalition, have put their best efforts to put the national interest first. And with that amendment, this bill is to be welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I start, I would like us to take a moment just to acknowledge my friend on the other side, the member for Menzies, acknowledge his service and thank you for it as well. I rise to speak in support of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024. This bill represents a step forward in our commitment to ensuring transparency, accountability and robust oversight within our national defence framework, and a step toward bringing about recommendations made by a number of inquiries, namely as part of the inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, which was tabled by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade last year. The proposal of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is not by any means new. Its creation was also made as a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Defence and Trade in its report titled Contestability and Consensus during the 45th Parliament in 2018. Though diverse in its reasonings, these reports held some constants as to the reasoning behind recommending such a committee to be established. The rapidly changing nature of our strategic environment has certainly necessitated thorough parliamentary review to ensure our defence policies align with Australia's national interests. The Defence Strategic Review of 2023 underscored the rapidly evolving security environment, characterised by intense competition among major powers and the increasing likelihood of conflict impacting our national interests. As stated in the review, intense China-US competition is the defining feature of our region and our time, and Australia now faces a prospect of major conflict directly threatening its national interest. Effective national defence is not solely the remit of the Defence Department or the Australian Defence Force. It requires the involvement and oversight of all branches of government, including the Parliament, to ensure our strategies and expenditures are carefully considered and aligned with the national interest. This bill seeks to establish the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, a statutory committee designed to provide rigorous oversight and scrutiny of defence-related decisions. This committee will play a role in enhancing public trust in our defence policies by ensuring they are transparent, accountable and subject to comprehensive parliamentary review. The PJCD will be tasked with reviewing high-level policy documents, capability development programs, acquisition and sustainment initiatives, defence personnel and veterans affairs and other matters referred by the Minister or Parliament. This purview extends to monitoring the government's response to the findings of any Royal Commission that is germane to the defence of Australia, the Department of Defence, the ADF or another Australian defence agency. One of the key features of the PJCD is its authority to access classified information, akin to the powers held by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which is similarly provided for within provisions of the Intelligence Services Act. This will ensure that committee members are well informed and capable of decisions based on comprehensive and accurate information. The PJCD will also have the power to conduct hearings and inquiries, providing a platform for stakeholders to present their views and for the committee to gather comprehensive insights into defence matters. The establishment of the PJCD addresses current gaps in parliamentary oversight by providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues. As the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade has noted, robust parliamentary oversight is essential for ensuring that our defence policies are not only effective but also aligned with the national interest. The efficacy starts at addressing expenditure both at a micro and macro level. Given the size of Australia's defence expenditure, establishing a robust oversight mechanism through the PJCD will promote fiscal responsibility within our defence framework. By scrutinising defence expenditures and procurements, thus ensuring that they are not only justified but remain aligned with our strategic priorities, the PJCD will help optimise our defence investments. This physical oversight is particularly important in the context of significant increases in defence funding outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. Moreover, the PJCD will play a crucial role in safeguarding the human rights of defence personnel and civilians affected by defence policies. By examining matters relating to defence personnel, veterans with increased powers, the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies uphold the values and principles our defence establishment is tasked with protecting. This aspect of the committee's work is particularly important in light of recent inquiries into international armed conflict decision-making, which have highlighted the need for greater transparency and accountability in this area. The strategic context of this bill is defined by the rapidly changing nature of our security environment. And Australia now faces the prospect of playing a part in the maintenance of the global rules-based order, particularly within the bounds of our neighbouring Indo-Pacific region. In response to these challenges, the 2024 National Defence Strategy outlined a series of strategic adjustments and investments designed to enhance our defence capabilities. The establishment of the PJCD is a critical component of our response to these strategic challenges. By providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues, the PJCD will ensure that our defence policies are informed by comprehensive analysis and debate. This will enhance the effectiveness of our National Defence Strategy and those proposed and released by government moving forward, ensuring that we are better prepared to meet the challenges of the future. In addition to its oversight responsibilities, the PJCD will also facilitate greater engagement between the Defence Department and Parliament. This engagement is essential for fostering a deeper understanding of defence issues among parliamentarians and for ensuring that defence policies reflect the perspectives and priorities of the broader Australian community. By providing a platform for dialogue and collaboration, the PJCD will help bridge the gap between the Defence Department and Parliament, promoting a more cohesive and coordinated approach to national defence. The shift promotes a culture of accountability within the Defence Department, encouraging better decision-making and more efficient use of resources. The PJCD's role in facilitating greater engagement between the Defence Department and other agencies and the Parliament is essential for fostering a deeper understanding of defence's issues among parliamentarians. The committee's mandate will extend to reviewing the Defence White Paper, the Defence Strategic Update and other pivotal strategic documents that guide our national defence posture. By thoroughly examining these documents, the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies are not only well-founded but also adaptable to the rapidly changing global security environment. This level of scrutiny is essential for maintaining a defence posture that is both resilient and responsive. Furthermore, the PJCD's role in overseeing capability development programs is particularly crucial. The acquisition of advanced defence capabilities is a complex and often contentious process, involving significant financial investments and strategic considerations from the initial decision to commence a procurement process throughout the delivery and beyond. Across those stages, PJCD will provide a critical oversight function, ensuring that these investments are made judiciously and that the capabilities acquired align with our long-term strategic objectives. This oversight will help prevent cost overruns, delays and other issues that have historically plagued defence procurement processes. The committee's mandate also extends to the oversight of acquisition and sustainment initiatives, ensuring that our defence assets are not only acquired efficiently but also maintained and sustained effectively is vital for our national security. The PJCD will scrutinise these initiatives, providing a layer of accountability that will help ensure that our defence forces are always ready and capable of responding to threats. This oversight is particularly important in the context of the significant investments outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy, which include advanced technologies and critical infrastructure. Defence personnel and Veterans Affairs are another critical area under the PJCD's purview, and the broader remit of work and investigatory and oversight activities that the committee can be empowered to undertake both at its discretion and at the direction of the Minister from time to time. Our ADF personnel are the backbone of our national security, and their welfare and well-being must be a top priority and remain a priority once they have concluded their service to our nation. The PJCD will play a key role in examining policies and programs related to defence personnel management, training and support services. This includes ensuring that our veterans receive the care and support they need after their service. By providing robust oversight in this area, the PJCD will help ensure that our defence personnel and veterans are treated with the respect and dignity that should always be afforded to them. The operational procedures and powers of the PJCD are designed to ensure that it can carry out its mandate effectively. The ability to summon witnesses, request documents and hold in-camera sessions will provide the committee with the tools it needs to conduct thorough and comprehensive reviews. The support of the Secretariat and staff with the necessary security clearances to handle classified information will ensure that the committee can access all relevant information while maintaining the integrity of our national security. The operational procedures of the powers of the PJCD include the ability to summon witnesses, request documents and hold in-camera sessions. The PJCD will also enhance the transparency of defence operations by providing regular reports to the Parliament and the public. These reports will detail the committee's findings and recommendations, providing a clear and comprehensive overview of defence activities and policies. This transparency is essential for maintaining public trust in our defence policies and ensuring that the Australian people are informed about the decisions that impact their security and well-being. In addition to its oversight and transparency functions, the PJCD will also play a key role in promoting a culture of accountability within the Defence Department by scrutinising decisions and holding officials accountable for their actions. The committee will help foster a culture of responsibility and integrity within the department. This will encourage better decision-making and more ethical behaviour, ultimately enhancing the effectiveness and credibility of our defence policies. The establishment of the PJCD is also an important step in strengthening our democratic institutions. By involving Parliament more directly in defence oversight, we are ensuring that our defence policies are subject to the same rigorous scrutiny as other areas of government policy. This will help ensure that our defence strategies are not only effective but also democratic and accountable to the Australian people. This integrated approach will enhance the coherence and effectiveness of our national policies and help ensure that our defence strategies contribute to the overall well-being and prosperity of Australia. Effective parliamentary oversight ensures that defence policies are not only strategically sound but also transparent and accountable to the Australian people. It promotes a culture of accountability within the Defence Department, encouraging better decision-making and more efficient use of resources. It aligns with the international best practices and reflects a commitment to upholding the highest standards of transparency and accountability in our defence policies. By providing a dedicated forum for examining defence issues, the PJCD will ensure that our defence strategies are robust, effective and aligned with our national interest. The PJCD will ensure that our defence policies are subject to continuous review and improvement. In a rapidly changing strategic environment, it is essential that our defence strategies remain flexible and responsive to new challenges and opportunities. The PJCD will play a crucial role in this process by regularly reviewing defence policies and recommending adjustments as needed. This continuous oversight will help ensure that our defence strategies remain relevant and effective in the face of evolving threats and challenges. Transparency in defence operations is crucial for maintaining public trust. The PJCD will enhance this transparency by providing regular reports to Parliament and the public, detailing its findings and recommendations. This transparency will ensure the Australian people are informed about the decisions that impact their security and well-being, fostering greater trust in our defence policies, frameworks and apparatus. The PJCD is also a significant step in strengthening our democratic institutions. By involving Parliament more directly in defence oversight, we are ensuring that our defence policies are subject to the same rigorous scrutiny as other areas of government policy. This will help ensure that our defence strategies are effective, democratic and accountable to the Australian people. By conducting hearings and inquiries, the committee will offer a platform for a wide range of stakeholders, including defence experts, industry representatives and community groups, to present their views and contribute to the development of defence policy. This approach will ensure that our defence policies are informed by diverse perspectives and are responsive to the needs and concerns of the Australian community. Enhancing our national defence relations is another crucial function of the PJCD. By scrutinising international defence agreements and partnerships, the committee will help ensure that these arrangements are in Australia's best interest and aligned with our strategic objectives. This will enhance our international standing and ensure that our defence policies contribute to regional and global security. Aligning our defence policies with broader national objectives is essential for coherent governance. The PJCD will examine the links between defence policy and other areas of government policy, such as economic policy, social policy and foreign policy. This integrated approach will enhance the coherence and effectiveness of all of our national policies. By establishing the PJCD, we are ensuring that our defence policies are subject to rigorous Parliament scrutiny, and I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
I get appalled often in this place, but listen to the last member of Parliament passing judgment upon men that go out there and put their lives on the line. They're going to be subject to review by the likes of you. I'll bet you've never fired a rifle
for Kennedy,
in your life.
Member for Kennedy and member for Spence, I'm taking this up right now. Member for Kennedy, you must direct your comments through me as the chair to avoid personal insult and injury, and I can hear you perfectly well, so you do not have to yell at me.
Most people talking on this bill have not actually fired a rifle, let alone fired a rifle in anger. They've never actually fired a rifle, and yet they're going to stand in judgment.
Okay, member for Kennedy, I've now got a point of order, I believe.
I ask that the member for Kennedy withdraw and apologise. The member for Spence has served in uniform and has fired a rifle.
Member for Kennedy.
He makes a point
you have
that a member of Parliament has fired a rifle.
It would
Well, good on you, mate.
Member for
There's one
Kennedy.
bloke in here that's fired. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kennedy, it really would assist the House if you would withdraw that comment from earlier on and move on with the substance of what you would like to talk about.
What comment, Madam Speaker?
I believe offence has been taken by the member for Spence. I've just taken a point of order from the member for Menzies, who was also offended by your comment directed towards the member for Spence. It would help the House if you withdraw that.
I'll apologise for whatever it is,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
And
because
please
I want to move on.
proceed.
Please, can I move on?
Please
Right?
proceed.
Now, you know, all right, there might be a person who's fired a rifle, right? But, you know, when we were at war with Indonesia, I and probably 500,000 other Australians knew my country was at war and we had to fight. Now, the number of people in here that would have had that before them, I think, would be minimal, if not negligible. And yet you're going to stand in judgment upon those people that volunteered to put their lives at risk to defend this country. What right have you got to judge those people? What right have you got to judge those people? And I take the interjections from the ALP. I have got continuous interjections when I'm talking about men sacrificing their lives to defend their country. And he keeps interjecting. I don't know what you're objecting to, my friend, but you better watch out because I'm sending that to your local
Member
papers.
for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, the army has been run.
Please direct your comments through me.
Madam Speaker,
you managed to upset a number of people now, and I would like to avoid that. So if you talk to me and forget them.
It is my privilege to offend people in this place. That is my right as a member of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Not if it offends standing orders.
Look, Madam Speaker, you have had more of my time than I've had. So could you please give me a go?
Member for Kennedy, if you
There
could,
you go again.
you could proceed, that would be helpful.
I'm just taking down how many times you've interrupted me, Madam Speaker. The army is run by a person who, in his presence, I found him to be a little bit effeminate. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing, but it just seemed to me fairly unusual at the top of an army to have a person like that. He paid himself and his wife $1.2 million a year. He spent all of those things are forgivable. But when you spend $40,000 million of the taxpayers' money to buy 15 machine guns. My platoon of 32 men, we had 15 machine guns. We did not cost the taxpayers $40,000 million. He spent it on patrol boats and drones. Each patrol boat has a machine gun. So he put out $40,000 million to buy 15 machine guns. Madam Speaker, the Ukraine has demonstrated that clearly we need artillery pieces and artillery shots. I mean, everyone on earth believes that you need a missile fortress. We would need maybe 200,000 missiles. I doubt whether we've got 200. And yet this place that has made those decisions has the hide to pass judgment. Now, when the head of the armed forces pulled Robert Smith over the coals and took his medals off him and took them off the SAS as well, Jackie Lambie immediately went before the cameras, and as far as I know, she and one member of the ALP and myself, the only three that have ever worn a uniform, but she was there, and I tripped going down the stairs. I thought I'd broken my leg trying to get down to support her and Heston Russell in defending the people that are defending their country. Madam Speaker, I pray that we do not get in a conflict. And, you know, people say, oh, it's very patriotic, you know, my dad went to war. Well, you know, my dad went to war too. But it's not patriotism. When we're at war with Indonesia, I joined up because your country's at war, you just join up. It's not, and I don't mean to denigrate people that make that decision, I'm one of them, but it's not about that. It's just your country's at war, you join up, right? But when you join up, you have to take the orders, and you're placed in the most dreadful situation to try and bring home to you what war is about, Madam Speaker. We took bayonet drill, and the idea was you let out a blood-curdling scream, you charged at a dummy, and you shoved your bayonet right to the hilt of the dummy and pulled it out again, and on guard. And then you charged at the second dummy, in, out, on guard. Now, obviously we're not going to do bayonet charges in the year of our Lord 1962 or 4, whatever it was. That's not going to happen. So what are we doing this for? Because we are training a person to kill without thinking. If he starts thinking in warfare, then the whole platoon could be dead, right? Now, you can criticise us for that, and you probably will. You'll probably throw us in jail for that, right? But we had to defend our country, and that was the way that it was done. And this was done 20 years after the Second World War. But to give us some idea what it's like, one of my relatives, and heaven only knows, I think there was 20 or 30 of my relatives that fought in the Second World War. This one fought at Millen Bay. And I said, so what was it like? You know, like we're going over there. It's going to be pretty bad. We're up against a country 20 times our size, and they have been wonderful neighbours to us, Indonesia. I wish I could say the same thing about us being wonderful neighbours to them, but they've been wonderful neighbours. But there was an aberration, and we're on our way to fight in Indonesia, a country 20, 30 times the size of Australia, and backed up by the communists at that stage. Now, Madam Speaker, this is happening in the context of communism. Mao Zedong, it's quite clear now, is responsible for the death of 48 million people. When I was at university, 5,000 marched against us being in Vietnam. But, you know, the jury is in now on Vietnam. The communists never took another country after Vietnam. The cost was too great. So it was the turning point at which communism was turned back. Just how bad was communism? Mao Zedong, it's quite clear now, was responsible for the death of 48 million people. Stalin was responsible for the death of 28 million people. That's 76 million people, if you want, adding up. In all of human history, not even Tamerlane, Genghis Khan, would be up there with these two blokes, right? But we had to fight to stop them. And Vietnam was a tough call, because overlaid on the issues there was national independence and the French. But you don't know whether the cause is right or wrong. And up till about 10 years ago, I wouldn't have said that I know whether the cause was right or wrong. Your country says we're at war and you go off to war. Now, when you get there, there are people trying to kill you and kill your friends, and if they succeed in doing that, then we have the Japanese and the rape of Nanking. Do you want that to happen to you people? Do you want what the Germans did to the Russians and what the Russians did to the Germans in Berlin? You're passing judgment on people that have watched their families wiped out. I mean, you can say the Russians was dreadful what they did in Berlin. Yeah, well, half of them had their families wiped out. There would hardly have been a single soldier that didn't have a relative murdered by the Germans. So it's payback time. Now, you're going to pass judgment on these people, are you? You're going to pass judgment upon them. Now, all I can say to you is Jackie Lambie did wear a uniform, was a full-time soldier. Heston Russell was a full-time soldier. And I was not a full-time soldier, but we're on 24-hour call-up to fight. We're on a war footing. The country was on a war footing. So I near enough was a full-time soldier. So 3 people that really had to face up to war and soldiers in this place. We united in absolute rage at the treatment of Ben Roberts-Smith and others, and the standing down of the whole SAS battalion. Now, the head of the army, he said, you're guilty until innocent. He immediately put the punishment upon all these people, not finding out whether they were innocent or guilty. He just hung, drawn and quartered them in the public arena. And hence me nearly breaking my leg trying to get down to back up Jackie Lambie and Heston Russell. Now, Madam Speaker, at Millen Bay, I asked this relative, who was Sergeant at Millen Bay, and he said, so you want to know about the butchers of Millen Bay? He said, our commander said, out there's the sharks, in there's the cannibals, and there's the airstrip. We take the airstrip or we die. And when we came upon the first evidence of battle, the Japanese had used our soldiers, Australians, as bayonet practice. And they'd been tortured, tied to trees and tortured, and then killed. And our blokes went crazy, and he said, we cut the heads off the Japanese in the first line of trenches we took, and then threw the heads into the next line of trenches, and then that was really successful because they jumped up out of the trenches, we could kill them easy. Now, obviously the story is wildly exaggerated, but it'll give you some idea of the savagery of warfare. Now, don't you people, sitting here in your nice air-conditioned, comfortable, protected place with a big fence around you and security guards everywhere, don't you pass judgment on people that put their lives on the line for this country. Don't you pass judgment upon them. Madam Speaker, Wellington, the hero of Waterloo, Wellington voted for the independence of Ireland. And he was a highly conservative, flag-waving colonialist, and everyone was quite staggered that he voted for the independence of Ireland. But he had fought with the guerrillas in the Spanish campaign, and he said, I will never, ever see that happen to any English person ever again, because he could see what was going to happen in Ireland. There would be a guerrilla warfare. So here is one of the great warriors of human history, defeated Napoleon, the greatest commander in human history, won 32 major battles, and Wellington beat him. But here he is, voting for the independence of Ireland, rather than face up to another war. So if you're out there and you've seen these things happen, then you have the right to pass judgment. And if you haven't, quite frankly, I don't believe you have a shred of right to pass judgment upon these people. Their own soldiers can pass judgment upon them, but you people in this place and the broader legal fraternity, didn't see too many of them going off to war, don't. Now, I want to pay a tribute to the men that have defended this country. I was in the 49th Battalion when we were at war with Indonesia. on 24-hour call-up to go over there. We had to give our next of kin to two of our next of kin, and we all know why that was. I was the unit historian. I went and saw the Colonel. I said, Colonel, we, in the Second World War, it's pretty negative. We fell back. We failed to hold ground. We built it under fire. It's all pretty negative. So he said, what do you want to do, Catter? About 1,000 men in a battalion, and as I say, I was the unit historian. And I said, well, we might have been a fallback battalion, but then again, we might not. This is only 19 years after the Second World War had ended. But I'm going to go down to the local RSL and just ask. And maybe we were a fallback, but maybe we weren't. So I went down there and I yelled out, anyone here know anything about the 49th Battalion? They were one of the 3 battalions that were sent to New Guinea to stop the invasion of Australia. They were one of the 3 battalions that were sent up there to stop the Japanese. And we had to hold them up, and so the divisions, which were in the desert, could come back.
Time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Solomon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024. Just in case you've been listening to Parliament, you just heard the member for Kennedy talk for 15 minutes on everything but that. That is what we're addressing in the chamber at the moment, and I want to pay credit to both the member for Spence, who has served in uniform, who did serve in an Australian Army Infantry Battalion, and quite frankly didn't deserve the carry-on and the pure misinformation that came from the member for Kennedy. Also,
the member for Kennedy hasn't got the call yet. The member for Kennedy hasn't got the call yet.
Furthermore, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Furthermore, I want to pay credit to the member for Menzies, who got to his feet and corrected the record. One thing in that 15-minute spiel that the member for Kennedy did not talk about was the defacing over the weekend of memorials on Anzac Parade. I went past there this morning because I'd heard reports over the weekend that some of those memorials had been defaced. Saw it with my own eyes on the Vietnam Memorial, on the Korean War Memorial. Vandals spray painted all sorts of rubbish, frankly, on there. And as I said on doors this morning to the media, that is an absolute disgrace and dishonours the men and women of the Australian Defence Force who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to their families for those that, for all those that have served. And I'm glad that the Prime Minister so strongly spoke to that in question time. Now, the need for this bill, what this bill is about, is the creation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. I don't need to tell honourable members that our strategic circumstances have become far more serious in recent times, and that has been confirmed through a number of reviews and the strategic review, the National Defence Strategy just being 2 documents, but we understand that there has not been a time in recent history where strategic circumstances were so unsure without an appropriate level of strategic reassurance from those, and in particular China, who have increased their defence or their spending on their military by 75%. A meteoric expansion of defence capability, and as I say, not with no reassurance about the strategic intent. Obviously, that becomes a concern to countries like ours who want to maintain strategic equilibrium
as the Foreign Minister Penny Wong has said, and who want to ensure that countries, large and small, can enjoy their sovereignty within the framework of a rules-based order. So it is important that this Parliament are able to examine not only projects, defence projects that are to build capability, but have the opportunity in a classified setting to ensure that there's appropriate safeguards in place, because we will be increasing our defence spending so that we have a capability that will be able to deter those that might seek to coerce us in the future. Now, when we talk about an expansion of Australia's defence spending, 2.04 in the last budget, over the next 10 years, expanding to 2.4 of GDP, in order to ensure that we've got the capability to back up our words. Capability and intent. Important for deterrence, that it was made very clear in the Defence Strategic Review is so essential for these uncertain times. Now, of course, with civilian oversight of the military, as we have in our great democracy, we need to ensure that there is appropriate levels of parliamentary scrutiny so that there's good decision making and a really efficient and prudent use of those taxpayer funds, but also that there is a more informed Parliament and by extension through us, the public. And I'll just mention that last week here in Canberra, I launched, well, Richard Marles, the Defence Minister, the member for Corio, launched a paper that I've written for the Lowy Institute around AUKUS that went to exactly the requirement for AUKUS, and in particular Pillar 1, the SSNs, submarines, as part of our deterrence, but also spoke to the environment in which we live, the times in which we live. Now, that parliamentary scrutiny that we've talked about and reasons that we need to be writing about defence policy, defence strategic policy, speaking about it, is part of that educational process of the public as well. What we want is a more informed Parliament, good decision making, but we also need to bring the public along with us as well, so that there's sensible strategic decision making for the future, not knee-jerk, reactionary, performative politics that unfortunately we see more and more of these days. That is not helpful. We need evidence-based public policy in defence like we do in every other area. Now, the reason for us creating this Parliamentary Joint Committee on defence that will be established by the bill is to inject a greater level of parliamentary transparency, accountability and oversight into the defence portfolio, in line with the Albanese government's commitment to transparency and accountability, evidenced by the fact, and just one example, that the National Anti-Corruption Commission has now been going for a year. Not something that those opposite were interested in seeing happen, like this committee actually in the past. I do acknowledge the supporters of this Defence Committee on the other side, but it certainly wasn't always the way. Whilst in government, the coalition did not want and was on the record of not wanting this increased parliamentary scrutiny. This committee will build on the useful and necessary scrutiny of defence, particularly the major capability projects where so much of defence funding is spent. And and the Senate estimate process obviously provides a level of transparency there, but further scrutiny will be there. By modelling this new Defence Committee, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security that I'm proud to be a member of, and is fantastically chaired by the member for Wills, who happens to be in the chamber with us. Member for Wills does a fantastic job on that committee and maintaining a bipartisan focus on the national interest. And that is what we have all hoped would again be the case with this Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. Now, this committee will supersede and enhance the defence-related functions that are currently undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, but put it up a level in terms of the scrutiny, the access to information. Establishing this committee is a priority of our government, and we're very much committed to passing the enabling legislation as soon as practicable. And to support the establishment of the committee, we provided in the budget $17.5 million over a decade for the effective running of that committee to ensure that it's resourced appropriately. Now, just quickly on the origins of the bill, it was a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. That was followed a referral from the DPM, Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Corio. The inquiry was initiated to deliver a commitment in the Australian Labor Party's national platform. Now, previous inquiries have recommended the establishment of a statutory committee on defence, and that was recommended back as far as 2018. As I mentioned, the former government, those opposite, many members from the Leader of the Opposition and many other members on the front bench were obviously members of that government in 2019, but they disagreed with the creation of this committee as a statutory committee. And I quote, they said, "There are already substantial parliamentary oversight measures in place for the Department of Defence. Australia has enjoyed a long period of broad bipartisan agreement on defence policy, operations and force structure, and additional measures to enhance bipartisanship are not necessary at this time." That wasn't long ago. But where the former coalition government were unwilling to take this up, the Albanese government is acting with the leadership of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister in particular. This bill will be responsible, will create the committee that will be responsible for reviewing, monitoring and reporting on the administration and operations of all Australian defence agencies, including the Australian Defence Force, the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Defence Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation and the Australian Signals Directorate, and will remain, those organisations will remain the subject to oversight by the PJCIS. So just to clarify that, the ADF and the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs will be under the new PJCD committee, whilst DIO, AGO, ASD will remain subject to oversight by the PJCIS. Deputy Speaker, I could speak more on this, but I have another commitment in another place, and there are other speakers here to continue to outline why this is important and also to outline some concerns that the bipartisan support of this may not be there. We need a bipartisan approach to this committee, as we do in the Intelligence and Security Committee, a bipartisan approach, a testing of ideas but a bipartisan approach on the national interest. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Parliamentary scrutiny is absolutely vital in ensuring the best decision-making, the most efficient and prudent use of taxpayer funds, along with a more informed Parliament and, by extension through us in this place, a more informed public, because that's part of our responsibility. Now, the Albanese government, Labor government, is committed to the continual improvement of our national security laws, and I can attest to that, having spent the last 2 years as the chair of the Parliamentary Joint Intelligence and Security Committee, to ensure our agencies, law enforcement agencies, security agencies and intelligence agencies, are best equipped to continue their work to keep Australians safe and to protect our way of life. The new Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, the PJCD, established by this bill, will inject greater parliamentary transparency, accountability and oversight into the defence portfolio in line with the Albanese government's commitment to transparency and accountability. It is necessary, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that Parliament can also examine the projects and defence projects and Australia's defence strategy in greater detail and, of course, in a classified setting where required, with the appropriate safeguards in place. Now, the Albanese Labor government takes these duties very seriously. We've heard from previous speakers, like the member for Solomon, who spoke eloquently around the point of bipartisanship and the importance for a consensus around what are critically important national security issues for this nation. Let me just expand on this approach for a moment, Deputy Speaker. What we mean by that is not just agreeing on everything all the time, because there is a contest of ideas. There are differences of views right across this place and in the other place, even within parties as well. What we mean by a bipartisan approach is checking the partisan politics at the door when it comes to the work that we do, for example, in the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I would hope in the the Joint Defence Committee, park the partisan politics at the door and in good faith seek to try and reach a consensus after a vigorous debate and analysis and engagement, reach a consensus on what we consider to be important and critically important for the national interest in and around our national security. That is a really important approach. It means not playing politics with such important issues, but in a genuine, good faith effort, seeking to find the best possible set of recommendations, the best analysis, the best understanding of what is required for the government to put in place. Now, this approach is more crucial than ever, particularly in the challenging, complex strategic environment, the national security environment that we find ourselves in currently. The establishment of the PJCD implements a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade's inquiry into international and conflict decision-making, following a referral from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence as well. That inquiry was initiated to deliver a commitment in the Australian Labor Party's national platform. So the PJCD is modelled, as we've heard, on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, the PJCIS, and will supersede and enhance the defence-related functions currently undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Now, as I mentioned, as chair of the PJCIS, I'm very cognisant of the important role that the PJCIS has always played in doing the necessary work, the extremely rigorous, methodical work, and bipartisan when necessary, but certainly the work done in an atmosphere conducive to the national interest, coming first and foremost, rather than partisan or temporary political gains. Reaching consensus where it is possible in the national interest. So that has meant, Deputy Speaker, that the membership is by appointment, and the structure of the PJCIS has been agreed upon. And the Intelligence Security Committee, which the PJCD is modelled on, vigorously scrutinises bills and debates those bills, those national security bills, in a classified setting, mainly, and comes to agreed positions and recommendations. And then we write up, and most usually it's a joint report that is bipartisan from all members, no matter what side of politics they are on. And so the PJCD is modelled on this, PGCIS, structurally, but also I think in the context of the manner in which it goes about, or should go about, doing the very, very critical and important national security work that it will be tasked with doing. And that is just as important as the elements in the bill, the structural elements, the foundational setup of the PJCD. It is that understanding of the critical nature of the work that is being undertaken and the importance of members of that committee undertaking that work in good faith, regardless of where we are in the political, what side we are on politics. So, in a sense, Deputy Speaker, I'm making a case for not playing politics with very important matters, especially the matters that really pertain to the national security and the security of Australians. Now, those opposite me would know that this type of good faith arrangement, this type of effort, this bipartisanship when it's possible, in the PJCIS makes us stronger and safer as a nation. And as with the PJCIS, which I chair, the Prime Minister, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, appoints the members of the committee and will do so for the PJCD. And there will be a majority of government members and then non-government members to make up the rest from both houses of Parliament. Those arrangements, the arrangements for information handling, are closely modelled on the PJCIS, and the committee proceedings, as I said, will be conducted in private and appropriately secure settings, unless, of course, the Minister has authorised public hearings to look at certain bills. And this would be with the exception of the committee's consideration of the annual reports of defence agencies. Now, that is to ensure that sensitive information can be adequately assessed and analysed by committee members. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, we still see the coalition, those opposite, not being able to resist the temptation to play politics with this very, very important establishment of this very, very important Defence Committee. And playing politics with Australia's national security. While we are focused squarely on keeping Australians safe, squarely on our national security, squarely on our national interest, they have decided to oppose this bill. And I would say to those opposite, because I've seen this story before, they ran this argument with respect to the PJCIS increasing its numbers. The Prime Minister already has the power to appoint any member of Parliament to the PJCIS, and that is done in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition under the Intelligence Services Act. And as I said, the PJCD will be modelled on the PGCIS. That is a long-standing process, and it will be no different for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence. That process will be the same. And it's quite galling, Deputy Speaker, because previous inquiries have recommended the establishment of a statutory committee on defence. We've seen that in this place. The Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee recommended in 2018 the creation of a similar joint statutory committee. And when the former government, the Morrison government, the coalition, responded to this in 2019, they actually disagreed with the recommendation, saying there's already enough substantial parliamentary oversight measures in place for the Department of Defence. Okay, so they knocked it back then in 2019 on that inquiry's recommendation. And when they were in government, they rejected the establishment of the PJCD, and it's a committee that will allow for more scrutiny. So they're knocking back the need for more scrutiny. And when they were in government, they dodged accountability, they reduced transparency, they rejected scrutiny, clearly from their own statements. Deputy Speaker, those opposite me grandstanded, used fear-mongering about national security and defence. They do it all the time, but then they refuse to accept the recommendations that would actually improve both, provide transparency and accountability. And now they're back in opposition, Deputy Speaker. There's still this aversion to greater scrutiny by this place, by the Parliament. And I don't understand it, except for the politics, again. playing politics with this, where the former government was unwilling to take this up. This government, the Albanese Labor government, is actually acting on those recommendations, the long-standing recommendations, and establishing this Defence Committee. I would say that the position of the opposition, they'd have to explain it for themselves. It is not just disappointing, but I think it's frankly irresponsible. Given the current strategic circumstances that we face, there is a critical need for a committee such as the PJCD, which can provide effective parliamentary scrutiny of defence in a classified environment. Everyone agrees upon that, everyone, and has agreed upon that, and then at the 11th hour they have decided to say no. And we've been clear from the beginning as a government that this committee recommended it be modelled on the PJCIS, and that's long enjoyed bipartisan support. And it's particularly disappointing because, as I said, everyone's agreed it. Even those opposite have agreed on it. The Shadow Minister for Defence, the member for Canning, said in March of this year, and I quote, "I think that would be a really important development for a lot of parliamentarians who care about our troops and want to see the best for them." End quote. That was in relation to the establishment of this Defence Committee. As far back as 2020, the Shadow Minister for Defence wrote an opinion piece where he called for a joint Defence Committee and said, and I quote, "Parliamentary scrutiny of defence is broken and needs fixing. If we are serious about increased accountability and transparency, then we need proper parliamentary scrutiny of the Department of Defence and the Australian Defence Force." End quote. That's the Shadow Minister for Defence. I wonder what happened in their party room last week. Did all of those statements just suddenly get forgotten? And then they decided, well, hold on, we don't want more scrutiny, we've changed our mind. They said this when they said it when they were in government, they said it when they were in opposition, and now at the 11th hour when we're about to put forward the bill, they oppose it. Now, Deputy Speaker, the PJCD will be responsible for reviewing, monitoring and reporting on the administration and the operations of all Australian defence agencies, including the ADF, the Department of Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs. All of the intelligence organisations, the Defence Intelligence Organisation, the Geospatial Intelligence Organisation and the Australian Signals Directorate will remain subject to oversight by the PJCIS. There's going to be a broad range of functions that have been established by this bill that act as a standing term of reference for the PJCD and provide for greater oversight, transparency and accountability in those significant areas within the defence portfolio. Reviewing admin and expenditure, reviewing the defence agencies including their annual reports, considering white papers, reviews and other policy documents, strategies, planning, contingencies, scrutinising Australia's defence capability, development, acquisitions and sustainment, considering matters related to personnel and veterans affairs, examining and being appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts, monitoring the involvement of Australian defence agencies in significant non-conflict operations domestically and internationally, reviewing the implementation of the government's response and monitoring it for the findings of any Royal Commission inquiring into matters relating to the defence of Australia or any agency, considering the operation, resources and performance of the Inspector-General of Defence Force. Deputy Speaker, these are critically important tasks that need to be taken up, and those opposite are delaying this and blocking this bill. As Australians, we are fortunate to have a level of peace, security and stability that countless others are not able to appreciate around the world. And it can be often easy to take this stability and this security that we enjoy for granted, to just think it's just this permanent fixture of Australian life. But the reality is that upholding and protecting that standard of security requires a constant level of vigilance. And, Deputy Speaker, this bill and the creation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is just one element, and a very crucial element, of the Albanese Labor government's national security and transparency agenda to put forward those elements of vigilance, to do our job. And the government is committed to continuously updating our systems and our security infrastructure to preempt and overcome challenges to keep Australians safe and keep Australia's safe and our national interests upheld. That is my task, I know, as the chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I take that job especially seriously as I know the members do of my committee. And I know that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence will take this important responsibility, this sacrosanct responsibility just as seriously. And I urge the opposition, I urge them to stop playing politics with this bill and to support it as they have in the past so that we can pass it through this place.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024. I do so because I believe that the new committee can make an important contribution towards oversight, accountability and transparency on decisions and policies relating to defence and also security matters. Proposed section 110A(bb) sets out the functions of the committee, and I note they include to review the administration and expenditure of Australian defence agencies, including their annual reports, to consider white papers, reviews and other policy documents dealing with the strategies, planning and contingencies of Australian defence agencies, to scrutinise Australia's defence capability development, acquisitions and sustainment, to consider matters relating to defence personnel and veterans affairs, very important, to examine and be appraised of war or warlike operations, including ongoing conflicts, to monitor the involvement of Australian defence agencies in significant non-conflict operations domestically and internationally, to monitor and review the implementation of the Australian Government's response to the findings of any Royal Commission that inquires into a matter relating to the defence of Australia, the Department of Defence, the ADF or another Australian defence agency. It can also consider the operations, resources, independence and performance of the Inspector-General ADF. It can inquire into matters referred to the committee by a minister or a resolution of either House of Parliament, and on the committee's own initiative it may inquire into other matters relating to one or more Australian defence agencies. And so, Deputy Speaker, when you go through and review the functions of the committee, it is very obvious that they really do ensure that oversight, accountability and transparency on decisions and policies relating to defence matters is improved. And I think this is a really positive thing for our country and a very positive thing for decision-making. And hopefully it will lead to better outcomes also for the men and women who serve our nation in uniform and also for veterans and their families. Proposed subsection 110ABA2 sets out the proposed membership of the committee, and it provides that the committee can have up to 13 committee members and must be composed of at least 8 members. 2 senators who are government members. There are 2 members of the House of Representatives who are government members, 2 senators who are non-government members, and 2 members of the House of Representatives who are non-government members. And members from the House of Representatives are nominated by the Prime Minister, and members who are senators are nominated by the Leader of the Government in the Senate. I should note that crossbench members are not excluded from membership of the committee under the proposed legislation. So I was very surprised to hear that the member for Canning is proposing to move an amendment effectively banning crossbench members from sitting on the committee. As I heard those words, I was taken aback by the sheer undemocratic arrogance of that move. Deputy Speaker, it smacks of the old sun will never set on the empire view of Australian politics that some in the major parties still adhere to. Politics, Deputy Speaker, is changing. Poll after poll, election after election, demonstrates that support for the major parties is slipping away. Every day, every week, every month, every year, every election, support for the major parties ebbs. The crossbench continues to grow. The sun is setting on the old political empires of the major parties, and that's the cold, hard truth. Representation on committees such as this can't be denied. It's undemocratic and just plain wrong. The foreshadowed amendment suggests that coalition MPs are somehow more trustworthy than crossbench members as it pertains to matters of defence and national security. Well, Deputy Speaker, let me tell you about some coalition trustworthiness that I can speak to. Deputy Speaker, I have been in coalition party room meetings where I have been able to read in the digital media, almost in real time, what was happening in those meetings and who was saying what.
Order. The member for Calais will resume his seat. The member for Cowper on a point of order.
Point of order is relevance. The former member for the Nationals and the information he received in party room meetings is not relevant to this debate of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee.
Point of order.
On the point of order, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the opposition member for drawing people's attention to the matters the member is raising. They are highly relevant to the bill and to the amendment which has been moved.
The Assistant Minister will resume his seat. I'll make the observation whether it was a point of order or not. The member for Calais will continue speaking. He is being relevant, talking about the reasons why he thinks that crossbench members should be privy to the discussions about being on the committee. And he's giving his reasons why he thinks so. So I think he is being relevant. The member for Calais, continuation.
Well, I would just caution, Deputy Speaker, those opposite on making too many objections, lest the public think that it may have been one of those members who was doing the leaking. But seriously, Deputy Speaker, I've been in joint coalition party room meetings where you could have sworn that the media had a real-time transcript of what was happening in those meetings. In fact, there were so many party room leaks that I don't even think an in-house plumber could have plugged them all. I would also read from time to time in the media about what was happening in Cabinet, taking leaks and untrustworthiness to a whole new level. And I also note, Deputy Speaker, that in 2022, the current Attorney-General reportedly wrote to the former Prime Minister and member for Cook to tell him, and you guessed it, to stop leaking. He was leaking. So, Deputy Speaker, the opposition should spare us all the sanctimonious and self-serving nonsense that only those in major parties can be trusted with respect to important matters of defence and national security. I will support this bill. I'll be opposing the opposition's undemocratic and unmeritorious amendment, and I hope that those opposite, when they consider this amendment, will remember to ensure that they need to get a plumber to do something about those leaks. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I support this bill. It will make a significant change to the quality of scrutiny and oversight and ultimately decision-making when it comes to some of the gravest matters that the government has responsibility for, namely defence and military operations, and particularly any decision that involves the commitment of Australian service people to conflict, which generally has been to conflict overseas. It's a really welcome change. It's been delivered through a characteristically thorough and substantial process, and I'll talk a little bit about that. I also want to acknowledge some of the people who have worked to get us to this point in the Parliament and in the broader community. But at the outset, I think in a week when there's lots of things going on, as is always the case here, it is important to say that by creating a dedicated committee on defence that has the ability to receive classified information and briefing, the quality of parliamentary engagement on defence decision-making will be materially improved. And when you think about that kind of decision-making, as I said, there aren't decisions that government makes that any more grave than the decision to involve this country in war or warlike operations. And it was in the speech this morning by the new Governor-General, Sam Mostyn. She spoke about the sort of the foundation of Australian life, the three big building blocks, our First Nations heritage, the longest continuous civilisation on earth, the British institutions that form the basis of our style of government and our way of life in other respects, and then of course the waves of migrants that have produced the incredible multicultural dynamism and diversity that is such a strong part of Australian life today. But if you take those institutions, you know, we're fortunate to be the inheritors of the British democratic system with a parliament and other features like a free press, and independent judiciary and so on. It has always been the case that the decision to involve the country in war or warlike operations is a prerogative of the executive. In the early part of the life of this nation, that was subordinated to the decisions made in the United Kingdom, but certainly from the time of the Second World War going forward, they've been decisions that have been wholly made by the Australian government, but they are made through executive prerogative, through an executive council process that results in a decision by the Governor-General. The involvement of the Parliament in that decision-making has been limited. The extent of parliamentary involvement has been provided through a range of parliamentary conventions and norms. You know, one of them has been that where Australia does make a decision to get involved in military conduct, the Prime Minister will bring a motion in the Parliament that will allow the matter to be debated, and that's something that has occurred. But there is no formal requirement that Parliament be involved in sanctioning that kind of decision, and there are good reasons why that's not been the case. Part of it has to do with timeliness, part of it has to do with the nature of the material, the sensitive nature of the material that would be considered in making that decision. And there are some other factors too. I mean, I point out that for those who advocate quite reasonably the consideration of a parliament being involved in deciding whether or not a country goes to war, it's worth remembering that if that was to be the case, then once that decision is taken, in effect, the parliament has given assent to that course of conduct, rather than occupying a position where it can rightly scrutinise the course of that conduct as it goes forward. But what has happened in this case is we have recognised that the decision-making framework and processes in relation to defence, military and security matters, particularly when it involves war or warlike operations, should always be capable of improvement. We should never stop and take our democratic institutions, processes and culture for granted. We've seen around the world how those things can grow weaker over time and how they can become ill-suited to the circumstances of a changing world. So it's absolutely right that we're prepared to, from time to time, have a look at the institutions, the structures, the processes and the culture around that kind of decision-making and ask ourselves, is that really fit for purpose? Can it be improved? And that's what we were prepared to do in this case. I want to recognise that it's a conversation that's been carried by lots of people in civil society, particularly groups like Australians for War Powers Reform, led by Alison Brownowski, also the Independent and Peaceful Australia Network, the Medical Association for the Prevention of War, and a number of other groups. It's healthy, it's a healthy part of our democracy that we have civil society groups like that address these kinds of serious matters, consider what's going on in other countries around the world, and foster a lively and robust debate about how things sit in this country, whether they have drifted, which I think was the case with some of the conventions around the discussion of military engagement in this place, and how we might improve them. But the outcome that we have here, the creation of a new committee dedicated to that purpose, covering all of the things that the member for Wills and the member for Clare mentioned, reviewing administration and expenditure, considering white papers, reviews and other policy and strategy documents, scrutinising Australia's defence capability acquisitions and sustainment, looking into matters related to the broad well-being of defence personnel and former defence personnel in terms of Veterans Affairs, examining and being appraised of war or warlike operations. The creation of this committee started with a resolution in the Labor platform. It was moved, I can't remember at what particular conference in the past, but it was refreshed in 2021. I moved that resolution and the member for Bruce seconded that resolution, which was that in the next term of Parliament in which Labor formed government, to ensure there was a committee inquiry on the question of war powers, that essentially a future Labor government would refer the issue of how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into international armed conflict to an inquiry to be conducted by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. That's exactly what happened when we were elected. That referral came from the Minister for Defence to the Defence Subcommittee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. It was very, very ably chaired by the member for Bruce. It was a very interesting, thorough and substantial inquiry. We had public hearings and submissions and all of the things that inquiries should consider. I want to particularly acknowledge the evidence that we heard from veterans, Mr John Phillips and Mr Cameron Leckie. They said very clearly to us that they wanted to see greater parliamentary involvement. They wanted to see change occur that would sharpen up and deepen the way that the Parliament is able to engage on these things in order to deliver scrutiny, oversight, contestability, all the things that we know are hallmarks of quality decision-making in a democracy. And then through the inquiry and its report, one of the key recommendations, there were a number of them, but one of the key recommendations was the creation of this committee. And the Minister for Defence received and responded to the committee in quick time, and the best evidence of that is the fact that here we are about to make a significant change to the parliamentary committee architecture in a very meaningful way. The member for Wills, with whom I serve on the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security, described how valuable and important that committee is, and the way in which this new Parliamentary Committee on Defence will in many ways mirror the way that committee is established, is structured and works. I've covered the sort of terms of reference, but the two sort of further things that will be critical to the way that this committee will do good work are, one, its capacity to consider classified information briefings. It's in the nature of defence and security that a lot of the material is highly sensitive, and that makes it difficult to create an appropriate way in which parliamentarians can engage with that. But it's important that we do. It's vital that we don't slip into a set of circumstances where those kinds of matters are regarded as being so sensitive and so much the special preserve of some defence and security elite that they don't get tested by the broader engagement of people sent here as representatives of the people. And I completely agree with the member for Clare when he says that it's quite right that the membership not be restricted in a way that would exclude one group of parliamentarians or another. Ultimately, the choice of the committee membership is a serious one, like with the PJCIS, and it's a matter for the Prime Minister to determine through the appropriate forms of consultation. But in addition to its ability to receive classified material, in addition to its terms of reference, you could say the third most, or you could make an argument and say it's actually the first most important quality will be the culture of that committee. The culture of the PJCIS is one where there is a core bipartisanship in the way that committee works. there is a commitment to the sort of the intensity of and the seriousness of the workload that is involved, and there's a genuine application by all members of the committee to give their best in service on that committee membership, to take that work seriously and to try to deliver improvements and solutions to problems and issues that arise. I'm confident that this new Defence Committee will set off in that same vein, that it will have those same qualities, and if that is the case, it will make a really important difference to the quality of defence and security decision making in Australia, and that's no small thing. There were other recommendations from the inquiry report that led to the creation of this new committee, and they're important too. And I'll cover a couple of them just because I think they sort of flesh out the value of being able to look at this kind of area and consider how we improve it as we go on. The other recommendations included sort of seeking to somewhat more, well, to formalise to a greater degree the expectation that where there are major military operations that the responsible minister or the Prime Minister table a written statement identifying, you know, the reasons for and the objectives of those operations and the legal basis on which they've occurred. A more formal recognition that it would make sense in those circumstances for Parliament to sit as soon as it possibly can, so that an appropriate motion can be moved and debate can occur. That has been one of the conventions in the past, but it has tended to be used, I think, in a less timely way in the past than is desirable. So, Deputy Speaker, those are some of the further changes that, along with the creation of this committee, will actually make a meaningful difference to how the Parliament gets to understand and comment on, scrutinise, debate some of these incredibly serious things. They're matters and endeavours that inevitably cost Australia a great deal, not just in terms of the resources that go into them, but most importantly, the lives that are affected by those comments. I do note that to the extent that some opposite have queried whether this change is really valuable, there was the 2018 bipartisan committee report titled Contestability and Consensus, a Bipartisan Approach to More Effective Parliamentary Engagement with Defence. It recommended we create a committee like this. The Morrison government said no thanks, which I think was a shame. This is one example of how the Albanese Labor government, while doing a whole bunch of really important, substantial things for people's broader well-being, are also making lasting changes to the quality of our parliamentary democracy.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Wentworth.
Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and first, want to reflect that, certainly in my feeling, and I think certainly many in the Parliament's feeling, that the first job of government and of Parliament is to keep people safe. And certainly defence and our defence capabilities really goes to the heart of that. And for me, this is a bill that increases the accountability of defence and the transparency of defence into the Parliament, which I think is absolutely critical. And certainly when you look at the times that we are entering, where you're looking at the increased spending in defence, but also the increasingly difficult defence environment that we are facing, I feel as clouds, I think, gather around the world, I think that it's even more timely and more appropriate that defence has greater parliamentary oversight and that which this bill supports. The other piece I'd like to note in relation to that parliamentary oversight is also the role in terms of the engagement with the community. I was concerned by a recent poll by the US Study Centre at the University of Sydney, which found that only 42% of those polled thought the AUKUS submarines were worth the cost. And even 32% actually oppose acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. And I do this not because of the merits or non-merits of the AUKUS agreement, but the point that I want to make is that if the community is not with the Parliament and with the government in terms of its activities in defence, then there's a real danger that these defence plans, which are many, many years in the making, decades often in the planning, are vulnerable. And it is critical that we do level with the community, really engage with the community on some of these major strategic defence questions that have arisen. And, I will cite, for example, AUKUS, where, because it has, support from both the major parties, there has been not a great deal of debate in the Parliament about this. And I think that has been an area of concern for members of the public, not least because they haven't had the opportunity that many, I think, would like to actually understand the reasons and alternatives and why AUKUS, was and is still the preferred approach for the government as well as the opposition. And for me, I've always said I support AUKUS, but I do believe that the community needs to have better engagement on this issue, and I feel that this is an opportunity through this parliamentary committee to further do that. I'd like to very briefly talk about the discussion about the composition of the committee, since this is an issue that members of the coalition have brought up with their concerns, such as the member for Fisher's concern that members of the crossbench could be are contemplated as potential, though not necessary, members of this committee, and the concern that he and others from the coalition have raised in relation to this. And I think I call on the coalition to reflect on what has been happening over a significant period of time and really culminated in the last election, where you had 30% of the country who did not vote for a major party. And that has led to the largest crossbench in recent parliamentary history. And I think the lesson from that election is really that people are concerned, with what the major party is doing in terms of building their trust, and they are looking for alternatives. And so I think that's really the message that the member for Fisher should take from this, and consider separately, why a significant part of the community who has said they do not trust the major parties on the major issues. They would prefer an alternate to represent them. Why that representation shouldn't be borne out in a defence committee. I note that members of the coalition have in case said, oh, look, you can't trust the members of the crossbench not to leak or not behave inappropriately. And, I'm going to finish my speech with the observation that, I'm a member of two committees, the Economics Committee and the Joint Standing Committee on Migration. And note that there's been one leak, actually, in one of my committees, the Economics Committee, and, that was extremely concerning to me. But the one person, did not leak from that committee was the member of the crossbench, myself, who was on that committee, because I wasn't there on the day that the leak, I wasn't there for the hearing, the private hearing that was leaked with the RBA, with the Governor of the Reserve Bank of Australia. You had notes from that meeting were leaked to the Financial Review, and the one person who couldn't have done that was me, because I wasn't there, because I wasn't able to attend that day. And so when I think when the coalition is particularly keen on calling the ethics of the crossbench into account, they perhaps might reflect on that experience and consider, whether it is fair in that case and others, whether that is an accurate representation of the likely outcomes of these pieces. Because so certainly as myself, and I think very, members of the crossbench take, our parliamentary duties extremely seriously, including the confidentiality of the committee process. And frankly, I was appalled to see that a committee would leak something like that, but that wasn't me. It was definitely the majors. Thank you.
I thank the member for Wentworth. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and the member for Moreton has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2024, which put simply is creating a new committee to have parliamentary oversight of defence matters in this building that would be able to operate, deal with classified material, top secret material. This morning, Deputy Speaker, we saw something that I don't think I've ever seen in my 16, 17 years in Parliament, where we welcomed a Governor-General commencing their term on the 1st of January, where we saw something that we don't see very often, which was the Great Hall open and all the doors open, so that if you stood under the flagpole, you could look north all the way through the building, out the front, under the great veranda, past the First Nations area, then all the way up to the War Memorial. One of the design features of this building is that north-south line where the public can go theoretically straight through the building all the way to the Prime Minister sitting at her or his desk. And then the other line of power is obviously, Deputy Speaker, through your chair, through the Speaker's chair, through the building, through the chamber, to the flagpole, then out to the Senate on the other side. We don't see that very often, where all the building is open like that. But as the Prime Minister mentioned in question time today, it reminds us of the things that must be on the mind of the Parliament, on the mind of the Executive, on the Prime Minister, if making a decision to send people into harm's way in the service of our nation, but also that other line of power, obviously, because the Governor-General is actually the Commander-in-Chief of the Australian Defence Force. And just to touch on some of those duties, the Governor-General's duties as Commander-in-Chief are through the Federal Executive Council to appoint the Chief of Defence Force and the service chiefs, to commission officers in the Navy, Army and Air Force, the presenting of colours, banners and other honours to military units and personnel, visiting military units to acknowledge the service of the service personnel, and leading Australia's response, celebration and acknowledgement at commemorative events. So the Governor-General does have that significant role in terms of engaging with the defence, and it was great to hear the Governor-General today, Her Excellency Sam Mostyn, acknowledge her 90-year-old father who was there, who's also been a member of the Defence Force. It was quite a symmetry. Now, whilst the Governor-General is the Commander-in-Chief, Australia has that strange tradition where it's not the Governor-General who declares we are going off to war or going into a conflict. That would be the Executive. Now, it has changed over time, obviously, when Australia, the colonies combined to form that country called Australia on the 1st of January 1901. There has been a gradual change from World War I, where basically because the United Kingdom declared they were at war, Billy Hughes said we are at war because the monarch, because the British Parliament declared they were at war, through to World War II, where Prime Minister Menzies at the start of the war took the same approach. But things have changed, obviously, and it's important that we look at that relationship between the ability to go to war and what the Defence Committee does. And I see the member, the Deputy Chair from the Public Works Committee opposite, because recently we had the chance to visit one of our great defence facilities down in southern Victoria, southern New South Wales, I beg your pardon, where we make some of our explosives, and well, nearly all of our explosives, yes, and that part of the world has a big military footprint. We were able to go there as part of defence, a defence project being looked at by Public Works, which, as the name suggests, does not deal with top secret material. We're only dealing with military matters that are in the public domain. I found out something that I hadn't realised about Australia when it came to make the Australian contribution in World War II. After World War II, the US had paid for a lot of military input around the world in World War II. And countries after that had to pay back the United States. Obviously, they worked out some arrangements through the Marshall Plan where they were investing into democracies, trying to combat the rise of communism, the Marshall Plan throughout Europe in particular. But I hadn't realised that after World War II, whilst a lot of countries around the world owed the United States actually owed Australia money because of our significant military contribution. But things have changed since then. The world still has a superpower like the United States, but it has become much more complex. We know that as Australia, responsible for 11% of the Earth's surface with a population of less than 27 million. We are seeing a global competition for resources. In fact, by any analysis, you would say that there's the greatest military build-up since World War II occurring right now. That competition for resources, and one of our major, if not our major trading partner, is part of that competition for resources. So we need to have a parliament that reflects the modern world and the challenges that come with that. So we need a parliament that can examine defence projects and Australia's defence strategy in greater detail, and to do so in a timely manner. We don't have time to wait for a steamboat to send a message out from the King back in Buckingham Palace. We now need to deal with the changing circumstances, things that can change in the blink of an eye. The modern reality is we need to be able to do so in a secure environment, a classified setting where appropriate safeguards have been put in place, where phones are secure, where people can speak freely, where defence officials or government officials can speak freely. And Parliament can still do its job of scrutinising whatever that might be in terms of a maritime project, a land project, an air project, a space project or a cyber project. We know that there are countries in that global competition that don't always respect our boundaries. So establishing the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence is a priority of the government, and we want to pass on this legislation. We know that the money's already set aside for it. We want the Parliamentary Committee to become operational as soon as possible. Obviously, we still need to do all those normal things like diplomacy, deterrence, investing in defence, but we also need to have that important part of a Westminster democracy, which is parliamentary oversight. So this will give increased transparency, accountability and oversight into the defence portfolio because, as I've noticed in the Public Works Committee, there are significant amounts of money involved. Everything costs a lot in defence, and not just because of the wedding type prices that are handed out for anything to take place in defence. So it builds on our commitment to the first commitment of any government, which is to keep Australians safe, but also to do so in an atmosphere of transparency and accountability. We do so in that in the reality mapped out in a couple of reviews, but particularly I would thank Angus Houston and Stephen Smith for that strategic review and how they saw that there's some scary things in their report. The reduced strategic warning time is obviously a big part of it. We don't have time to just sit around and, send a drone over and see what's happening. Things can happen very quickly. The culture of this committee, the proposed committee, would be very much based on modelled on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which has been running for a decade effectively. So it will do some of the functions, the defence-related functions currently being undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, a committee I've been on for a long time. But, as I mentioned earlier, that committee doesn't have the capacity to see secure material. So we've got the money. We just need to get through the parliamentary process of establishing the committee. A committee that came out of a recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, a committee that has a lot of wise heads that have corporate knowledge, both parliamentary and defence, and benefits from those views. The committee undertook an inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making, and and then after being referred by the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence. So we obviously need a committee that has that parliamentary oversight. I do suggest that the opposition, who have always happy to recommend to me that I cross the floor on a particular matter, that this is something where they can exercise their free will. Member for Hinckley, I was actually over that side of the committee today, but that Parliament today, but it was only to sit with the member for Grey on a diabetes motion. But it's been suggested that it's reckless and undemocratic. But let's be realistic. We are not. If you're a party of government, you're not someone that's going to sit around and sing Kumbaya, and if there's military intervention coming over the horizon, you're not going to send a sternly worded letter, as some parties would suggest. We need to be realistic about the world that we live in. As I said, the largest military build-up since World War II occurring right now. We actually thought that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security model would be taken over to this, because there's been a long history of bipartisan support for that. And I see the member for Canning is here, and he formally supported the establishment of the Defence Committee, and I quote him. He says, "I think that would be a really important development for a lot of parliamentarians who care about our troops and want to see the best for them," end quote. In fact, he wrote an opinion piece back in 2020 where he called for the committee, saying parliamentary scrutiny of defence is broken and needs fixing, end quote. He also wrote, the member for Canning, "There is no independent Joint Defence Committee where tough questions can be asked in a classified protected space. Parliamentary scrutiny these days is surface level. This is an area of urgent reform." I was in a meeting on Friday, Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. The Defence establishment were there saying, well, we can't talk about that. I'd love to talk about that, but I can't talk about that because we're not in a secure facility. So we do need that accountability and transparency, and I know that the committee will work well. It will include the ADF, the Department of Defence, Department of Veterans Affairs. It'll have a broad range of functions that will be the standing terms of reference for the committee. It'll provide greater oversight, greater transparency and accountability on significant areas of the defence portfolio that are so needed. And it would have 13 members, no more than 7 from government and 6 non-government members from both Houses of Parliament. Something that, for those listening, that mirrors the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, as do all of the arrangements for information handling. So that all of the proceedings would be conducted in a secure and private setting. And I particularly commend the secretariat that work in those committees. I know is incredibly difficult work because things can change so quickly. I know that the Intelligence and Security Committee, when we had, if you remember, Deputy Speaker, those raft of security legislation that had to come through and be processed, the poor old secretariat. And I think the member for Canning would agree that the poor old secretariat had to deal with incredible amounts of information in that process, and the secretariat that serves this parliament do an incredible job. So, obviously the culture of such a committee would be important. I would think the starting culture must be bipartisan support. So this is an opportunity for later speakers to indicate that. There is a saying from Trotsky that you may not be interested in war, but war will be interested in you. For those that want to just say, oh, we don't need any AUKUS, we don't need any defence, we can just, sit around and sing Kumbaya and send off, a couple of petitions if we get in harm's way. That's not the realistic understanding of the world we live in 2024. And I would urge all members of this parliament to support the legislation.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I want to thank all members who've spoken on this important bill. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, established by this bill, will play a vital role in injecting greater parliamentary transparency and accountability and oversight into the defence portfolio. The government believes that this enhanced scrutiny in a classified setting is critical given the strategic circumstances that our nation faces. And this should be something on which everyone in this parliament agrees. We need unity. We need consistency on this issue in parliament. Indeed, the Shadow Minister has previously described parliamentary scrutiny of defence in 2020 as, quote, broken and need fixing, and that this is an area of urgent reform. But when the opposition had a chance to fix this through this bill, they've shown that they've been inconsistent, indecisive and weak. And that comes from the fact that the member for Canning has foreshadowed a motion to amend the membership provisions of this bill. Now, Speaker, this bill derives from a report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in their inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making. And recommendation 6 of that report was to establish a joint statutory committee on defence, the subject of this bill. And at 3.86 of the committee's report, they state, and I quote, "The committee is of the view that a statutory committee on defence matters should be modelled on the PJCIS to provide similar levels of oversight and accountability for defence as applies to intelligence agencies, including scrutiny of annual reports, strategy and planning for capability development, acquisitions and contingencies." Now, that was the bipartisan view of the committee that recommended the establishment of this very important committee. And the Liberal members on that committee accepted and supported that recommendation. So that is what the government has done. The government accepted the recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade and has modelled the membership provisions of the Joint Committee on Defence exactly on the same provisions that exist in Schedule 1, Part 3 of the Intelligence Services Act, which of course establishes the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The provisions relating to the appointment of members are exactly the same. That in the House, the Prime Minister must consult with the leader of each recognised political party that is represented in the House and does not form part of the government. Similar provision for the Senate. So there you have consistency between the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Security and Intelligence and this proposed committee, the Joint Committee on Defence, accepting and adopting the recommendations of the bipartisan report. Yet now, we've had some Liberal members come in and say they now want to change that they don't accept that recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in their report. In fact, the amazing thing is that 2 of the members who spoke in this debate in support of the amendment about to be moved by the member for Canning were actually members of that committee and supported a different view when they put their names to the report from which this committee is derived. And I'm referring to the member for Fisher and the member for Riverina, who came in here and said, "I'll ignore what we said in the committee report. We've now changed our view and we're going to go with the view of the member for Canning." That is inconsistent. It is indecisive. And the one thing that Australia cannot afford now in the defence portfolio is inconsistency and indecisiveness. Absolutely. Because that equates to weakness. And Australia cannot afford to be weak given the current strategic circumstances that we face. So that is why I can indicate that the government will not be supporting the opposition's proposed amendment, which seeks to exclude in legislation a section of the parliament and is not representative of the parliament and certainly does not represent this Act operating and this committee operating in the exact same way as the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. This bill was a product of a bipartisan report from the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. And we believe that that bipartisanship must be maintained in the approach to this bill and the membership of this proposed committee. We cannot be inconsistent when it comes to the membership of this committee, and that's why this is not a bipartisan approach that's being proposed by the opposition, and that inconsistency will be a weakness. And that is why the government will not be supporting that amendment of the opposition, and why we will be acting consistently with the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, and adopting the exact same provisions as those that exist with respect to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I commend this bill to the chamber.
I thank the Assistant Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'm going to put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole, and the question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Canning has the call.
I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move this amendment on behalf of the Coalition to safeguard the integrity of this proposed Joint Defence Committee. This is a committee where important and sensitive national security matters will be discussed. It will be a committee bound by secrecy provisions to protect information that is vital to Australia's national interest. It will have access to information that needs to be protected in peace and especially safeguarded in war. Therefore, the membership of the Joint Defence Committee must be selective because of the obligation to protect sensitive information in the Australian national interest. As a baseline, we must have a committee membership that is committed to defending the Australian people with lethal force if necessary. We must have a committee membership that supports and upholds our alliances, including with democratic partners like the United States and Israel. And we must have a committee membership that will protect sensitive information from our strategic adversaries. This is a modest but hugely consequential standard that we seek to uphold in the moving of this amendment. It reflects the long-held and practiced consensus and convention of the two major parties that have governed Australia since the end of the Second World War. And with the emergence of new threats and a new strategic disorder across the globe, it must now be insisted upon and codified in legislation. We cannot risk the Greens becoming members on the Joint Defence Committee as they fail on all three tests that I have outlined. The Greens are ambivalent about military power as a precondition for a stable and lasting peace. The Greens wish to sever our alliances from the US and Israel. And the Greens celebrate the radical transparency that Julian Assange has popularised with his reckless leaking of classified documents. Such people are not fit to govern, nor are they fit to serve on this Joint Defence Committee. This Joint Defence Committee is for parties of government and should be restricted to those capable of governing Australia. This amendment makes that crystal clear by preventing the Greens and like-minded crossbenchers from serving on the Joint Defence Committee. We move this amendment in the Australian national interest, and if it does not pass, we will vote against the government's bill. I note that members on both sides of the House believe in the merits of this Joint Defence Committee and the increased accountability and transparency that it will bring, particularly in times of war when we have troops in the field or sailors at sea or aviators in the air, and questions need to be asked of strategy. I also note the fine contributions in the House by members on both sides, including the member for Wentworth, who is eminently sensible on security matters. But I will leave it to the government to explain how they will safeguard our nation's secrets if they persist in leaving open the door of membership to radical Green activists in our parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Canning. Now, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those that say no. No. Noes have it. Aye. Division required. Call the bells. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Angie. Just checking. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Canning be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes and the Honourable Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 51, noes 86. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I'm going to call the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member. Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Canning. Leave is granted. I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, next order of the day. Criminal Code Amendment, Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The member. The question is, this bill be now read a second time? And I give the call to the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is sorely needed in our community. This bill seeks to address some of the most troubling and serious matters that are facing people all across our community, but particularly impacting young people in our community. Without canvassing the specifics, my community has been very, very seriously affected by some terrible cases around the production and distribution of artificial intelligence generated deep fake material of a sexual nature. And this bill specifically goes to and provides for a means to, one, provide a legal framework that recognises this risk to people in our community, and indeed to create an appropriate set of penalties for those that seek to attack others using this vile material. There are provisions under existing legislation, Deputy Speaker, in order to protect children from this sort of vile behaviour. But up until this point, there have not been, or rather legislation has not kept pace with the development of technology, the rise of AI as a tool by which to produce and distribute this very troubling material. Fundamentally at its heart is the reality, this very unfortunate reality, that troubled and unscrupulous people across the community are taking advantage of artificial intelligence and other tools of technology to illegally and dishonestly produce material that is specifically designed to denigrate and to humiliate other people across our community. And while it can be used to do so against any member of the community, it is most often used against girls and young women within our community. I think everybody in this House can agree that in this day and age, we want to ensure that women in our community aren't adversely impacted by the very unreasonable, the very cruel use of technology in order to misrepresent them, their actions, to take advantage of them in the pursuit of terrible, abusive behaviour, sometimes for the purposes, as I said, of denigrating and humiliating, sometimes for much more insidious purposes. And The reality here is that the bill will create a new criminal framework, a new criminal offence framework that will ban the sharing of this non-consensual deepfake pornography. For those that aren't aware, this is essentially the use of artificial intelligence and other technology tools to manipulate existing photographs, or perhaps generate, using source material, generate new photographs or material that appears to be photographs of real people, but indeed the photographs themselves are entirely fake. They are not real, and they generally depict the victim in some form of compromising position, of a sexual nature, some form of nudity, some form of inappropriate matter, and of course the victims of this material have in no way given their consent for that to be the case. We've seen, unfortunately, with the rise of that technology, the prevalence of these crimes increasing, the prevalence of this type of denigrating behaviour across our community increasing, and that is of immense concern to all people across the community. These reforms make exceptionally clear that those people who are engaging in the production and the dissemination of this sexually explicit material without consent will be subject to very serious criminal penalties, including, for those that are found guilty, a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment for transmitting some of this sexual material without consent, and 7 years imprisonment for what are termed the aggravated offences associated with it, where the person created the material themselves. It should be made clear, this legislation goes to dealing with material depicting adults. There already exists a framework and a set of laws under the criminal code that deals with child abuse material separately to this. And I think it must be noted that those sanctions in regards to that material are very serious as well, but that is not the focus of this particular bill. In terms of what this bill deals with, it deals with matters where a person transmits this material using a carriage service, perhaps a phone, over the internet, where they are disseminating this material across the community. It deals with material where the person depicted appears to be 18 years or older. It deals with material where the person is depicted in a sexual manner or a sexual pose, engaging in a sexual activity, or indeed where someone's sexual organs are used in the depiction. And of course, it deals with matters where consent is not provided. Deputy Speaker, these are really troubling matters. They're troubling matters for our community to talk about because these offences are so awful. Their impact on people, particularly young people, particularly women in our community, is extraordinarily profound. There is no legitimate purpose, absolutely no legitimate purpose, to engage in the generation of this deepfake pornographic material that depicts a non-consenting person in our community. We will be working really closely with the state and territory governments in order to implement and ensure that these laws are appropriately supported through policing, appropriate policing, as well as the education that necessarily goes with emerging technologies to ensure that our community can first and foremost have an understanding of the risks associated with this technology, but also the penalties that come against any individual or any group of people that engage in behaviour that is in contravention of this bill. Just to be clear on a number of matters, the offences covered by this bill do not cover private communications between non-consenting adults. And I think that's worth making clear so that people across the broader community can understand this is not a bill that is designed to impede upon the activities of consenting adults who are engaging in private matters. The government has no wish or interest in intervening in such activities or behaviour. It is not designed to curb what is essentially legal behaviour between consenting adults. This is specifically aimed at dealing with, as I said, the production and dissemination of material that depicts non-consenting adults along with it. And Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, my community has specifically dealt with this challenge in a very confronting manner. There are very strong views across our community about how the government should be responding, how governments of all persuasions at all levels should be responding to this emergent risk. And I am very pleased to see our government, the Albanese Labor government, bring forward in an efficient but considered manner a bill that seeks to address this emerging threat to our community and indeed create a legislative framework that will appropriately address it, protect our kids, protect women, and indeed protect all of our community against this awful, insidious behaviour.
I thank the member for Hawke. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. The Status of Women report card released in March this year contains some sobering statistics, including that 57% of women who recently experienced sexual harassment experienced it electronically, such as online or on a phone. The Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024 is an important bill. These amendments meet a need to strengthen existing offences which deal with the unlawful use of private sexual material. The amendments create offences that prohibit both the creation of and the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit material depicting adults online. Children are dealt with under separate legislation. The bill goes further and also creates an offence in relation to images that have been created or altered with technology, including AI. In other words, what we refer to as deep fakes. It's currently not illegal to create a fake AI-generated pornographic image. Obviously, as technology advances at a rapid pace, it becomes easier and quicker to generate sexually explicit material and images. The technology is so sophisticated, it's become difficult to detect whether an image is real or not. And there are several issues here. AI enables an image to be manipulated so people can be depicted in a highly convincing way, physically misrepresenting them, making it look like they're doing something that they have not done. Critically, whether the images are real or false, the key issue is consent or lack of it, and the devastating impact this can have on the person depicted, on their personal and professional lives. And the purpose of creating these images is almost always to deliberately cause harm, to intimidate, shame, bully and frighten people. I'm very supportive of these amendments. This bill is the criminal justice response to the unlawful use of non-consensual sexual images, but it's only one part of a wider reform agenda in relation to online safety. And this reform agenda for online safety is only one part of the national approach required to address the worrying issue of intimidation and violence, particularly against women and children. In the context of this bill, we should be very concerned about the broader and long-term cultural and social impact of image-based abuse in our communities and particularly on women. The sharing of intimate images without consent, whether they're deep fake or otherwise, largely reflects a concerning culture of harassment and misogyny. AI and technology is allowing perpetrators to amplify that culture further with devastating reach. While this bill rightly focuses on the unlawful use of private sexual material, victims of deep fakes can also experience an intense sense of violation even when the deep fakes are not sexual in nature. Having your identity co-opted, being made to appear to say or do things that you would never say or do, can undermine your sense of self and change how others see you. I've already discussed the pressing need to address deep fakes to preserve our democracy.
Effective use of deepfakes by bad actors can create confusion and mistrust that will make it difficult for our democratic and economic institutions to function. Deepfakes present huge risks in relation to the spread of misinformation, both in elections and, importantly, in scams as well. There's a significant asymmetry between the ease and cost with which misleading AI-generated content can be created and disseminated, and the time and expense of having it removed, whether it's of a sexual nature, but also especially when the content is not of a sexual nature. This is a huge issue, wider than the scope of this bill, and I urge the government to address it urgently. We need to find creative ways to address this imbalance between the ease of creation and the cost of removal. Fundamentally, we require a massive cultural change that has many parts to it. Legislation plays an important role in defining acceptable norms, but fundamentally, cultural change will only happen if it's also addressed at an educational level with young people. I welcome the announcement on 17 June of a new phase of the Stop It at the Start campaign, which aims to give tools to parents and caregivers to challenge the echo chamber of disrespect children are often immersed in online and to help young people navigate harmful content. The online normalisation of harmful stereotypes and behaviours against girls and women is having a particularly alarming impact on adolescent boys. To achieve culture change, we must address this on the actual platforms, apps and devices where that material is readily available, where the algorithms are targeting young men and at an early age. I note the current statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021, which is considering, among other things, a minimum age for access to social media and the prevention of online harms, including online and technology-facilitated abuse. My electorate of Curtin has provided the Minister with a community submission following the completion of an online safety survey by 600 constituents, testing their support for stronger regulation. 75% of respondents want the Online Safety Act to regulate technology-facilitated abuse, and 86% want the Act to address emerging technology risks, including placing responsibility and expectations on platforms to protect users. This is a recurring theme and challenge. How can service providers effectively detect and remove offensive content, and specifically in the context of this bill, deep fake content, and how do we effectively require them to do so? Well, we have some measures in place. The basic online safety expectations, the BOEs, are determined under the Online Safety Act and provide a framework of expectations to service providers of social media, mobile phone and other messaging services and apps. Those providers are expected to ensure we can use their platforms and online services safely with a minimisation of unlawful and harmful material and activity. The government amended the BOEs in May this year to include an expectation of providers to proactively minimise the extent to which online services are used to produce or facilitate unlawful or harmful material, including deep-fake, non-consensual intimate images. This is a good start, but testing and policing this is a challenge. Serving a notice on providers requiring them to explain how they're doing this is not enough. The BOEs fall short of requiring platforms and service providers to develop ways of independently detecting harmful content and deepfake images. I look forward to the report of the statutory review of the Online Safety Act, as well as the findings of the Joint Select Committee on the impact of social media in Australia. I'll be advocating for sharper instruments and stronger solutions. In conclusion, this bill is a very welcome criminal justice response to the unlawful dissemination of non-consensual images, and I support these amendments. The distribution of deep-fake AI-generated images is one part of a disturbing challenge we face in Australia to address harm, particularly against women and children. Cultural change will require many things, but most certainly we need to embed early targeted education. We need to look for creative solutions to minimise harm, and we also need to require service providers to detect and remove harmful material, including deep-fake images. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is an important bill. It will create new criminal offences to ban the sharing of non-consensual deepfake pornography. acting on this kind of digitally created and altered sexually explicit material that is a damaging form of abuse against women and girls that we know can and in fact is inflicting deep harm on victims. Sexually explicit deepfakes created and shared without consent are being used to degrade and to dehumanise women, to target women, and of course, in many cases, they are also perpetuating harmful gender stereotypes and contributing to gender-based violence. When these deepfakes are shared with others or posted online without the consent of the person depicted, this is, of course, a serious breach of a person's privacy, and it has long-lasting harmful impacts on those victims who never consented to having their image shared. Our government is really aware of the growing issue of deepfake technology, and we are responding to this issue, particularly through this bill, where it is being used to create false and damaging depictions of real people engaging in sexually explicit acts. These reforms will make clear that those who share sexually explicit material without consent, using technology like AI, will be subject to serious criminal penalties, as it should be. The new offences will have a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment for transmitting sexual material without consent and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences, including where the person created the material. The offences will only apply to sexual material depicting adults, while child abuse material, including AI-generated material, will continue to be dealt with under dedicated separate offences in the criminal code. These reforms are a high priority for our government, and they do follow the public commitment we made on the 1st of May this year to introduce a suite of measures to tackle online harms, particularly those targeting women and girls. And I do know that this is an issue that is important to my community. Like so many around Australia, they are concerned by the trend they see of harmful misogynistic material being shared online, and of course the devastating consequences that that has for too many women and girls in my community and again right around the country. So this bill is one part of a number of measures our government is taking to tackle misogyny online, to make online spaces safer for women and girls, and to make these reforms and others coming through the Parliament and coming through other mechanisms as well, making women and girls safer online. These changes ensure that the offences that apply to both real material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and fake or doctored material that's been created or altered using technology such as deepfakes, so bringing those two together. As I said, it does build on other actions being taken by our government, including increasing funding for the E-Safety Commissioner, advancing the review of the Online Safety Act a year ahead of schedule, our commitment to address the harmful practices such as doxing, and the work we are doing to overhaul the Privacy Act to give all Australians, particularly women who are experiencing domestic and family violence, greater control over their own personal information. Deputy Speaker, here in Australia and across the world, we have seen the rapid growth in deepfakes and sexually explicit deepfakes in recent years. There are some estimates that suggest that 96% of deepfakes online are pornographic in nature. That is an absolutely shocking statistic. And the Palgrave Handbook of Gendered Violence and Technology tells us that in 2017, the first documented instance of amateur deepfakes appeared, with a Reddit user sharing several images of celebrities' faces being manipulated by AI onto the bodies of pornography actors. Only 2 years later, an app using AI tech was released, allowing pretty much anyone to create convincing deepfakes of any female, followed by an AI bot becoming available on the Telegram app, making use of that technology in early 2020. In a mere matter of months after this, a review found that almost 105,000 manufactured images of different women had been created and shared using this technology. In the 4 years or so since then, the technology has gone even further. It is now at the point, as law enforcement here in Australia have reflected, that in a 6-month period in the last year or so, their experts in identifying deepfake material have gone from being able to identify that real or manufactured material to being able to tell the difference. So we have a genuine problem here. We have people, particularly women and girls, being harmed by material that is deeply offensive, being created and shared online without their consent. We do know that artificial intelligence is rapidly developing. And I don't want to say that is all a bad thing. There are, I think, some positive contributions that artificial intelligence can make. But in the context of this bill, there are certainly some very harmful contributions that it is currently making. And it is particularly concerning, I think, if advances in AI technology deepen existing misogyny in our society, if those technologies are actually used to embed further the inequalities and dangers that exist for women already in our society. And so again, that is why laws such as these are so important. As I said before, this type of attack can happen to anyone. It isn't just celebrities. We have seen celebrities like Taylor Swift being subject to deepfake material that is sexually explicit, but while those have been the high-profile victims, many women here in Australia and around the world have had the same thing happen to them. So our government wants to ensure that the people who are creating and sharing these kinds of deepfakes are held accountable and are punished for their actions. There has been existing work on this as well. The E-Safety Commissioner has been trying to fill the gap on image-based abuse with several test cases now under their belt, and they report a 90% success rate on takedowns. We need, of course, a multi-system approach here, both penalties and regulations that apply to service providers, to technology platforms, to the generative AI tool companies, and that education and social norm piece about the creation of this material as well. This bill goes to the legislative side and strengthening the legislation framework to deal with this issue. It also builds on the work being done in some of our states where there are specific offences involving image-based abuse. Victoria and South Australia have introduced summary offences involving the non-consensual sharing of intimate images in response to the issue of deepfake form. In my home state of Victoria, the Justice Legislation Amendment, Sexual Offences and Other Matters Act 2022, made a range of changes, including updating Victoria's definition of consent, criminalising stealthing, and introducing new offences involving intimate images that can be used to prosecute users of deepfake pornography. It is a difficult area of law, but that is certainly no excuse for us not acting. And again, those difficulties have been taken into account as our government has moved forward with this bill and with these changes. We know that deepfake creators may be liable for defamation under Australian law, but the current legal landscape means defamation recourse was designed mainly for the written or spoken word. So again, this bill aims to address the gap that we have in existing laws and to meet technology where it is. It will be important in addressing an issue that, if we allow it to continue in the manner in which it has, will continue to do too much harm to too many women across our country. This bill has been developed in consultation with the Australian Federal Police, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions and other Commonwealth agencies. I want to highlight that it responds to calls from victim survivors, and I thank all of those victim survivors who have done the work with us on this. It responds to calls from community groups, from other members of the public who have contacted me, and I know other members in this place, asking us to do more to address the non-consensual distribution of sexually explicit deepfake material. We are clear that without taking action, this situation only gets worse. As the Australian Federal Police Commissioner said earlier this year at the National Press Club, it is likely that we have a tsunami of AI-generated abuse material coming at us. We've got to get ahead of that tsunami. This action will be an important part of getting that work done and getting appropriate laws in place. The laws are supported by experts in the space, including Dr. Asher Flynn, who has publicly written about the laws in Lawyers Weekly. She's the Chief Investigator and Deputy Lead at the Australian Research Council Centre and Associate Professor of Criminology at Monash University, saying it addresses a major legal gap in Australia in which the creation of sexualised deepfakes was not illegal anywhere in Australia except in the state of Victoria. The new laws will see Australia once again leading the way in legal responses to online sexual harm. Goes on to say the laws may also go some way towards curbing the accessibility of sexualised deepfake technologies. And so it is good to have that endorsement from a leader in the field. And it's also important to reflect on that final point there about curbing the accessibility of sexualised deepfake technologies, and also I think to reflect on curbing the types of societal norms we are creating where people think that it is okay to create these types of images, because it is not okay. It should not be seen as just a normal part of interacting in the world, or of interacting with women, or of dating women, that you create this type of material. So there is a legal response that we are putting in place, but I very much hope that alongside that there is a norm-setting response where we are very clearly saying that this has no place in Australian society, from both a government level but from a community level as well, that we are firmly against this type of behaviour. The bill does amend the criminal code to modernise and strengthen offences for the non-consensual sharing of simulated and real sexual material online. It deals with non-consensual sharing of private sexual material, the existing criminal code has criminalised non-consensual sharing of private sexual material since 2018. But again, those existing offences did not clearly apply to material that has been created or altered using technology. So those offences will be repealed by the amendments, and our new offences will apply to non-consensual sharing of both real material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and fake or doctored material that's been created or altered using technology such as deepfakes. The offences do not cover private communications between consenting adults or interfere with private sexual relationships involving adults. Deputy Speaker, it is a complex area, but it is an area that demands action through this legislation and through the multiple pieces of other work that our government is doing to keep Australians safe from technology-facilitated abuse. This bill bans the sharing of non-contextual deepfake pornography. Taking action on digitally created and altered sexually explicit material that we know is a damaging form of abuse against women and girls. This kind of material that is too often used to degrade and to dehumanise others, that targets women, and that, as I spoke about earlier, does perpetuate harmful gender stereotypes and is part of driving gender-based violence. So this is an important bill. As I said, it is one of a number of measures our government is doing to try and make online spaces safer, particularly for women and girls. It will hold perpetrators to account for causing harm through the non-consensual sharing of deepfakes. And it does do the work to ensure that Australia's criminal offences are keeping pace with new technology. So I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to strongly support this bill, but I also would like to say we need to go further in addressing deepfakes. Whilst this bill addresses deepfakes in a very specific context when it comes to non-consensual sexual material, and that is horrendous, and I welcome that it will soon be a crime, we need to address the broader question of deepfakes and use of AI, especially when it comes to advertising, where, for example, a consumer is misled into thinking an image or something presented to them is real when in fact it is AI generated, or in fact all forms of non-consensual use of a deep fake material using a person's name, image and likeness, and I'll come to that. And so in that respect, I move the amendment as circulated in my name. We need to send, in relation to materials of this, the court by this bill in relation to sexual material, absolutely. We need to send a strong and unambiguous message that distributing deep fakes of non-consensual sexual material is horrendous and will be a crime. A person's identity is their own and must be protected. A non-consensual sharing of deep fake of sexual material is a disturbing and damaging form of abuse. Victims face humiliation, mental distress, and effects on their reputation and relationships. They experience intense emotional distress, including anxiety, depression, and a profound sense of violation. The psychological and social effects of deepfake pornography are severe, and they can impact from the smallest person, unsuspecting, from students and maybe someone sort of fairly anonymous, to, we know recently someone like Taylor Swift had an incident herself where deepfakes were made in relation to her image and likeness. So we know they can spread rapidly online, making it nearly impossible for victims to remove the content. This persistent digital footprint can have long-lasting repercussions on their personal and professional lives, impacting their relationships, career prospects and mental health. This bill is crucial for safeguarding the dignity, privacy and safety of all Australians, particularly women and girls. And while I welcome the bill, the government is well behind other jurisdictions when it comes to grappling with the broader issues of deepfakes that deepfakes present. As we enter this era of AI technology, deepfake pornography has become an increasingly prevalent issue. Manipulation of images or video has been an issue for some time, but advances in technology over recent years have made it far easier to produce this sort of fake content. It's so realistic that it's indistinguishable to the naked eye. What once required significant time, skill and resources can now be done instantaneously with minimal effort or skill required. Advances in AI have taken this even further, allowing rapid generation of content that is extremely realistic and incredibly difficult to identify as being fake. So this form of online abuse involves using artificial images to create fake videos or images that depict individuals in sexually explicit scenarios without their consent. And the statistics are quite shocking. 96% of all deepfake videos online are pornographic. 99% of deepfake pornography targets women. And there was a 2,000% rise in 2023 in the number of websites generating non-consensual sexual material using AI. 2,000% rise. But we need to go further. So not only should deepfakes of this nature be banned, but we do need to think about where deepfakes are using and usurping another person's name, identity, likeness, and using it without their consent. And that's why this amendment is important for the government to be on notice that it must do more to look at the broader picture of deepfakes across all the different ways in which they're used. So in relation to this bill, let's consider the broader impact. A 2024 Australian study found that more than 52% of boys and 32% of girls had reported viewing pornography by the age of 14. And for most parents, that's quite shocking because it's of a completely different nature. This is not about the magazines and those back sort of from previous eras. It's of a whole different nature and incredibly more confronting. And the statistic is alarming for its implications on young people's perceptions of sex, consent and relationships. What forms a healthy, respectful relationship? Exposure to pornography at a young age, particularly material generated by AI, or certainly non-consensual use of other images, can distort their understanding of healthy and respectful relationships. Further, our current crisis of intimate partner violence, particularly against women, demands strong and immediate preventative action against harmful ways that distort young people's understanding of consent and how to treat partners respectfully. So this bill does send a clear message that technology should not be used as a tool for abuse. With this bill, the Criminal Code is being amended to make it an offence to use a carriage service for non-consensual sexual material. Governments are also, though, I should say, failing when it comes to preventing children from having access to AI generating pornography websites. Websites are legal in Australia with nothing being done to prevent access by children, and so that is another area that must be addressed. As reported just recently, this weekend in the Sydney Morning Herald, more than 100,000 people use the Undress AI website every day. According to the article, users upload a photo, choose from picture settings like nude, BDSM or sex, and from age options including subtract 5, just even that concept is quite revolting, which uses AI to make the subject look 5 years younger. This is a supply chain issue. There are not just the users, but the application companies, the app stores that allow these apps on their platforms, search engines, and even credit card companies that facilitate payment and use of these tools. There are, of course, also broader considerations. I note that this bill is framed in the context of distribution of sexual content without consent and does not directly regulate all deepfakes created using the identity of people without their consent. But the bill before us does not define deepfakes, nor does it address the many other risks that deepfakes pose beyond sexual consent. And that is why the amendment I move is important and why it should be addressed. The government states that there is a number of work streams on foot to tackle deepfakes in other parts of government under the industry department and further electoral reform. But greater action and ambition are needed. As a former professional athlete, I know from experience the one thing you have to attract sponsors and earn a living as an athlete is the sale of your name, image and likeness, and these are clauses you have in your contracts. But what we now see with deepfakes is that can be usurped and that can be taken over without consent and to great damage. And so it's important that we recognise that a person owns their own IP and should be able to give consent to it being used or manipulated, and that contractual right now needs to be recognised and pulled into legislation and applied to all deepfakes created using a person's name, image or likeness and voice without their consent. So no deepfakes should be permitted to the extent that they infringe on an individual's right to their own identity. Because we are living in an advanced technological and digital age that has seen an immense and very fast progress, but also new challenges that demand our attention and that as lawmakers we should be addressing. So AI is moving faster than any regulator can keep up with, but that's not an excuse. So government needs to get on the front foot. Other countries, including the United States, the European Union, China and the United Kingdom, are acting faster than Australia in combating and regulating against use of non-consensual deepfakes. Just this month, Republican and Democratic senators have co-sponsored a bill to require social media companies to take down deepfakes within 2 days of them being reported to them. The European Union has passed the world's first comprehensive AI law, including a requirement for deepfakes to contain a watermark to inform users that they are fake images. Because put yourself in the seat of a consumer that sees advertising, for example, and it might look unrealistic, but without, for example, this watermark as legislated by the European Union, how would a person know that this is what is real and what is fake? And so I very much urge the government to consider the European Union legislation when it comes to that use of watermark, to inform viewers that what they are looking at is an AI-generated deepfake, not a real image. The stakes are high and the roadmap to implement further steps needs to be considered by the government. There are always implications with technological advancements, and sometimes they are for good and sometimes they are deeply concerning. It's imperative that we recognise the risks of deepfakes, present inherent risks, including the spread of misinformation. So again, talking about that viewers, consumers not being aware that they are deepfakes. Then we of course have those threats to privacy and security, altering election outcomes and misleading, deceiving voters. I've been a long-term advocate for protecting voters from misinformation and disinformation, and I've introduced a private members bill, the Voter Protections Bill, which bans the use of deepfakes in political advertising. The integrity of our electoral process and campaigning is also threatened, alongside the outcomes of the Australians' democratic right to choose government and elect their representative. The Australian Electoral Commissioner has warned that it does not have the tools to detect or deter AI-generated misinformation at the upcoming federal election, and that Australia is not ready for its first AI election. That is concerning, and yet we still have not seen from the government the action, despite a commitment to do so, to move in terms of either debating the voter protections bill that I have tabled or introducing its own legislation to ensure there is no misinformation and deceptive and misleading political advertising. So we've seen huge amounts of misinformation and disinformation. Often it's identifiable as being misinformation and disinformation, but at least from a source that doesn't look like the very people you trust. And it's not only for elections, huge individual losses for individuals and corporations that are being seen as a result of scams. Scams often use deep fakes. Only a few years ago, the biggest scam a company faced was false invoices. Now it's deep fakes. British engineering firm Arup lost $25 million earlier this year when a deep fake video of company executives was used to convince an employee to transfer the money after they took a video call, as others seen in the call sounded and looked like colleagues he recognised. In March this year, the ACCC reported that last year, Australians lost some $8 million to online investment trading platform scams, and only last week, the Seven Networks YouTube channel was hacked and branded with fake Tesla content to promote a cryptocurrency scheme. The National Anti-Scam Centre is warning consumers that they need to be much more aware of fake news articles and deep fake videos of public figures that endorse and link to online investment trading platform scams, particularly on social media, especially the ones taking Hollywood actors, high-profile people. They are using deep fakes of these people to then try and scam people, especially when it comes to financial scams. In Australia, deep fakes of politicians, including senior federal government ministers, are being used to promote these fake financial schemes as well. So I welcome the work that is being done by the government, including their interim response to the Safe and Responsible AI consultation and the establishment of the Artificial Intelligence Experts Group. I also acknowledge the work done by the Australian Human Rights Commission on adopting AI in Australia, which calls on the government to adopt watermarking as a priority. It must also be highlighted the risks that AI presents to embedding past biases, inequalities, including gender and race-based, in up to 44% of AI models. So, for example, it's just continuing this idea of generally white Caucasian male as being the norm, and that is embedded in those AI models. For example, doctors are always considered men, nurses are always described as women, and poor people as people of colour. That is what happens in those AI models. It's an issue that's been highlighted not only by the Australian Human Rights Commissioner, but the United Nations and other jurisdictions. So I fully support an extensive ban on deep fakes without consent. And I fully support this bill as a first step in creating a safer online environment for all Australians, but particularly for women. We need further, faster action from the government on a number of fronts with AI, so I urge them to act. Let us not forget the need for education and awareness. We need to make sure young people are aware about the danger and legal ramifications of creating and sharing deepfake content that will come as a result of this legislation, and the implementation of this bill is accompanied by a robust support system for victims, offering psychological, legal and social assistance. So I commend the bill to the House, but I also urge the government to take note of the amendment moved.
Is the amendment seconded?
Reserve my right to speak.
Seconded by the member for North Sydney. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ringa has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the growing issue of AI deepfake technologies being used to create false depictions of
real people is causing stress and anxiety across the country. But I guess the most important thing is to identify what exactly are we talking about when it comes to deep fake. Well, deep fakes are images, videos or sound files often generated using artificial intelligence of a real person that has been edited to create a realistic but false depiction of that person doing or saying something they did not actually do or say. Deep fakes can create entirely new content or manipulate existing content using a large number of photos or recordings of a person. The risks of abuse are growing as the tools to create deepfakes become incredibly accessible. And Deputy Speaker, celebrities and politicians globally have been victims of fake images and videos for many years, some of it for comedic purposes, but a lot of it more sinister. And we've heard it from previous speeches about the prevalence of sexually explicit deepfakes running into the 90% or so. Disturbingly, as the rate of technology in AI just gathers so quickly, those tools are now readily available. You can just download the app from the App Store and you can be making deep fakes. They are readily available for anyone to make a fake simply by uploading profile pictures of someone from a social media account. And the more photos that you have of a real person, the more realistic that deep fake can become because the technology can read that image so much more. Now, it's important to note the legislation before the House today deals explicitly with adults, not children, but it is young people in particular, of course, who are using social media and they are, I hate to say naturals at using new technology, but it becomes very easy to use this sort of technology. And young people in particular are becoming both perpetrator and victim. And far too often it's girls who are being targeted, and worryingly by boys they know. In the past month alone, we've seen reports of a very well-known school northwest of Melbourne whose students were targeted with fake nude images circulating online. And the principal of that school said about 50 girls from the school had been targeted. He said it appeared the images of their faces were taken from social media sites. You know, innocently placing your photo on a social media site, maybe you're in a sports team or celebrating something with your family, before those photos were downloaded and then manipulated to make what this principal described as obscene photographs. In May, a boy was expelled from another college in Melbourne's southeast after creating fake sexual images of a female teacher which were circulated around the school. So digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a very damaging form of abuse against women and girls, in particular, that can inflict deep and lasting harm. And I have a message to any young men out there. You know, as I say, this legislation targets adults and the depiction of adults, not children, but it doesn't take long for a 16-year-old boy to become a 17-year-old and then an 18-year-old adult. I have a message to the young men of this country. It's not funny. It's not a lark. It's not youthful, innocent hijinks on the way to adulthood. It's abuse, it's disrespectful, and now it's a crime. Deepfakes are emotionally harmful and can be and are being used in blackmail sextortion scams. Last September, the social media analytics firm Graphica recorded a 2,000% increase in the number of website links offering deepfake tools. It's a popular technology. I can understand the allure of it, to download photos of somebody you know and make a deep fake. I mean, people who enjoy tech, they enjoy this sort of thing. And as I say, some of it's been innocent. I think there's been a popular one on one of like TikTok or something like that, of a guy pretending to be Tom Cruise, and he just spends all his time running through the videos like Tom Cruise runs. It's clearly deep fake. It's clearly not Tom Cruise. We're not fooled into thinking that Tom Cruise is running around the streets. But that's a very different proposition to what is before the House today, which is about making the sexual deep fakes and causing that harm to people. Deputy Speaker, the index of biodiversity surveys for assessments data across the UK, New Zealand and Australia in 2021 revealed some disturbing facts. 13% of respondents in Australia aged between 16 and 84 have been victims in one or more ways, including distribution or threat of distribution. There are twice as many LGBTIQ victims as there are straight victims. Indigenous people or people from minority ethnic groups are more likely to be victims, and people with disabilities are 3.5 times more likely to be victims. The Albanese government is creating new criminal offences to ban the non-consensual sharing of deepfake pornography, and this legislation comes not before time. It's a difficult area, Deputy Speaker. The fact is this technology is moving very, very quickly, and it's difficult for parliaments to keep up. But we're having a red hot crack at this. It's so important. These reforms will make clear that those who share sexually explicit material without consent using technology like artificial intelligence will be subject to serious criminal penalties. Let me repeat that. It's not just the people who create this stuff who are in the firing line, it's people who share it. So if you see it and you think, oh, I'll send it on to a mate, or I'll put it on my site, or I'll send it to somebody, and as soon as you hit send, you are committing a criminal offence and you are liable for time in prison. The new offences carry a maximum penalty of 6 years imprisonment for transmitting sexual material without consent, and 7 years imprisonment for aggravated offences, including where the person created the material. So if you're a 20-year-old bloke sitting around making this stuff thinking it's funny, and you share it with you've made it and you shared it with your mates, then you're up for 13 years, and your mates who share it, they're up for 6 years. That's how important this is. That's how serious it is. This is criminal behaviour. These amendments are high priority reforms following the Albanese government's public commitment on the 1st of May this year to introduce a suite of measures to tackle online harms, particularly targeting women and young girls. This bill will amend the Criminal Code of 1995 to modernise and strengthen offences targeting the non-consensual sharing of sexually explicit material online. It includes material that's been created or altered using technology such as deepfakes. Aggravated offences will build on this new underlying offence where the person was responsible for the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. Sexually explicit deepfakes created and shared without consent are used to degrade and dehumanise others, target women, and are perpetuating harmful gender stereotypes and drive gender-based violence. When shared or posted online without the consent of the person depicted, it is a serious breach of a person's privacy and can have long-lasting harmful impacts on victims, and now it's a criminal offence once it passes the House and the Parliament. The Criminal Code currently criminalises the sharing of private sexual material online, but the definition of private sexual material is potentially limiting. That's how fast technology is moving, and does not explicitly extend to artificially generated material such as deep fakes. And that's why this bill removes any argument. The bill proposes to repeal the existing offence relating to private sexual material and replace it with a new offence that applies where a person transmits material using a carriage service. The material depicts a person who is or appears to be 18 years of age or older. The material depicts or appears to depict certain poses or body parts of a sexual nature, and the person knows the person depicted does not consent to the transmission of the material or is reckless to whether the depicted person consents. And it's important to note, Deputy Speaker, it's not just private people who are the subject of this. So if there's a well-known celebrity out there, and one's been noted tonight who's been victim to some of this, but there may be a well-known celebrity out there who's a victim of this. If you share that image thinking, oh, look at this is funny, you know, is pretending to be, even if you know, is pretending to be so-and-so, and you send it, you've got no reasonable basis that person has consented to you sending it. You've still committed a criminal act. People need to understand how serious this is. If you are sharing images or videos, deep fakes of celebrities, politicians, public people, then that's also captured in this legislation. It's not just private people. The bill also introduces 2 aggravated offences which apply increased penalties to the offence where, before the commission of the underlying offence, 3 or more civil penalty orders were made against the person for contraventions of relevant provisions of the Online Safety Act 2021, and the person was responsible for the creation or alteration of the sexual material transmitted. These amendments are essential to ensure offences can apply to both real, inverted commas, material, such as unaltered images and recordings, and fake, inverted commas, or doctored material that has been created or altered using technology such as deep fakes. The new offences will not cover private communications between consenting adults, nor interfere with private adult relationships. Government has no business being in people's consenting adults' bedrooms. What people want to do as consenting adults is up to them. And as long as there's consent, that's fine. But of course, it's up to the people in that relationship to make sure there absolutely is consent and not coercion. The bill sets out specific defences to the transmission of the sexual material without consent to ensure the offence is targeted and proportionate and does not overly criminalise the sharing of adult pornography for legitimate purposes. The new offences will only apply to material depicting or appearing to depict adults. And the reason for that is the Criminal Code already criminalises the use of carriage services for child abuse material, including child abuse material generated by artificial intelligence. So it's already captured in that. These false, altered images and videos absolutely cause irreversible emotional, financial and reputational harm. They're a real invasion on somebody's sense of self. And unfortunately, it is women who are vastly, disproportionately impacted by this. Our government wants to make it clear to the creators of these images and the sharers of the material that making and sharing this material is immoral, often misogynistic, and if it's done without consent, it is always a crime. And I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's my privilege to rise to speak on this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been working in this field to try and protect children online ever since, I think it was about 2016. I wasn't in this building long when a young girl took her life. Her name was Dolly Everett. And the bullying that she had been exposed to over a course of months or years really hit a nerve with me. And I thought there's got to be a better way. So I in fact went and had a meeting with the Digi Group down in Sydney. The Digi Group is a lobby group made up of the tech platforms, Google, Apple, Meta, all of the usual suspects that you would expect, social media platforms. And I asked them what they were doing to protect young people online, to ensure that we didn't see a repeat of Dolly Everett's very sad death. And I walked away from that meeting thinking that I had just taken part in a meeting with Big Tobacco. There was no problem, everything was good, social media and platforms, tech companies were a force for good, there was no problem to see. It was almost like being told that smoking was good for me. And I went away from that meeting feeling angry and upset that really no lessons were being learned. Fast forward to for 8 years, and I found myself on the committee, on the social media committee, which is sitting at the moment, which is holding hearings. And last Friday, the committee had before us Meta executives, we had Snapchat, TikTok, and we have, and I should rephrase that, they have learnt nothing over the last 8 years. You will have heard the Chief of Safety, worldwide safety for Meta, say in that public hearing, in response to a number of questions that I asked her, that she did not acknowledge that social media was causing harm to our young people. And that, of course, has been treated with the disdain that it deserves. A lot of people have spoken out, a lot of families have spoken out about the harm that is being caused by social media and the social platforms. And I read out a history or a submission from a mother, Emma Mason, who talked about her daughter Tilly Rosewarne, who was just 15 when she took her own life. Tilly was just 15 years old. She'd been subjected to horrendous bullying at school. She'd made 11 previous attempts on her life as a result of that horrendous bullying. And a part of that bullying process was the taking of or the posting on Snapchat of a photo of a nude girl superimposed with Tilly's head on top of it. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Tilly. Emma Mason provided her submission to the committee about the agony and the pain that that family had been through when Tilly took her own life. And it's that evil that is happening in every school, in every town, in every city around this country, where young people are being subjected to the most horrendous bullying, where young people are being subjected to revenge porn, where young people are being subjected to a degree of fraud and coercion to part with money to try and make this all go away. These things are now being done by criminal syndicates who are preying on young people, asking them to take compromising photographs of themselves, and then being threatened that if they don't pay a sum of money, that they will distribute those photographs to their parents and everybody on their contact list. A couple of weeks ago, I had Emma Mason and a number of parents come and see me in my parliamentary office that each had a story how they had lost a child to the sort of stuff that this bill seeks to remedy. Now, this bill is, it serves to do a good purpose, but I am a little concerned, and I don't want to make this a political speech because this is too important for politics. I'm a little concerned that as to the motivations of what this bill is, because I don't understand why effectively that the regime that is currently in place, that what is happening now is not good enough, or that what is being proposed by this bill will in some way improve what we've already got. Because I think what parents want the most, and in fact the person that is the victim in all of this, what they want the most is not so much a criminal trial. They want these images taken down, and they want them taken down yesterday. And under the current laws that were put in place by the Coalition, the E-Safety Commissioner already has that power to direct those images to be taken down. So I'm at a bit of a loss to understand how what is being proposed is going to be an improvement on what is currently the law of the land today. We can't have this debate, we can't have this discussion about these issues unless we look at broader issues, such as the impact of online pornography on young people. In 2020, I led an inquiry as the chair of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, which ultimately recommended age verification to prevent young people from accessing porn online. Now, this is an eminently sensible concept. We know, without a shadow of a doubt, we know that there is a direct correlation between the viewing of hardline pornography online by young people and domestic violence. The committee that I was on heard story after story after story of the lives of young men and women being impacted upon by the viewing of hardcore, violent, misogynistic pornography. This is not the sort of pornography of Playboy and Penthouse of yesteryear. This is hardcore, violent pornography, degrading of women, and young people are accessing this porn without any impediment. All they've got to do is go onto a porn website and tick a box saying that they're over 18. Well, that is not good enough. That is not good enough. If this House, if the people in this House believe that young people should be protected, if the members of this House believe that the online world should replicate the real world, well, you can't access porn in the real world until you turn 18. And yet, online, all you've got to do is tick a box saying, I'm over 18. That is not good enough. That's why we recommended that we introduce age verification for both online pornography and gambling, online gambling. You know, I wouldn't have thought this is a terribly a controversial view, and yet we still don't have it. In 2000, this recommendation was made. In November last year, the Shadow Communications Minister stood at the dispatch box and moved a private member's bill to introduce age verification for online pornography, for online gambling and social media. What did those members opposite in the government do? They refused to support it. They refused to support the protection of our kids by introducing age verification. And that saddens me immensely. And then about a month ago, the Prime Minister had this come to Jesus moment. He had this road to Damascus moment where he stood up in question time and said, hey, guess what? We're going to introduce age verification for social media. We'll make it 16. That is exactly what we tried to do 7 months ago. 7 months ago. And were blocked. Why? Why? Why are we putting the lives of our kids, the well-being of our kids, at harm? The Communications Minister said, we don't want to introduce age verification for online pornography. We want to let the porn companies, big porn, police themselves with a self-regulating code of conduct. That's like letting Dracula in charge of the blood bank. And only because parents around this country, supported by News Corp, newspapers, started a campaign against or to introduce age verification for social media and online porn. Only because parents around the country were signing petitions and writing to their members of parliament and making their voices heard did this Prime Minister finally show some leadership and support the welfare of kids. I say that is not good enough. It's time for the Prime Minister to show some leadership in the protection of our kids, introduce age verification for online porn, gambling and social media, a minimum of 16 for social media.
The time has expired. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This bill is to ban non-consensual sharing of deep fake pornography, and it is essential because of a consequence of the time and the nature of technology in the era that we live in and the acceleration of that technology. The new law will make it a criminal offence to share deep fake porn of someone without their consent. Now, it seems bizarrely unnecessary that such a law would be needed, if any common decency applied, but here we are. Digitally created and altered sexually explicit material is a damaging form of abuse. It's most often used against women and girls, but it can be weaponised against anyone. And the explosion, the proliferation of artificial intelligence technology has made this urgent. It is a high priority reform area for the government, and it's part of a suite of reforms to tackle online harms. I'm glad to see more urgent action. I would like to see more urgent action, of course. But for all the many benefits of technology, there are many negatives as well. Scams, deep fakes, social media. And I do commend the government on the establishment of the Social Media Committee. There's broad ideas, there's many ideas, we just heard some, but we have to get some societal consensus and ideally some consensus across the parliament on exactly what needs to be done. I know many members are passionate about it. I do think the previous speaker's a friend of mine. I do think we need to be careful not to cast aspersions on each other's motives. in our passion. You know, every member of this place wants to see children protected. Every member. But we do need, in regulating and legislating, to make sure that things are practical, that they're workable, and that they'll actually make a difference to the problem. And I may continue my remarks with another tie.
Order. Being 7:30, the debate is interrupted. I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the Honourable Member for Riverina.
Yeah.
During the winter recess, we will, as parliamentarians, go back into our electorates. And it'll be cold, and some of us may work and some of us may do other things, but all the while we should think about and reflect upon what will be happening in Kosciuszko National Park, because what will be happening there is unfortunately, the aerial culling of our beautiful brumbies will continue, and horses will be shot out of helicopters up to 12, 15 times. Mares with foals at foot will be left to bleed out. And in this day and age, when we talk about animal cruelty and animal welfare, this just doesn't add up, it doesn't stack up. Tomorrow, in the New South Wales Supreme Court in Sydney, the Snowy Mountains Bush Users Group are taking on the New South Wales Minister for Environment, Penny Sharp. 3 days have been set aside for a hearing to determine, potentially, the fate of the brumbies this winter. And last Thursday, when Parliament had retired for the week, I was on a Zoom meeting with no less than Tom Burlinson, and he is an Australian legend. He starred, of course, in Farlap. He starred in the movie in 1982, The Man from Snowy River. It had one of the best soundtracks, and we all remember the theme. You know the soundtrack. We all love the soundtrack, and so many of the wonderful songs evoked stirring memories of brumbies going down the mountainside and being rounded up and being rehomed, being used, but in a productive, in a worthwhile way. And whilst driving home from Sydney last Saturday, the ABC were playing the best soundtracks, and that Man from Snowy River was in the top 100, and it should have been too, because that movie was so good. Tom Burlinson, such a great actor, but it had, of course, the famous Kirk Douglas, but other local actors like Jack Thompson, Lorraine Bailey. It also had Sigrid Thornton. We all remember the movie, and we all remembered how we cheered and admired those beautiful brumbies, those beasts of the wilderness. But what are we doing 42 years on? Well, we're shooting them. We're shooting them in the name of the environment. And it doesn't add up. It's so cruel. And some of those brumbies have the blood of Glenn Markey in them. Now, Glenn Markey was an English import, thoroughbred, side the 1892 Melbourne Cup winner, and when James Sutherland at Lockhart's Creek couldn't afford his horses, he sent them loose up near Towong Way, up in the high country near Corrion. And, they also supported us in our time of need in World War I as whalers. And, the Invasive Species Council, indeed the RSPCA, indeed the National Parks and Wildlife Service, some of what has been claimed by those organisations and others about the numbers of brumbies running wild in Kosciuszko and the high country are just fake, and they've used those numbers to excuse what they're doing. The park has now been locked off, and some of the cruelty can't be seen by those locals because they're not allowed in. You take the viewpoints of such people as Dr. Brenda Lawrence from Millmerran in Queensland. She's a registered veterinary surgeon. She She believes what's happening in Kosciuszko and elsewhere is extremely inhumane. Horses being shot multiple times, many shot in the chest to drown in blood, some even in the abdomen. I know it sounds gross and some might say this isn't the place to do it, but if not here, then where? Because Brumbies need our protection. They don't deserve this. And as long as I'm in this place, I will stand and I will fight for them because they need someone to protect them. They are voiceless and they need somebody to be their voice. And I'm just disappointed that there aren't more people in the New South Wales government who would stand and do the same for our beautiful Brumbies, an Australian iconic heritage.
Yeah.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Speaker. The Nazis infamously instigated the burning of books at universities all over Germany in May 1933. It was part of the drive to merge German cultural life with Nazi aims and beliefs. It was an extreme, although not in comparison to the atrocities that were to come, example of the exercise of control over free thought and ideas. However, as Ray Bradbury said, you don't have to burn books to destroy a culture, just get people to stop reading them. And that is precisely what Cumberland Council in Sydney tried to do in May when they banned the book Same-Sex Parents by Holly Dewey from 8 of its libraries. Such actions are unacceptable in Australia in 2024. Speaker, historically in Australia we have form when it comes to censoring books. From the 1920s onwards, books were often confiscated by customs officials who didn't like the look of the dust jacket. Many books which are now considered classics met this fate, such as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World and D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. Bret Easton Ellis's American Psycho even received a ban in the early 1990s. Thankfully, the days of customs officials taking books out of people's bags are long over, but there is a worrying and increasing trend of removing books from library shelves or seeking to have them banned. Often the books on the banning hit list are by queer or non-white authors, people from marginalised backgrounds. Individuals in marginalised groups are known to experience more mental health challenges and have lower levels of well-being. By now, I think we all understand the importance of well-being and how important it is for people to flourish in education, work and relationships. Feeling seen and understood positively affects well-being, but banning books has the opposite effect. Banning books takes away the voices of the authors. It tells them and their prospective readers that their experiences do not matter. One queer author talked about the negative effect on young people of banning books, and I quote, "I worry about the kids who are in these emotionally precarious positions looking at the adults around them who want to treat them like they don't exist." Another author says, "Writing queer stories for children and teens is not about fame and fortune. It's about providing hope. It's about showing them that they are good, wonderful, lovable, natural, just the way they are." It is worrying that book banning is a trend that has been increasing in the United States, where most of the 4,349 books banned in the second half of last year were books written by or about queer or non-white people. The most banned book in the United States is the graphic novel Gender Queer by Mahe Kababi. It's shameful that this same book is the subject of a forthcoming decision in the Federal Court of Australia after an attempt to ban it from libraries in Logan. Speaker, banning books is just another aspect of the culture wars, and its battlefields are often our local libraries. Libraries are open to everyone and offer access to ideas, learning and imagination. And as far as I understand, it's not compulsory to take a book out of a library. In our society and in 2024, these should not be considered as dangerous concepts. The actions of those people seeking to ban books is also extremely concerning. The CEO of the Australian Library and Information Association describes people going into libraries, grabbing books off the shelves, reading them out loud and saying, "These shouldn't be here," calling librarians horrible names and threatening, doxing and physical violence. In many cases, these instances are part of coordinated campaigns, small battles in larger culture wars. They may be small battles, but they're dangerous attacks on social cohesion. They aim to isolate groups of people and divide communities. Returning to Sydney, it was heartening that 2 weeks after Cumberland's initial announcement of the ban, they reversed their decision to ban Holly Dewey's book. The public outcry and the 42,000 people who signed a petition against the ban no doubt clarified the council's thinking. Speaker, at our best, society is kind, cohesive and inclusive, as we heard from the Governor-General today. More kindness in our society should always be something we strive towards. We should value and respect each other's experiences. This is what we should all be striving for. After all, there is something we can learn from each other, and picking up a book is a good way to start. As the Minister for the Arts said, banning books takes things in the opposite direction and serves no one. And if we know of the children who are having some challenges at school, often it can be, if they can find that voice that speaks to them, whether it be in something as radical as To Kill a Mockingbird or Catcher in the Rye or books like that that have been banned in the US, why not have that helping hand offered from a bookshelf, from a librarian selecting something for a kid? Banning books should not be part of Australia in 2024.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The infrastructure and transport budget has taken a massive hit thanks to the Albanese Labor government, and Western Sydney has lost out as well. The Coalition found the Infrastructure Minister's 90-day review caused around $2.5 billion, that is billion dollars of infrastructure funding, to be on the chopping block. In May this year, the Minister finally, after much time, many midnight press releases, made it to Western Sydney to announce fake new funding and money for projects at $1.9 billion. What the Albanese Labor government has packaged as new funding is actually just relocated money to the same commitments that they had previously made. In their first budget, the Labor government had actually committed to the funding and the projects that we had in the coalition government. Then the minister decided that a 90-day review was required. Well, it was a lot more than 90 days, as we know, and those 90 days have caused delays with these infrastructure projects. The minister then started her cuts by taking away federal funding from the M7-M12 interchange, a vital new link to Western Sydney International Airport. But then it gets better. She took away funding after construction had actually commenced. Work was being done. Her Labor colleagues in the New South Wales government were absolutely gobsmacked by this. In my own Western Sydney electorate of Lindsay, the minister more than halved funding for the Mulgoa Road Stage 2 upgrade. So I have some questions for the minister that my community would like answered. So where is the $117.5 million gone from the Mulgoa Stage 2 project from the Commonwealth? She put some of the money back, but she didn't put all of it. And it's not being covered by the New South Wales government. Does that mean we're going to get half of the upgrade? Did the New South Wales government advocate for only partial funding? Or did the minister hoodwink her Labor colleagues like she did the Western Sydney community? From what can be seen in the New South Wales government's Western Sydney budget document is $230 million for Mulgoa Road Stage 2. That was roughly what was committed to originally. So it's very odd the project is continuing as is, despite almost a quarter of the money missing. Unless the scope of the project will change, as I said, we get half a road, and if that's the case, the Albanese government must front up to the people of Penrith and tell us what's going on. This is a vital project for my community, and people are getting really tired of the on-again, off-again sort of relationship the Albanese Labor government's having with us. The Great Western Highway is another project in Western Sydney, $2 billion ripped away in funding for the new link going through the Blue Mountains to create easy accessibility for the Central West to Western Sydney. Labor promised the people of Warrington, Cambridge Gardens and Cambridge Park in my community that if they won government, they would fast-track the Dunhaven Road upgrade. We have now learnt that once the tendering process completes, the project won't start construction until next year, and it will be 2 years behind schedule, from a 2023, early 2023 start to 2025. Why did the Labor Party make a commitment to fast-track a project that Penrith City Council said it could not fast-track? They made this promise in the election to buy votes. The minister commissioned a Western Sydney transport infrastructure panel. It reported to the minister in April 2023. She didn't release the report until November 2023. Why didn't the minister release the report before the budget? Is it because she did not want to commit to implementing the recommendations of the expert panel? It seems like the answer is yes. The planning funding was critical to reviewing the need for upgrades to so many old semi-rural roads across Lindsay and across other Western Sydney electorates. They recommended that the original $15 million allocated to be increased to $35 million because the planning project was high priority. Yet the minister decided to cut the funding altogether. Why didn't she listen to the expert panel on Western Sydney? It is so important to have these roads in place for the opening of the airport. So we have a lot of issues going on in Western Sydney, particularly because of these infrastructure cuts by the minister, and it's just not good enough. We need a government that takes Western Sydney seriously and wants to invest in our communities for the future.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The decision by the Albanese government that live sheep exports will end on the 1st of May 2028 will be widely welcomed by many people who for years have campaigned to end the live sheep exports. Some would have preferred the end date to be sooner. The reality, however, is that a phase-out period is needed so that contractual obligations can be met and affected sheep farmers and other industry sectors can make necessary adjustments. That was the recommendation of the independent panel, led by Philip Glyde, that the Albanese government established to ensure a smooth transition out of live sheep exports. The fact is that the live sheep export industry has been in decline for years. For 2022-23, the latest figures available, live exports represented just $77 million of the $8 billion Australian sheep industry, of which $4.5 billion was in the export of sheep meat. Labor made clear at both the 2019 and 2022 federal elections that if elected, live sheep exports would end. The end date therefore comes after considerable advance notice of almost a decade to exporters, sheep farmers and other industry participants. To assist the industry with a phase-out, $107 million over 5 years industry transition support package has been made available by the government. Live sheep exports have been dogged by revelations of serious cruelty and sheep deaths for decades, with a Senate inquiry dating back 4 decades ago exposing the cruelty of this trade. Since then, there have been several inquiries and suspensions of the trade, including by the Howard government in 2004, when exports to Saudi Arabia were suspended over the Cormo Express debacle. In more recent years, both the Moss and McHugh inquiries shone an independent spotlight on the trade and imposed a more stringent oversight. That oversight has improved the export conditions, and in particular the Labor-introduced Export Supply Chain Assurance System, otherwise referred to as ESCAS, has considerably helped. However, as we saw only earlier this year with the MV Bahajar crisis, where thousands of sheep were left in limbo on the export carrier for weeks, that even with the world's best regulatory system, the safety of the sheep could not be assured once the sheep left Australia. Nor is the justification that live sheep are exported because receiving countries do not have adequate refrigeration any longer credible. That may have been the case decades ago, but not today. The more likely driver of live exports is that live exports enable the slaughter to take place in cheaper-to-run marketplaces, and even more likely, the sheep are sold to individual families to be killed under customary but cruel cultural practices and where there is no abattoirs costs incurred at all. The end of live sheep exports will ensure that all sheep are killed here in Australia under Australian standards, including by halal-certified abattoirs, thereby adding to Australian industry opportunities and Australian jobs. New Zealand phased out live sheep exports nearly 2 decades ago, and the UK and other EU countries are considering doing the same. In my own state of South Australia, I understand that the only live sheep exports over recent years have been by air transport, with sea transport from South Australia to the Middle East having been almost entirely phased out. Even in Western Australia, where most of the live sheep export trade originates, Western Australian boxed meat exports, which account for around $648 million, are now worth 8 times that of the live sheep trade. Over the years, I have attended live sheep export rallies, met with numerous animal welfare leaders and spoken with countless people who have been both for and against live sheep exports. The overwhelming sentiment has been that live sheep exports should end, that the live export industry is cruel and that there are real alternatives for sheep farmers. I thank those passionate animal welfare advocates who have been campaigning to end the live sheep export trade for years. Their voices have been heard by the Albanese Labor government and I commend them for all of their advocacy. Of course, the 1st of May 2028 will come after the next election, and the ending of live sheep export legislation was not supported by the Coalition. Only a Labor government has taken animal welfare standards seriously. It was Labor that introduced the SCAS standards, and only a Labor government will phase out live sheep exports.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to member for Canning.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 weeks ago, I had the great pleasure of visiting Clontarf Academy at Coodnup College in Mandurah, right in the heart of my electorate of Canning. It was a chilly morning, but I was greeted with very warm smiles from the boys of Clontarf. They gave me a firm handshake, looked me in the eye, and it was a real pleasure to spend that morning with them. And from the top, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank Mr Nick Jenkins, the Partnerships Manager for Clontarf, who invited me to go and see the Clontarf Academy, Mr Sean Gillies, who's the Academy Director and runs the Year 12 program, Mr Pierce Dawson, the Operations Officer for Year 7 and 11, Mr Kevin Dalgetty, the Operations Officer for Year 9 and 10, and Mr Thomas Bowie, who's the Operations Officer for Year 8. What is the Clontarf Foundation? The Clontarf Foundation is designed to provide a safety net for young Indigenous boys who often fall through the cracks of normal school programs. It's a national program. There are 155 academies in Australia. There are 35 academies in Western Australia. And in 2024, there are approximately 11,800 students participating in the program. The aim is to have 15,000 boys in the program for 2025. And this is a really heartening statistic, and which is why I'm now a big supporter of Clontarf. 83% of Clontarf alumni are engaged in work a year after completing Year 12. This initiative is about addressing the needs and challenges faced by Indigenous boys, ensuring that they get the opportunities and the support so that they can succeed both academically and personally. Clontarf aims to set up these kids so they can succeed in life, to instil them with confidence, to show them the power of being consistent in life. It's great to see young, ambitious men at the Clontarf Academy. I saw them grow in interpersonal skills, life skills, and just the importance of hard work. Life is a marathon, not a sprint, and the Clontarf Foundation, through their academies, seeks to instil this in these great young Australians. So 2 weeks ago, I arrived, I was greeted, I went into the kitchen. Those who are good at cooking were making bacon and eggs, baked beans and toast. Nice. Got offered a nice coffee. Nice. And then I went next door to the gymnasium, and that's where the boys warm up before school. We started with some dodgeball. I almost dislocated my shoulder. Managed to get hit with a couple of the balls myself, and then we progressed to basketball. It was just great to see that community. One of the challenges is the breakdown of the family unit, and what Clontarf does is it seeks to replicate the family environment, and I really felt at home with those kids, and it was great to be there. We then enjoyed breakfast together. The thing about the Clontarf Academy is that it builds routine. There's morning routine. Every morning the boys are picked up by a bus and taken to the gym where they're given a substantial breakfast. And this routine serves a number of purposes. It promotes healthy habits for these young boys. It gives them regular exercise, it helps them to wake up early, and it instills discipline in them, and it contributes to their overall well-being. It's a great start to the day. And it fills critical gaps. I mentioned the challenge with a lot of families. The program provides essential services that might be lacking at home, that mum and dad won't be able to do or can't do. And so it makes sure the boys get to school on time. They have a nutritious meal, and as we know, it's very hard to study or play sport on an empty stomach. And so this is where the Clontarf Academy sets these young guys up for success. There's consistency across locations. Clontarf is uniform across all the academies throughout Australia. And because of that, it gives stability and security if these young boys move from different academies. One thing I was really impressed by, and I was shown this by two young gentlemen, I want to read their names into the Hansard. David Tumbungu and Riley Wilson took me through the tracking and incentives. There's boards up in the Clontarf Academy, and there are a number of milestones that they can achieve, including obtaining a driver's licence, getting a Medicare card, and getting a job. And it was great to see these two young guys who had a very consistent attendance record at Clontarf Academy, had ticked off a lot of the milestones. They had a job, one of them was working at Chicken Treat, and these guys are going places, and I was really inspired by that. So, and finally, the incentives are there so that they attend, and if they attend throughout the year, then they get a Melbourne trip or a Karratha trip, and that really keeps them going. So, to the Clontarf Academy, thanks so much for having me. Really back what you're doing, and I'm keen to visit more often. Thank you.
The question is the House to adjourn. I give the call to Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on the opportunities the Albanese Labor government is providing through our local community grants group through the Volunteer Grants program. As a member for McEwen, there is nothing I value more than representing our community in this place and at home. But what does come close is to be able to assist those in our community who spend their valuable time and effort making our towns and suburbs better places to live. The government's volunteer grants support the work of local community organisations by enabling the inclusion of vulnerable people whilst also promoting awareness to increase participation into volunteering. Grants of between $1,000 and $5,000 have been made available during each round to assist eligible not-for-profit community organisations to support the efforts of the volunteers. Grant funding can assist with a lot of critical things, including small portable equipment purchases, contributions toward the cost of training volunteers, reimbursement of fuel costs for volunteers, and undertaking the background screening checks for those working with vulnerable people. We all know the value of volunteers. Without these individuals, dedicated and selfless efforts, these community groups would not exist. These grants assist groups to make the role of the volunteer easier, but also promote the benefits of volunteering. We need to acknowledge here too, though, that often the myriads of tasks need to be done rest on the shoulders of too few in any organisation. There has been a noticeable decrease in volunteers across all manner of groups since COVID, and the community groups are struggling to fill the holes needed to keep the organisations flourishing. These grants go some way to help address that. I've been lucky enough recently to meet with many volunteer groups in McEwen and congratulate them on being the recipients of funding under the latest round of the grants program, continually inspired by their drive and dedication to contribute to our community. They ask for no recognition and just go quietly about their roles with no fanfare. They quietly ensure that our sports are played, those in need are cared for, and our communities are safe and protected. Simply, they just go and get the job done. So today here I would like to acknowledge some of those people and community groups in McEwen and recognise how the Volunteer Grants program is assisting them. No explanation should be needed to be given for the value of the Woodend CFA provides to its community. They are everyday heroes who put themselves between our community and danger. It was an honour to meet with former Captain and Brigade member Mike Dorno recently and congratulate him on the successful grant application to fund new hoses and dividing breach fittings. He explained that this equipment will allow the brigade to utilise longer, lighter and more easier to manoeuvre hoses in line with bushfires, assisting with their ability to contain blazes and keep themselves safe. Anyone that knows me knows that I have high regard for groups like Love in Action and Freedom Care. These two organisations are ensuring that the most vulnerable members of our community who are doing the toughest are fed and cared for. Love in Action Wallen provides emergency hampers for essential grocery and household items for those in need. President Sarah Brewer advises this latest grant funding will provide fuel reimbursement for volunteers and mental health first aid training, so volunteers can connect with and assist care recipients who may be struggling. This is a community group that was thought of an idea with Jeremy Scrivens has grown to be one of the most sensational things you'll ever see. The way they work together as a collective, coming together to talk about strength and unity in our community is second to none. Freedom Care Inc. is a incorporated is a food relief agency in Kilmore providing ongoing food assistance for people who are struggling financially. Committee Member Debbie Morris explained to me the grant funding they receive will provide much needed office and OHS equipment to assist volunteers to contribute to help those most in need. As chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Men's Shed, I have seen firsthand the huge benefits that sheds provide across the nation. In fact, the Men's Shed movement has now become one of the most powerful tools in addressing health and well-being, helping men to once again become valued and productive members of our society. President Chris Evis and Secretary-Treasurer Urs Biderman welcomed me recently to Diamond Creek Men's Shed and explained how their grant funding will replace an older model table saw with one that will provide members with an easier and, most importantly, safer experience. In the latest round of volunteer grants, I was able to meet with 18 different community groups on successful funding that total over $66,000 for our community. This is money they do not have to spend time fundraising. Time that is better spent with the people they serve. These grants not only make the role of the volunteer easier, they allow them to spend more time doing what they do best, caring for our community. So I acknowledge all the volunteers in McEwen for their contribution to our community.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.